Dongfang Yongping saw Chu Zhongtian moving, but he didn't leave immediately. He looked at Huang Yurong and said, "You were able to avoid the damage of the formation because junior brother Chu secretly helped you. So, if Gong Rulin and the others break the formation and attack junior brother Chu, I hope you can help him. Don't worry, I'm not a petty person like Zhu Yan. I know how to repay favors." Huang Yurong's promise made Dongfang Yongping very satisfied. When he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly said something, which stunned Huang Yurong. "Junior brother Huang, you are from the Floating Cloud sect, and your father is the deacon elder of the inner sect. I'm sure you are familiar with how much importance the sect values its disciples. I haven't known junior brother Chu for a long time. Due to some special reasons, I have a close relationship with him. When I first met him, he was just a disciple of the outer sect with a mere 7th grade low-rank cultivation talent and a 3rd layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. It has only been a month, and his cultivation base has already advanced to the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. Furthermore, his foundation is extremely solid, and he can still continue to improve his cultivation base. You must know very well how much the sect values him." After saying this, Dongfang Yongping turned around once again, pointed at the 8th grade blood crystal in front of the palace's main gate, and said with an unusually excited tone, "Junior brother Huang, you also know that Floating Cloud sect follows the path of complete development. They will treat the disciples of different cultivation systems differently. The Floating Cloud sect only lacks formation master. Junior brother Chu was able to break the formation, and he was also able to set up the formation. This means that he has the talent of a formation master warrior. If the sect knew about junior brother Chu's talent in the formation, they would definitely pay more attention to him. Junior brother Huang, if you befriend junior brother Chu now, it will be very beneficial to you, your father, and the family behind you." After saying that, Dongfang Yongping left. Huang Yurong was stunned by Dongfang Yongping's words. At this moment, he finally started to understand Chu Zhongtian. He started to put Chu Zhongtian on the same level as him. Dongfang Yongping's last sentence was right. If Chu Zhongtian could continue to maintain his terrifying speed of improvement and display his extraordinary formation talent, he would definitely become the overlord of the sect in the future. This would be an unimaginable help to him, his father, and the family behind him. Huang Yurong raised his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. In the end, he decided to bet on Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian used the advanced movement technique Thunderwind Legs. In a very short period of time, he arrived in front of an ancient building. The reason he chose this building was because of the 3 messages that the Red Jade Pendant had given him. The first one was about how to use the blood crystal to set up the illusion array lake, and the second one was about the building in front of him. Chu Zhongtian looked at the red door and didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hand and pushed open the door, then walked into the room. After walking into the room, Chu Zhongtian found that he had entered a living room used to serve guests. On both sides of the room, there were 4 identical lion-backed bronze chairs. Between the 2 chairs, there was a tea table used to place teacups. In the main hall, there was a ferocious-looking purple throne with a dragon's head. On the wall above the throne, there was an image. With just a glance, Chu Zhongtian was completely attracted by the image in the image. In the image was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and his head raised to look at the sky. Because the middle-aged man was looking at the sky, Chu Zhongtian was unable to see his real face. However, through the outline of the man's face, he could roughly imagine his appearance. As he imagined his appearance to become clearer and clearer, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the middle-aged man's appearance in the portrait was very similar to the red statue in the 2nd level of the Blood Demon Secret Realm and the Chu family ancestor in the center square of the Chu family. Perhaps it was because he had experienced the shock of the red statue in the 2nd layer of the Secret Realm, or perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian had been prepared for this, so he wasn't surprised when he found out that the person in the portrait looked similar to his ancestor. In the portrait, other than the middle-aged man looking up at the sky, there was also a white beast standing on his shoulder. It had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks, and eyes as big as pearls. The snow-white exotic beast was somewhat similar to the monkey he had seen in the zoo before he transmigrated. However, what was somewhat different from the monkey was that the fur of this white exotic beast was very long. Its sharp teeth were somewhat similar to the teeth of a pet dog he had once raised. Chu Zhongtian discovered that in his limited information, there was no specific origin of this white exotic beast. Due to the detailed description of the portrait, he could see a different kind of emotion in the white exotic beast's intelligent eyes, as if there was a trace of nostalgia, a trace of hatred, a trace of reluctance, and a trace of extinction. Chu Zhongtian did not know what the white exotic beast had experienced to cause such complex and ever-changing emotions to appear in its eyes. As his gaze continued to observe, Chu Zhongtian's gaze suddenly froze, because he discovered that the white exotic beast's abdomen was slightly curled up, as if it was pregnant. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the white exotic beast's gaze was filled with complex and varied emotions. Apart from the middle-aged man who was looking up at the sky and the white exotic beast on the man's shoulder, Chu Zhongtian did not notice anything special about the portrait. He stopped looking at the portrait and started to observe the arrangement and all the items in the living room. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, Chu Zhongtian did not find anything valuable. He even sat on the 9 chairs one by one, but he did not feel any changes. He could not help feeling a little annoyed. However, he remembered that the reason he chose to enter this place was because of the mysterious red jade pendant's reminder. He knew that there was definitely a secret in the living room that he couldn't discover. Time was of the essence. Since he couldn't discover the secret in the living room through observation, he could only choose the easiest and most stupid method. He planned to move all the items in the living room. 1 month ago, in the secret realm of Purgatory City, Chu Zhongtian had obtained a few storage bags from the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert. Among them, Lang Yun and Lin Aochuan had compensated him with 2 storage bags, which was enough to contain all the items in the living room. Chu Zhongtian used nearly 7 layers of spiritual power in his dantian and used the movement technique Windbreaker. After nearly 3 minutes of hard work, he finally stored all the items in the living room into his storage bag. He checked again. After discovering that he had not missed anything, he left the living room and rushed towards the most luxurious and colorful building in the center of the palace. According to the 3rd message left behind by the red jade pendant, the most precious treasure in the entire palace was hidden in one of the pavilions in the center of the palace. Chu Zhongtian exerted all of his strength to cast the Thunderwind legs, and it didn't take him much time before he arrived in front of the building in the center. He raised his head and looked at the plaque hanging on the front door, as well as the words printed on it. He took a deep breath. Prison Court. According to the information he obtained from the red jade pendant, the prison court was a place where powerful experts usually went into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend mental cultivation methods. This was the core of the entire palace, and also the place where the most precious treasures were hidden. Chu Zhongtian looked at the tightly shut door. For the time being, he did not rashly step forward. Instead, he stood on the spot, recalling the technique he used to break open the palace's defensive formation. This was because the prison court in front of him was the most precious treasure. It could be said that it was the core of the entire palace, and also the cornerstone that controlled all the formation in the palace. Therefore, the prison court was protected by a layer of defensive formation. Fortunately, the defensive formation of the prison court came from the same source as the defensive formation in front of the palace in the valley. Chu Zhongtian could use the same method to temporarily break through the defensive formation. After his transmigration, Chu Zhongtian had the powerful ability of duplicating and paste. Besides that, his memory had also been enhanced a lot. It had basically reached the level of photographic memory. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to remember the finger technique of breaking through the defensive formation. Chu Zhongtian activated the 7 layers of spiritual power in his dantian and lightly tapped on the defensive formation with his 10 fingers. When the defensive formation was broken into a gap that could accommodate 1 person, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly entered the prison court with a flash. The defensive formation that he had broken through gradually returned to normal. After Chu Zhongtian rushed into the room, he found that he had entered into the water. Not only was his movement slowed down, but even breathing became difficult. Fortunately, after Chu Zhongtian broke through to the body refining stage, The spiritual power in his body could temporarily act as oxygen, and he wouldn't be in danger of suffocation for a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian forced his eyes open and found that the room he entered was filled with red liquid. He was wrapped in the red liquid. Not only did the red liquid slow his movements, it also blocked his vision, making him unable to clearly see the layout and items in the room. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian was also a good swimmer before he transmigrated, so he knew how to distinguish directions in the water. He also knew how to search for items. He used his experience before transmigrating and his body refining stage strength. He started to explore the layout and items of the room. After spending nearly 10 minutes, Chu Zhongtian finally found the staircase leading to the second floor. Chu Zhongtian climbed up the stairs step by step. After climbing more than 10 steps, his head finally revealed the surface of the red liquid. He could clearly see the situation around him. At this moment, he was at the corner of the staircase leading to the second floor. Chu Zhongtian used all his strength to get out of the red liquid and stood on the stairs. He looked down and found that the entire space on the first floor was filled with the red liquid. He thought of the stone room on the second floor of Secret Realm. When he was still in the blood pool that was about 5 or 6 square meters in size, the energy from the red liquid had increased his cultivation base by an entire minor stage. Then, what level would the red liquid that filled the entire floor increase his cultivation base to after being converted? However, whether it was in the stone room on the second floor of Secret Realm or in the stone room in the palace, he needed to borrow external objects to obtain the energy that he could absorb in the end. At this moment, the jade pendant that could transform the red liquid had already fused into the palace. He had lost the ability to transform the red liquid. Looking at the red liquid that could increase his cultivation base and potential, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. He continued down the stairs towards the second floor. As soon as he stepped into the second floor, Chu Zhongtian was immediately attracted by the 3 dazzling treasures in front of him. At the same time, the regret he felt earlier instantly dissipated. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on the 3 treasures placed on the second floor. The layout of the second floor of the prison court was very simple. Apart from the wooden table used to hold the 3 treasures, there was nothing else in the second floor. Looking at the 3 treasures placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. Then, he started to observe the 3 treasures in front of him. The 3 treasures placed on the second floor of the prison court were a ring, a bottle of pills, and a foot-long red silk. Among the 3 treasures, the one that attracted his attention the most was the ring placed on the wooden table. After entering the floating cloud sect, Zhao Enjuan found that only Chu Zhongtian didn't have a storage bag. He suggested that he use the sect's contribution points to exchange for a storage bag. At this time, he understood the description of spatial spirit weapon in the Eternal Continent. In an ordinary power, as long as one's cultivation broke through to the Qi transformation stage, they would basically have a storage bag. After all, as long as one had enough spirit stones, a level 8 or higher artificer would be able to refine a storage bag. Due to the restriction of refining conditions, even the highest grade of storage bag would only be 100 square meters. A 100 square meter storage bag was suitable for martial artists below the Qi high stage to use. But for peak masters above the Qi C realm, especially those at the Divine Soul stage or above, the space and attributes of the storage bag could no longer satisfy their needs. Under such circumstances, some grandmasters of refining who were above the 6th grade used special refining methods and even more precious refining materials to refine storage rings with a space of more than 100 square meters. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian suspected that the storage ring in front of him had a storage space of over 100 square meters. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to go and retrieve the ring, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if the consciousness in his mind had been touched, causing him to suddenly turn his head to look. Although the wall of the room blocked his vision, he could still feel the formation that he had prepared in advance being activated in front of the main entrance of the palace. Sensing that someone had touched the formation, the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth twitched, revealing a disdainful expression. At this moment, besides Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong, only Gong Rulin and the others were able to enter the core palace. Chu Zhongtian showed disdain towards Gong Rulin and the others who had just tracked him down. According to his estimation, Gong Rulin had reached the first-level essence-gathering stage peak. The formation that was automatically activated by the palace wouldn't be able to stop him for too long. With Gong Rulin's speed, when Chu Zhongtian was searching the living room of the palace, he should have reached the palace and entered the palace to activate the illusion formation. It was half an hour later than Chu Zhongtian had estimated. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian's worries about Gong Rulin and the others' overall strength had been reduced by half. According to the information left behind before the red jade pendant merged into the palace, the illusionary realm formed by the 365 blood crystal was enough to trap an essence-gathering stage beginner expert for an hour. With Gong Rulin and the others' current condition, let alone an hour, it was already considered pretty good that they could break out of the illusionary realm within 2 hours. 2 hours later, there were only about 10 minutes left until the Blood Demon secret realm closed. With Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong's strength, it should not be a problem for them to stall Gong Rulin for more than 10 minutes. Because there was sufficient time, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to send out a distress signal to inform Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong. In fact, Chu Zhongtian's guess was only half right. Gong Rulin and the others were indeed as he had expected. After Zhu Yan took over the command, they did not spend much time to arrive in front of the palace in the real core area. However, when faced with the palace that was exactly the same as the one in the valley, whether it was the smart and strong Zhu Yan, the impulsive Gong Rulin, or Lu Zixin who was proficient in tracking, all of them fell into deep thought and doubt. Among the 6 of them, Wang Kaisan, who was the weakest and had the lowest cultivation base of mind state, was like Dongfang Yongping, sinking into a state of self-denial. Unfortunately, no one present could help him clear his doubts. No one could explain what had happened in front of him or help him wake up from his self-denial. Thus, he gradually entered a state of madness, and in the end, aroused the heart fire. In the end, he turned into a pile of ashes and scattered in front of the palace. Wang Kaisan's unexpected death caused Gong Rulin, Zhu Yan, and the others to be frightened. They even suspected that Wang Kaisan had died because of the illusion created by the palace. Therefore, they quickly left the palace. They stayed at a place thousands of meters away from the palace for more than half an hour. When the feeling of self-denial in their hearts disappeared, the shrewd and meticulous Zhu Yan returned to the front of the palace. After experiencing the process of self-denial once, Zhu Yan was now able to face the same palace with ease. And with a calm attitude, Zhu Yan quickly discovered the palace gates that had been opened. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately called Lu Zixin, who was proficient in tracking, and asked him to determine whether there was any news of Chu Zhongtian and the others. An hour ago, Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yongping, and Huang Yurong did come here before, and they finally entered the palace. After Lu Zixin carefully analyzed the remaining aura, he gave Zhu Yan the answer he wanted. Senior Brother Gong. Senior Brother Zhang. Junior Lu. Junior Brother Chu. Zhu Yan got the answer he wanted. He called the remaining 4 people by their names and said confidently, I think we have reached the true core of the palace, which is also the place where the treasures are hidden. Furthermore, Junior Lu has already confirmed that Chu Zhongtian and the others have entered the palace. I think we should make the best use of our time to enter the palace. We need to find Chu Zhongtian and the others. Junior Brother Zhu, you saw Junior Brother Zheng's tragic death just now. This palace is filled with strange and dangerous things. Do we really need to enter the palace? Facing Zhu Yan's confident attitude, Zhang Danfeng voiced his doubts. In fact, what Zhu Yan and the others didn't know was that Zhang Danfeng and Zheng Kaisan had a very good relationship. Because they came from the same dynasty and different families. Because the relationship between the 2 families was very good. It caused them to maintain a close friendship after entering the sect. After the 2 of them entered the Blood Demon secret realm, they often gathered together to hunt Blood Devil. After entering the palace, they secretly formed an alliance and helped each other. At that time, Zhang Kaisan had entered a frenzied state, causing his heart fire to ignite. Zhang Danfeng was standing beside him. He watched Zhang Kaisan, who was closest to him, die tragically, but there was nothing he could do. No one could imagine the grief in his heart. At this time, Zhang Danfeng had already lost the enthusiasm to fight for the treasure. He only wanted to bring Zhang Kaisen's ashes back to the sect, to Zhang Kaisen's family, and let him return to his roots. Senior Brother Zhang, I have checked the cause of Junior Brother Zhang's death just now. I found that he entered a state of madness because his thoughts were in chaos. His death in the end had nothing to do with the palace. Zhu Yan saw that Zhang Danfeng had the intention to withdraw, so he quickly advised him. Among the remaining 5 people, Gong Rulin and Zhang Danfeng were the strongest. Only the 2 of them could deal with Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong. 0. Because of Gong Rulin's background, it caused him to be overly arrogant and conceited. He was selfish and greedy, so Zhu Yan was worried that they would encounter Chu Zhongtian and the others. Chu Zhongtian would try to win Gong Rulin over and make him deal with him instead. If the situation was really as Zhu Yan had imagined, Zhang Danfeng would have to deal with the rebellious Gong Rulin. No matter what, Zhu Yan couldn't let Zhang Danfeng leave. Facing Zhu Yan's request, Zhang Danfeng could only sigh. He took out a wooden box carved with sandalwood from his storage bag and bent over to collect Zhang Kaisen's ashes. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and left the palace, waiting for the Blood Demon's secret realm to close. Senior Brother Zhang, there is a high possibility that there is a treasure in the palace that can increase one's cultivation base and potential. Don't you want to consider entering it? Zhu Yan looked at Zhang Danfeng, who had turned around and left without saying a word, and shouted out loudly. However, Zhu Yan's shout didn't change Zhang Danfeng's mind. After casting the movement technique, he quickly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Gong Rulin looked at Zhang Danfeng, who had turned around and left. He cursed angrily, then turned his gaze to Zhu Yan. Without Zhang Danfeng's help, Zhu Yan was somewhat worried about the situation after entering the palace. However, the situation had already developed to this point. If he chose to give up, Zhu Yan would definitely not be willing to give up. After thinking it over and over again, he finally decided to take the risk. Zhu Yan nodded at Gong Rulin. Then he entered the palace first. Seeing Zhu Yan enter the palace, Gong Rulin and the others didn't think too much about it and followed him into the palace. Zhu Yan strode into the palace and was surprised to find that he had arrived at a place with plenty of spiritual qi, a place that looked like a paradise in the mortal world. He looked at the beautiful scenery of the paradise in front of him, and his suppressed emotions were instantly relieved. His cultivation base seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. This made Zhu Yan very pleasantly surprised. Although Zhu Yan really wanted to sit down cross-legged and absorb all the spiritual qi in the surroundings to break through to the stage, however, his target was Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the urge to break through and raised his vigilance. He began to search the place in front of him, trying his best to find Chu Zhongtian and the others. The one following Zhu Yan into the palace was Gong Rulin. After he entered the palace, what entered his eyes was a magnificent building complex that looked like a palace. Every building was decorated luxuriously, and there were countless beauties bustling back and forth in every building. Gong Rulin walked to the front of a building and passed through the half-open door. They were all beautiful and beautiful. Some were beautiful, some were quiet, some were gentle and graceful, some were charming, and every one of them was indescribably beautiful. Gong Rulin observed the cultivation level of the beauties in the house and found that the strongest among them was only at the body refining stage. He grinned and rushed into the room. After that, there was a burst of exclamation from the room. Lu Zixin and Chu Yunlong, who had followed Gong Rulin into the palace, had also seen different environments. They had also done what they wanted to do the most. Within the palace, Chu Zhongtian looked at the 3 treasures on the table. He chose the ring that might be the storage ring finger. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the ring on the table. He looked forward to seeing the storage ring finger in front of him. However, when Chu Zhongtian's finger was still 20 centimeters away from the ring, it was blocked by an invisible force, preventing him from taking the ring away. It was just a normal way to take things. Chu Zhongtian did not use any strength. Therefore, after feeling the invisible force, he was not in a hurry. Instead, He continued to increase his power in an attempt to break through the invisible force. He wanted to take the ring off the table. When Chu Zhongtian used all his strength, even the veins on both sides of his forehead bulged slightly. He could not resist the invisible force's obstruction. When Chu Zhongtian saw this situation, he seemed to be fighting with the invisible force. Since his own strength was unable to break through the invisible force's obstruction, then he would use the spiritual power that was stronger than his own strength. Chu Zhongtian circulated all the spiritual power in his dantian on his palm. Once again, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the ring that was placed on the table. However, the invisible force seemed to be stronger when it met the strong. Even though Chu Zhongtian had used all of his spiritual power and unleashed all of his strength, he was still unable to break through the invisible force's obstruction. Could this invisible force be some kind of defensive formation? Chu Zhongtian had used all of his spiritual power, but it couldn't break through the invisible force. This made him realize that brute force alone was not enough. He had to think of a way to do it. When Chu Zhongtian thought of the finger technique used to break open the palace's defensive formation, his eyes lit up. He immediately recalled the steps of the finger technique and redirected the Dantian's spiritual power on his finger. He began to use the finger technique to break through the invisible force in front of him. However, the finger technique that could easily break through the palace's defensive formation was useless in front of the invisible force's barrier. This time, not only was he unable to break through the defense of the invisible force, he was also unable to even move. Chu Zhongtian looked at the ring in front of him, and his face began to turn gloomy. Strength, spiritual power, and the finger technique that was specially used to break the defensive formation were all useless. This was the first time since Chu Zhongtian entered the palace that he had returned empty-handed, and it was also the first time that he was caught unprepared. Chu Zhongtian shifted his gaze away from the ring and looked at the pill bottle and silk. Unwilling to give up, he used the same method. He wanted to try to take out the pill bottle and silk, but he was still unable to succeed. He had already used all the methods he could, but he couldn't take away the 3 treasures in front of him. This also meant that these 3 treasures had no fate with him. Since the treasures had no fate with him, he wouldn't be able to obtain them. Chu Zhongtian could only comfort himself in this way. After that, he planned to leave and go to the 3rd layer of the prison court to search for the opportunity that belonged to him. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind when he saw a layer of red liquid through the stairs. Back in the stone room on the 2nd floor of the Blood Demon's secret realm, the red statue had turned into powder that controlled his consciousness and body. It was only when he controlled the blood in his body that a strange change occurred. At that time, he had completely escaped the threat of the red powder. It was as if the blood in his body was somewhat similar to the energy in Blood Demon's secret realm. Could it be that the invisible barrier in front of him required the blood in his body to be broken through? 3. Chu Zhongtian returned to the front of the ring and stretched out the middle finger of his right hand. As he looked at it with disdain, he cut his finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood onto the ring. The blood stopped 20 centimeters above the ring. After that, the blood slowly merged into the void. Seeing the blood slowly disappear, Chu Zhongtian did not panic at all. Instead, a trace of joy appeared on his face. When the blood completely disappeared into the void, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his right hand and slowly approached the ring. The invisible force that was blocking him suddenly disappeared, and he successfully took the ring. He temporarily suppressed the wild joy in his heart, and then, according to the information he obtained from the sect regarding the storage ring finger, Chu Zhongtian forced a drop of essence blood to drip onto the ring, and waited until the essence blood completely merged into the ring. He quickly used his consciousness to communicate with the ring. After that, a huge space of about 500 square meters appeared in his mind. Feeling the huge space in front of him, Chu Zhongtian could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart and almost laughed out loud. With the storage ring finger in this huge space, no matter how many spirit stones and heavenly treasures he encountered in the future, he did not have to worry about not being able to take them away. He could even store the corpses of some large exotic beasts. The storage ring finger was very perfect, without a trace of blemish. But the storage ring finger was now completely empty. Chu Zhongtian did not care about the only flaw of the storage ring finger. He took out a black token from the storage bag. This black token was obtained from the 9th grade mutant beast corpse in the secret realm when he participated in the ranking competition in the Purgatory City. Originally, the black token was the key to determine the final ranking competition. However, due to the unexpected awakening of the peerless weapon left behind by a peerless expert, the power to destroy the secret realm erupted, causing the ranking competition to be cancelled. He did not hand over the black token he obtained in the secret realm. When he first obtained the black token, he discovered that the lines on the token were unusually tough. Even if he used the strength of a 4th layer peak of the body refining period, he wouldn't be able to easily tear it apart. Second level of the prison court. After Chu Zhongtian suppressed the joy of obtaining the storage ring finger, he took off the thread that was tied to the black token. Then, he tied the storage ring finger around his neck and hid it in his undergarments. Just like when he was in the Endless Forest's Jade White Python Cave, when he accidentally obtained the storage bag, his subconscious action was to hide the storage bag in case others discovered it. Because in a remote place like the Qi country, a spatial spirit weapon like the storage bag was very precious. Only a Qi transforming period patriarch sect could have such a treasure. Therefore, he had to hide the treasure, in case it aroused the greed of others. It would attract unnecessary trouble. The current situation was very similar to the past. Only peerless experts above the Divine Soul stage were worthy of a spirit weapon with such a huge space like the storage ring finger. If those Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage warriors found out, not only would Chu Zhongtian not be able to protect the storage ring finger, he might even lose his life because of the storage ring finger. Chu Zhongtian kept the storage ring finger. Then he turned his gaze to the second treasure, the pill bottle that contained the pill. Chu Zhongtian had the experience of taking away the storage ring finger, as well as the surprise brought by the storage ring finger, so this time he stretched out his index finger. He cut open his index finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood to drip onto the pill bottle. Just like when he took away the storage ring finger, the blood dripped 20 centimeters above the pill bottle, and then slowly merged into the void. When the blood above the pill bottle completely merged into the void, the invisible barrier blocking the pill bottle completely disappeared. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to pick up the pill bottle and nervously opened the cork. After that, a strong fishy smell assailed his nose, making Chu Zhongtian, who had a tough mind, almost vomit. Chu Zhongtian poured out the pill from the pill bottle. He discovered that there were a total of 3 pills in the pill bottle. Each of them was the size of a walnut, and they were crystal red in color. They gave off a strange feeling. If he were to carefully observe the pills, he would discover that the colors of the 3 pills were slightly different. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to flip through the information in his mind to know that he definitely didn't recognize these pills. At the same time, the strange feeling that the pill gave him also made him decide not to consume this kind of pill for the time being. Chu Zhongtian poured the medicinal pill back into the pill bottle and placed it in the storage ring finger on his chest. His gaze turned towards the silk cloth. He used the same method just now to easily take the silk away. When he opened it, he found that apart from being very flexible, there was no sign on the silk, which made him very confused. These things could be placed together with top treasures like the storage ring finger, which meant that the pills and silk were not ordinary items. Although the pill just now gave him a strange feeling, the energy contained within the pill proved that they were at least level 7 and above pills. Then, this piece of silk without any indication might be hiding some kind of shocking secret. Chu Zhongtian was temporarily unable to unravel the secret of the silk, but he was not in a hurry. Because the reason why the treasure seemed to be useless was because it was not yet time to activate it. When the time to open it was up, the treasure would emit a shocking light. Chu Zhongtian also placed the silk into the storage ring finger. He looked around the second floor of the pagoda. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he began to enter the 3rd layer. However, when he reached the entrance of the 3rd layer, he was blocked by an invisible force, preventing him from entering the 3rd layer. Chu Zhongtian didn't panic at all. He first used the finger technique to break open the defensive formation. After confirming that the finger technique couldn't break through the invisible barrier in front of him, Chu Zhongtian pointed at his index finger. After a few cuts, he squeezed out a few drops of blood and flicked it onto the invisible barrier in front of him. The blood that was ejected stopped in midair and began to slowly merge into the void. When the blood completely disappeared, a crack the size of a grain of rice appeared in front of him. At the same time, a leisurely air leaked out from the crack. Chu Zhongtian looked at the crack that was the size of a grain of rice and frowned slightly. She seemed to be in a difficult position. Just now, 5 drops of blood shot out. These 5 drops of blood had barely melted into a rice-sized crack. If he wanted to expand the crack to enough size for him to enter the 3rd layer, he would need all of his blood. When a martial artist entered the body refining stage, although his vitality had increased a lot, blood was still the source of a martial artist. If a warrior lost all of his blood, he would die immediately. Since the effect of ordinary blood was very poor, then what about the essence blood formed from countless blood? Thinking up to here, Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and thought for a while. Finally, he decided to use the essence blood to test it out. However, the prerequisite was that it could not exceed 5 drops of essence blood. If the 5 drops of essence blood could break through this invisible barrier, then he would use the melted cracks of the essence blood to enter the prison court's 3rd layer. If 5 drops of essence blood couldn't break through the spatial crack of the 3rd stage, then he would give up on the idea of entering the 3rd layer. After that, he would turn around and leave the prison court to search for treasures elsewhere. After all, the essence blood was different from ordinary blood. Blood could be replenished using medicinal pills in a very short period of time. And essence blood was the source of a martial artist's blood, the foundation of a martial artist's spirit, chi, and energy. It could not be replenished in a short period of time with pills. Moreover, the loss of essence blood would affect a martial artist's foundation and potential. This was because he had experienced the tempering of the blood prison pavilion, as well as the replenishment of the red liquid on the 2nd level of the blood demon mystic realm. This caused the number of essence blood in his body to far exceed that of a similar stage warrior by several times. This was also the reason why he had decided to take out 5 drops of essence blood to test it out. If it was a warrior of the same level as the stage, 5 drops of energy would have completely affected their potential and foundation. But to Chu Zhongtian, the loss of 5 drops of essence blood was still within his acceptable range. Chu Zhongtian forced out a drop of essence blood from his body and flicked it out. The essence blood that contained an infinite amount of energy landed on the gap. The gap that could barely be melted by 5 drops of ordinary blood was directly melted into a hole the size of a wash basin by the effect of a single drop of essence blood. When Chu Zhongtian saw the effect of the essence blood, his face revealed a look of joy. Then, he immediately forced out 2 more drops of essence blood and shot them into the hole just now. Under the effect of the 2nd drop of essence blood, the gap that was originally the size of a wash basin was directly torn apart, forming a gap that completely allowed an adult human to freely enter and exit. Chu Zhongtian only used 2 drops of essence blood to break through the barrier in front of him. He was delighted but also couldn't help but sigh at the power of the essence blood. Without any hesitation, he followed the crack that was melted by the essence blood and charged into the prison court's 3rd layer. When he entered the prison court's 3rd layer, he found that the formation of the prison court's 3rd layer was much simpler. On the table in the main hall there was a red statue as well as 2 jade slip. He walked straight to the red statue and carefully observed the shape of the statue, as well as the appearance of the figure. Chu Zhongtian discovered that the statue in front of him was exactly the same as the one on the 2nd floor of Blood Demon's secret realm. Chu Zhongtian looked at the red statue placed in front of him, and a serious expression flashed across his face. Because of what happened in the stone room on the 2nd floor of the Blood Demon's secret realm, he didn't dare to touch the red statue so easily in case something unexpected happened. Therefore, his attention shifted from the statue to the 2 jade slip placed below it. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to pick up the 2 jade slip placed on the table. He first took a few steps back. After avoiding the red statue, he took out a 9th grade low-rank spirit stone from the storage bag. He used the spiritual power to wrap the spirit stone and flicked the spirit stone towards the jade slip on the table. The spirit stone hit the jade slip accurately, and nothing unexpected happened. The spirit stone bounced off one of the jade slip, and the jade slip bounced back to the ground after hitting the wall. Chu Zhongtian bent down and picked up the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. He flipped it 3 times, but didn't find anything special about the jade slip. However, he remembered that the jade slip had been found within the prison court's 3rd layer. Moreover, it was placed under the mysterious red statue, so its origin must not be simple. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not mind the seemingly ordinary jade slip. Instead, he wanted to place the jade slip in the storage ring finger on his chest. However, just as Chu Zhongtian used his mind to connect with the jade slip and wanted to place it into the storage ring finger, the jade slip in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into a white energy that entered his mind through his mind. Facing the sudden change, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed. Not only did he move all the spiritual power in the Dantian, but he also connected the purple blood in his body to prevent the white energy from entering his mind and causing trouble. The unexpected change not only did not bring any trouble to Chu Zhongtian, but it also brought him a pleasant surprise. His consciousness slowly approached the white energy in his mind. When he realized that the energy was not dangerous, his consciousness directly entered the energy. After that, a paragraph of text entered his consciousness, and Chu Zhongtian began to read the content of the text. Chu Zhongtian read the content of the text. After understanding the meaning of the text, an uncontrollable joy appeared on his face, because the white energy that entered his mind just now was actually a cultivation method. The name of this cultivation method was called Taishan Heart Sutra. It was the same origin as the Taishan Heart Sutra that Chu Zhongtian cultivated. They were the same cultivation method. More importantly, Chu Zhongtian had a total of 5 levels of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method in his mind, which was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the Divine Soul period, and it had solved a huge problem for him at the moment. Because the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method in the Chu family was only at the 3rd layer, he could only use it to cultivate to the peak of the Qi transforming period. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base reached the peak of the Qi transforming period, he could only choose to find the remaining cultivation technique of the Taishan Heart Sutra, or he could change the cultivation method and choose a brand new cultivation method. Cultivating a new cultivation method wouldn't have much of an effect on him, but the process of converting energy would take a very long time. If Chu Zhongtian were to change the cultivation method at the peak of the Qi transforming period, he would need at least 3 to 5 months to adapt to the new cultivation technique and transform all the attributes of the Dantian. Only after that could he attempt to break through to the essence gathering stage. Now that Chu Zhongtian had the 2nd level of the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method, he could save at least 3 to 5 months of time. Furthermore, the speed at which the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method transformed the spiritual qi, as well as the increase in the mind state's cultivation base, had far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivation method. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to change the cultivation method so easily. Chu Zhongtian's original plan was to wait until his cultivation base broke through to the Qi transforming period. After obtaining the authority of a disciple from the inner sect, he would check the cultivation techniques in the sect, and see if there were any follow-up techniques to the Taishan Heart Sutra. If there was a cultivation technique of the Taishan Heart Sutra in the sect, then no matter how much sect contribution point he had to spend, he had to get it. If there was no cultivation technique related to the Taishan Heart Sutra, then he would consider changing the cultivation method. At this time, he did not need to waste any effort to choose a new cultivation method, and he could save a portion of the sect contribution point. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The jade slip that fell to the ground earlier contained the Taishan Heart Sutra's cultivation method. Then, what cultivation method did the jade slip that was placed on the table have? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly reached out his hand to pick up the jade slip on the table. Using the method of using his consciousness to connect with the jade slip, he began to look at the contents of the jade slip. Just as his consciousness seeped into the jade slip in his hand exploded like the first jade slip, turning into a wave of energy. The difference between this and the first jade slip was that the energy formed after the first jade slip exploded was white, seemingly gentle. After the second jade slip exploded, the energy formed was red. Red represented strange and endless variables, So when Chu Zhongtian saw the second jade slip explode and turn into red energy, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, the red energy fused with his consciousness and he could not dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as the red energy entered his mind. Since it was the truth, Chu Zhongtian could only choose to accept it. After his consciousness merged with the red energy, he began to read the words transformed from the red energy. Like reading the Taishan Heart Meridian Cultivation method, when Chu Zhongtian read the words transformed by the red energy, he also read them word by word. When Chu Zhongtian finished reading the red energy, the smile on his face was no less than the smile he had when he obtained the Taishan Heart Meridian Cultivation method. Because the information recorded in the second jade slip was a powerful and unlimited grade martial skill. The name of this martial skill was the Blood Demon Great Method. It was a martial skill that used blood to perform a martial skill. There were a total of 9 forms of the Blood Demon Great Method that had merged into his mind, but he could only read the content of the second form. The remaining 7 forms of martial skills were blocked by a special kind of forbidden force, making it impossible for him to read them for the time being. Regarding this, he did not feel very disappointed, because the 2 techniques that he read just now were enough for him to cultivate for a long period of time, and the red energy that had merged into his mind just now. Apart from the 9 martial skills of the Blood Demon Great Method, there was also a piece of information regarding medicinal pills. There was also a magic and a secret technique. As for the information regarding medicinal pills, it described the 3 medicinal pills he had obtained from the second layer of the prison court. The 3 medicinal pills were called Soul Blood Fusing Pill. According to their color, they represented the difference in the grade of the 3 medicinal pills. Chu Zhongtian took out another pill bottle from the finger of the storage ring and poured out all the medicinal pills from within the pill bottle. He closely examined the medicinal pills and finally, from the depths of the color of the medicinal pills, he could see the differences between the 3 medicinal pills. According to the information provided by the jade slip and the color of the medicinal pill itself, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the slightly lighter color was the human soul blood fusing pill, and its grade was at the lower level 7. The pill with a slightly brighter color was an earth soul blood fusing pill, and its grade was at the middle of the 7th grade. The heaven soul blood fusing pill with the most colorful color was at the highest grade, which was at the upper level 7 level. And these 3 pills were used together with the Blood Demon Great Method. The Soul Blood Fusing Pill was a top-tier pill specially prepared for the Blood Demon Great Method. Because the Blood Demon Great Method's martial skill moves were basically performed using the blood as the foundation, every time a cultivator used the Blood Demon Great Method move, he or she would use the blood as the foundation, must consume a certain amount of blood. And the blood that was consumed contained a portion of the essence blood's power, so it was very difficult to recover it in a short period of time. Low-grade level 7 human soul blood fusing pill could restore the blood that had been consumed in the shortest amount of time, as well as the essence blood in the blood, allowing a warrior to return to the peak state. The Blood Demon Great Method was a martial skill, and also an ultimate skill that could allow one to escape. Besides the 9 martial skills recorded in the Blood Demon Great Method, there was also the magic that could allow one to escape, the Blood Escape. The Blood Escape used the 8th layer of the essence blood as its foundation. In an instant, it erupted with the full power of the essence blood, allowing a martial artist to achieve instantaneous speed. The stronger a martial artist was, the stronger the energy contained within the essence blood would be, and the speed at which it would explode would be even faster. With Chu Zhongtian's current 7th layer peak of the body refining period strength, he could instantly unleash the blood escape unleashed by the 8th level of the essence blood, and his speed could reach the essence gathering stage intermediate or peak. This was definitely the best way to escape. Everything in the world was about balance. Everything had its pros and cons. The essence blood was one of the source of a martial artist's strength, and it couldn't be consumed easily. And to consume 8 layers of essence blood in one go could basically be said to cost more than half of a martial artist's life. After a martial artist used the blood escape, he would lose the ability to move for 10 days. He would become a prey waiting to be slaughtered. The Earth Soul Blood Fusing Pill was a pill that was specially refined to deal with the drawbacks of the blood escape. After a martial artist used the blood escape and consumed the Earth Soul Blood Fusing Pill, They would be able to instantly restore all of the essence blood that they had consumed, allowing them to once again be full of energy. Besides the 9 martial skills and the blood escape that was used to escape, the Blood Demon Great Method also had a powerful secret technique. This secret technique was called the Boundless Sea of Blood. If a martial artist encountered an opponent that was difficult to defeat, perhaps they would die. A warrior could burn all of his blood and use up all of his potential. It formed a boundless sea of blood. In this sea of blood, a warrior could unleash the combat strength of one great stage warrior. It was definitely a necessary method to save oneself. Since there was a reward, there must be a price to be paid. When a warrior used the boundless sea of blood and burned all the essence blood, he would become a waste that couldn't be cultivated. That was why it was called self-harming secret technique. As for the Heaven Soul Blood Fusing Pill, it was a pill that was refined to deal with this shortcoming. As long as a martial artist consumed the Heaven Soul Blood Fusing Pill, the blood that he burned and the potential that he had exhausted would be completely restored. The only drawback was that the number of soul blood fusing pill was too little. This limited the number of times he could use the secret technique, making the blood escape and boundless sea of blood useless. However, the only regret of the Blood Demon Great Method was no longer a regret for Chu Zhongtian. Because he had the ability to copy and paste, as long as he had enough spirit stones, he would be able to do so. He could have countless soul blood fusing pill, and he could use the blood escape and the boundless sea of blood many times. Of course, the soul blood fusing pill was a level 7 pill, and it was also a pill that targeted blood and potential. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to copy and paste the soul blood fusing pill, he would need a huge amount of spirit stones. This would require him to continue earning spirit stones with all his might. Chu Zhongtian put the soul blood fusing pill back into the pill bottle and carefully put it back into the storage ring's finger. Then he looked at the red statue. After some consideration, he finally decided to turn around and leave. If Chu Zhongtian hadn't obtained the 3 treasures from the second layer of the prison court, as well as the Taishan Heart Sutra and Blood Demon Great Method from the 3rd layer, he might have tried to trigger the red statue and accept the changes caused by the red statue. However, he had already obtained a lot, and it was enough for him to consume a long period of time. Therefore, he didn't want to take the risk to try out the changes caused by the red statue. Furthermore, although the red statue in front of him looked exactly the same as the statue in the 2nd layer of the Secret Realm Stone Room, he still felt that there was something strange about the statue in front of him. Following the original path, Chu Zhongtian decisively left the prison court. Just as Chu Zhongtian turned around and left, the red statue that had been placed on the table, without any movement, suddenly trembled. About 10 seconds later, the statue's eyes suddenly opened. It looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had left the prison court, and a trace of coldness flashed through its eyes. After that, the red statue slowly rose from the table and followed the stairs to the 2nd floor of the prison court. When it saw that there was nothing above the 3 tables on the 2nd floor, its eyes revealed a sinister killing intent. In the 2nd floor of the prison court, the red statue stayed for nearly a minute before finally entering the 1st floor. As the red statue entered the 1st floor, the red liquid that filled the room began to flow into the red statue. As for the statue that was originally carved out of red stone, it gradually became vivid. When all the red liquid in the 1st level of the prison court entered the statue, it was as if the entire red statue had come alive. Not only could it move freely, but it could also take the initiative to think. The living red statue appeared above the prison court. It sensed the endless blood energy in the palace and then suddenly sucked towards the sky. Boundless blood energy surged into its body. As the blood-red energy flowed into its body, the aura of the red statue became stronger and stronger. Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked at the prison court. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes. Because today's harvest from the prison court had changed his life. The strangeness of the Blood Demon Great Method would make his future life even more bloody. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not regret it at all. After leaving the prison court, Chu Zhongtian did not go to other places to search for treasures. Instead, he went straight to the main entrance of the palace. Looking at Gong Rulin and the others who had fallen into the illusion, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. Chu Zhongtian knew the 4 people who had barged into the illusion array. After all, in the valley, Dongfang Yongping had specially introduced every half-step essence gathering stage to him. The performance of the 4 people who had broken into the illusion array was different. Zhu Yan had been running around the place with all his might, as if he was searching for something. Lu Zixin sat cross-legged on the ground, showing a state of cultivation. From time to time, a look of ecstasy flashed across his face after breaking through to the stage. Chu Yunlong kept running on the same spot, bending down to pick up the items on the ground, as if there were treasures absorbing him on the ground. The performance of these 3 people could be considered normal, and it was also in line with the desire of the warriors themselves. The only thing that Chu Zhongtian did not expect was Gong Rulin. As a half-step essence gathering stage, Gong Rulin's true strength had reached the first-level essence gathering stage peak. Whether it was his strength or the mind state, both should be very high. A warrior like him had a very firm heart. It was very difficult to use the illusion array to stimulate the true thoughts in his heart. Even if he used the illusion array to stimulate the true thoughts in his heart, it would usually only be his desire for treasures, or his anticipation for the advancement of his cultivation realm. The illusion array had attracted Gong Rulin's true thoughts, but it was the most primitive instinct of humans. Chu Zhongtian looked at Gong Rulin, who was naked and crawling on the ground. He was shocked and couldn't help but turn around. After all, it was disgusting for a big man to do something like stripping naked on the ground by himself. Of course, a good show couldn't be enjoyed alone. Chu Zhongtian had to call his friends to admire it. Therefore, he took out a signal flare from the storage bag and shot it into the air. The signal flare that Chu Zhongtian shot out was a gift from the cavern that Dongfang Yongping had left behind in the secret realm of Purgatory City. It was to facilitate the communication between them. The signal flare was shot out for 20 seconds. Dongfang Yongping rushed to Chu Zhongtian's side like a gust of wind. "Junior brother Chu, are you all right?" Dongfang Yongping rushed to Chu Zhongtian's side. He looked up and down at Chu Zhongtian nervously, checking if there were any injuries on his body. "Senior brother, I'm fine. I called you here because I wanted to invite you to watch a good show." Chu Zhongtian pointed at Gong Rulin, who was in the illusion realm, and said in a strange tone. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian was touched by Dongfang Yongping's instinctive actions. He felt that everything Dongfang Yongping did was worth it. Chu Zhongtian was safe and sound. Dongfang Yongping immediately felt relieved. However, when he followed Chu Zhongtian's finger and looked at Gong Rulin, who had fallen into an illusion and had completely unleashed his primitive instinct, he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. "Junior brother Chu, are you all right?" 20 seconds after Dongfang Yongping arrived at the scene, Huang Yurong rushed to his side and asked with the same concerned expression on his face. "Senior Huang, I'm fine." Chu Zhongtian shook his head and indicated that he was fine. Although Huang Yurong arrived 20 seconds later than Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian considered that they had not known each other for long. His own strength was also weaker than Dongfang Yongping. Huang Yurong was able to leave everything behind and rush over in such a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian felt touched in his heart. "It's good that you are all right." Huang Yurong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Chu Zhongtian was safe and sound. "Senior Huang, I invited you here to watch a show." Chu Zhongtian pointed at Gong Rulin, who had fallen into the illusion, and said in a strange tone. After all, inviting a big man to watch another big man do that kind of thing was hard to say. Just like how Dongfang Yongping was shocked to the point of speechlessness after seeing Gong Rulin's ugly face, Huang Yurong also had the same reaction. His reaction was even more shocked than Dongfang Yongping's. Because they were born in different environments, the two of them had a different level of familiarity with Gong Rulin. However, Huang Yurong, who was born in the Floating Cloud sect, was very familiar with Gong Rulin, who was also born in the Floating Cloud sect. In his impression, although Gong Rulin was arrogant and conceited and selfish, he basically maintained the attitude of an expert. He also abided by the basic principles when handling matters. However, what Huang Yurong did not expect was that the stimulation of the illusion array had exposed Gong Rulin's true nature. This made him despise Gong Rulin from the bottom of his heart. "Junior brother Chu, Can you remove the illusion realm and let them return to normal? Looking at Gong Rulin's ugly actions, Dongfang Yongping finally couldn't bear to see him being humiliated like this. He begged Chu Zhongtian for help. Senior brother Dongfang is right. Junior brother Chu, quickly remove the illusion array. Huang Yurong saw that Dongfang Yongping took the initiative to ask for help from Gong Rulin, so he quickly agreed. After that, Huang Yurong said in a serious tone, Junior brother Chu, let's not talk about how Gong Rulin hasn't attacked you yet. It was because he had malicious intentions towards you. But this punishment was too cruel. It will be detrimental to your reputation in the future. When they split up to search for their own fortune, Dongfang Yongping's words had made Huang Yurong look forward to Chu Zhongtian becoming one of the 3 overlords of Floating Cloud, sect from the bottom of his heart. If he wanted to become one of the 3 overlords of the ____, he would need a certain amount of reputation in addition to powerful strength. Therefore, he didn't want Chu Zhongtian to affect his reputation because of some personal grudges. Apart from the above worries, Huang Yurong was more worried about the people behind Gong Rulin. This was because Gong Rulin's master was one of the overlords of the Floating Cloud sect. He was a man whose cultivation base had exceeded the divine soul stage. He was the one who could influence the decisions of the 3 major powers. If Chu Zhongtian offended Gong Rulin's master because of today's incident, then based on his master's personality, Chu Zhongtian's life would be in danger. Dongfang Yongping's request and the worry in Huang Yurong's eyes made Chu Zhongtian realize the seriousness of the matter. Although Gong Rulin's current ugly appearance was because of the genuine reaction in his heart, if it wasn't for the stimulation of Chu Zhongtian's illusion array, he wouldn't have exposed his true thoughts. If today's matter was leaked out, not only would others look down on Gong Rulin, they would also put a portion of the responsibility on him. Even Gong Rulin's backer would be angry at him. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian already had plans to remove the illusion array. Just as he was about to remove a portion of the illusion array, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look at the prison court in the middle of the building. A trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Senior brothers, how was your harvest? Chu Zhongtian ignored Gong Rulin and the others who were trapped in the illusion. He immediately questioned them about their harvest. Dongfang Yongping frowned slightly. Although he was not satisfied with Chu Zhongtian avoiding his request, when he thought of his own harvest, the dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated. He could not hide the happy smile on his face. I have gained a lot. This is enough to support my cultivation for a long period of time in the future. After that, Chu Zhongtian looked at Huang Yurong. Huang Yurong's reaction was exactly the same as Dongfang Yongping's, and his smile was even more brilliant. I have gained a lot. This is enough to increase my strength by several times. Since both senior brothers have gotten a bountiful harvest, we'll leave this place immediately. After we meet up with junior sister Yuner, we'll quietly wait for the Blood Demon's secret realm to close. How about it? Chu Zhongtian saw that Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong had gotten a good harvest, so he suggested leaving the palace immediately. Dongfang Yongping said reluctantly, Junior brother Chu, there is still half an hour until the closing of Secret Realm. This period of time is enough for us to gather more treasures. Why did you choose to leave all of a sudden? No one could easily give up the treasures left behind by experts. Dongfang Yongping, who had gained a lot, was no exception. He wanted more treasures that could increase his strength. Senior brother, I hope you will always remember one thing, and that is, you must not be greedy. As long as the treasures are enough for cultivation and usage, it's fine. If you obtain too many treasures, not only will it not do you no good, it might even bring you trouble. Chu Zhongtian became more and more vigilant in his heart. He didn't want to delay any longer. Therefore, he refuted Dongfang Yongping with a serious tone. Dongfang Yongping wasn't angry at Chu Zhongtian's outrageous words. Instead, he agreed with him. Whether it was in the secret realm of Purgatory City, the cavern left by the peerless experts, or the Blood Demon secret realm, all of Chu Zhongtian's arrangements had his own intentions. After the incident, it proved that his arrangements were correct. Junior brother Chu, I agree to leave now, but before I leave, can you wake them up? Before he prepared to leave the palace, Dongfang Yongping asked once again. Senior brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and agreed to Dongfang Yongping's request. After that, he circled around the place where the blood crystal was placed and took a portion of the 8th grade blood crystal. After the 365 pieces of 8th grade blood crystal were taken away, Chu Zhongtian straightened his body and nodded at Dongfang Yongping and Huang Yurong. After that, he walked out of the palace. Senior brother Dongfang, the 200 pieces of 8th grade blood crystal that I just took have weakened the power of the entire illusion array by 9 layers. In at most 3 minutes, Gong Rulin will be the first to wake up. Furthermore, he has enough time to sort out everything that has happened. After walking out of the palace, Chu Zhongtian briefly explained what he had just done to Dongfang Yongping. Junior brother Chu, you did well. Chu Zhongtian's explanation made Dongfang Yongping's eyes light up. He couldn't help but praise. Chu Zhongtian's previous actions could avoid meeting Gong Rulin, but could also get rid of his suspicion. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Dongfang Yongping's praise didn't make Chu Zhongtian happy. Instead, he turned his head to look at the palace. His expression became even more solemn. Junior brother Chu, what happened? The solemn expression on Chu Zhongtian's face was too obvious. Could be seen with just a glance. Huang Yurong, who was puzzled, asked. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and did not explain. Instead, he urged, Senior brothers, let's hurry up and leave the valley. After we meet Yun and the others, let's wait for the Blood Demon's secret realm to close. Not long after Chu Zhongtian left the palace, the red statue floating above the prison court quickly strengthened after absorbing the blood energy in the palace. 10 seconds later, the qi on the red statue had reached the qi refining stage peak qi. 30 seconds later, it had reached the body refining stage peak. 1 minute later, it had reached the peak of the qi transforming period's aura. 3 minutes later, it had reached the peak essence gathering stage. 5 minutes later, it had reached the peak of the divine soul period. At this moment, less than 1/10 of the blood-red energy in the palace had been consumed. As the red statue continued to absorb the blood-red energy in the palace, the energy in its body had already surpassed the divine soul stage, and it had reached a brand new stage. Right at this moment, the void above the palace was suddenly ripped apart by a force, and a slender hand stretched out from the crack. Looking at the big hand that appeared from the void, the red statue stopped absorbing the blood-red energy, and a serious expression emerged on its numb face. When the slender hand reached it, the red statue suddenly landed on the ground and quickly rushed towards an ancient and vigorous building. The red statue's aura surpassed the divine soul stage. Although its speed wasn't as fast as the huge hand in the sky, it was still relatively close to the ground, so it rushed into the ancient and vigorous building ahead of time. However, when it rushed into the room and looked at the empty living room in front of it, it didn't even care about the giant hand that was slapping down from the outside. It exited the room once again and confirmed its position. Who exactly took away the treasure that belongs to me? After confirming that the room he entered just now was his real target, the furious red statue suddenly roared towards the sky. Its roar was deafening, resounding through the clouds. The sound traveled through the palace to the valley, and to the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon secret stage, so much so that it could be heard throughout the entire Blood Demon secret realm. Chu Zhongtian had just met up with Yun and the others who were staying outside the valley. Before they could greet each other, the roar from the palace made him look at the palace in the valley with a strange expression. When the roar stopped, Huang Yurong looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. He finally understood why he was in such a hurry to leave the palace. Chu Zhongtian might have noticed the danger in the palace a long time ago. The furious red statue ignored the huge hand above it. A strong wave of energy rose from its body and swept across the entire palace. Then, it discovered that there was no treasure it was looking for other than a young warrior and 3 corpses at the entrance of the palace. Just as its energy wave passed through the palace and was about to scan the valley, when it scanned the entire 3rd layer of the secret realm, the giant hand in the sky suddenly sped up. It grabbed the red statue in its hand and forcefully interrupted its plan to use the divine sense to search the 3rd layer of the secret realm. I refuse to accept this. The red statue that was forcefully grabbed suddenly let out a furious roar and was brought out of the palace by the big hand. However, just as the big hand was about to leave the palace, when it saw Gong Rulin standing at the entrance like a fool, a soft sigh seemed to come from the big hand. After that, a gentle force wrapped around Gong Rulin and brought him and the red statue out of the palace and Blood Demon's secret realm. Mr. Chu, what happened in the palace? Dongfang Yuner asked with a pale face when the roars from the palace stopped. In fact, not only Dongfang Yuner's face was pale, even Chu Zhongtian was trying his best to suppress the surging blood and spiritual power in his body, trying his best to stabilize the chaotic aura. The roars that came from the palace just now contained the power of the red statue, which was beyond the divine soul stage. If it wasn't for the fact that the roar was too scattered and the palace that acted as the barrier had cancelled out most of the power, the roar just now would have killed him. Even so, Chu Zhongtian was still shaken by the power of the roar, causing his blood and qi to churn. He almost suffered a serious injury. Yun, I don't know what happened either. Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He was also very puzzled. At the entrance of the palace, in front of the illusion, the reason why he suddenly asked to leave the palace was because his super-strong sixth sense had made him vigilant, as if danger was about to descend. However, he didn't know exactly what kind of danger it was. Regarding the roar just now, he only had a vague guess. Yun, since junior brother Chu doesn't know, don't ask anymore. Dongfang Yongping recalled the power contained in the roar just now. He knew that what happened in the palace had far exceeded the limits of what the stage knew. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped Dongfang Yuner from asking any more questions. Dongfang Yongping turned his head and said with concern, Junior brother Chu, I'm afraid that the roar just now made you feel very uncomfortable. You should quickly adjust your breathing. Third layer of the Blood Demon secret stage, outside the valley. Chu Zhongtian nodded and quickly sat down with his legs crossed. He began to comb through the slightly chaotic aura in his body. Although he had already suppressed the surging blood and spiritual power in his body just now, he could only barely stabilize it. He needed to adjust his breathing a step further in order to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems. When Chu Zhongtian had just finished combing the spiritual power in his body, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the entire third layer of the Blood Demon secret stage. After that, the entire third layer of the Blood Demon secret stage shook. Everyone, don't panic. This is just a sign before the Blood Demon secret realm closes. There is no danger at all. Huang Yurong had gone through a trial in the Blood Demon secret realm. When he found out about the sudden change in third layer of the secret realm, he immediately reminded everyone loudly. Junior brother Huang is right. The shock just now was just a sign before the Blood Demon secret realm closed. So everyone just stood where they were and did not move. The power of the Blood Demon secret realm will automatically send everyone out of the secret realm and safely return to the sect. When Chu Zhongtian heard Huang Yurong and Dongfang Yongping's reminder, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He finally felt relieved. It seemed that the changes that happened during the opening of Blood Demon's secret realm did not affect the normal closing of Blood Demon's secret realm. The Blood Demon's secret realm only shook for 20 to 30 seconds. Chu Zhongtian felt a gentle force wrap around him and gently send him out. When the gentle force on his body disappeared, he opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself at the foot of the mountain outside Blood Demon's secret realm. Thousands of sect disciples had already appeared at the foot of the mountain. However, most of these disciples were only Qi refining stage janitor disciples and body refining stage outer sect disciples. As for the Qi transforming period disciples of inner sect, besides Dongfang Yongping and the others, there was only Zhang Danfeng who was not far away from them. As for Gong Rulin and Zhu Yan, none of them showed up at the scene. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that they might have died in the palace. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had used the most perfect method to deal with the threat that Gong Rulin might bring before leaving the palace, it was very difficult for him to guess what Gong Rulin was thinking. Would Gong Rulin get angry because of the ugly things that he had done? If Gong Rulin died in the palace of Blood Demon's secret realm, then the ugly things that he had done would not be exposed. Chu Zhongtian would not be implicated. When the blood demon's secret realm sent all the disciples out of the secret realm, the crack that had opened up at the waist of the mountain gradually closed up and disappeared into the mountain peak. Chu Zhongtian looked at the less than 6,000 disciples present, especially the surviving disciples, who were mostly servants and outer sect disciples with low cultivation base. He couldn't help but sigh. Every step on the path of cultivation was filled with unpredictable dangers. If a person wanted to pass through the danger safely, besides his own strength, he also needed luck. First of all, congratulations to the disciples who returned safely from Blood Demon's secret realm. Congratulations on your victory, because you were still alive. When the Blood Demon's secret realm was completely closed, Hall Lord Wu and the others who were responsible for opening the secret realm suddenly appeared in front of the mountain peak and congratulated the disciples who were standing in front of the mountain peak. Chu Zhongtian looked at Hall Lord Wu, who suddenly appeared in front of the mountain peak. His first action was to pay attention to Hall Lord Wu's expression. After all, out of the tens of thousands of disciples who had entered the Blood Demon's secret realm, less than 1/5 of them had returned safely. Furthermore, all the elite disciples of the inner sect had been wiped out. This was probably the heaviest loss that the sect had suffered in thousands of years. How would the sect react to such a huge loss? What kind of explanation would they give to the dead disciples? Unfortunately, what Chu Zhongtian saw from Hall Lord Wu's expression was only calmness, not a trace of sorrow. This made him feel the coldness of the sect towards its disciples. He also knew the current and future situation of the sect. After becoming a disciple of Floating Cloud sect, he had obtained a better cultivation environment, as well as countless resources that could improve his cultivation base and strength. More importantly, with the Floating Cloud sect as his backing, it would be safer for him to go out and cultivate. But now, it seemed like the situation wasn't what he had imagined. He had to rely on himself. Disciples, if you have any extra blood crystal, you can go to the mission hall to exchange for sect contribution point, or exchange for all kinds of resources that will help your cultivation. After you return to your respective residences, have a good rest and prepare to participate in the sect's competition 10 days later. After saying that, Hall Lord Wu turned around and left. He didn't mention any disciples who died in the secret realm, which made Chu Zhongtian feel even more cruel in the sect. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, the disciples who died in Blood Demon's secret realm by accident didn't seem to exist in the eyes of the sect. Junior brother Chu, you have been in the sect for too short a time. You do not understand the style of the sect. When you break through to the essence gathering stage and become a core disciple of the sect, you will understand the style of the sect. At that time, you won't have the thoughts you have now. After Hall Lord Wu left with his men, Dongfang Yongping found that Chu Zhongtian was deep in thought. Dongfang Yongping walked to Chu Zhongtian's side and felt the coldness coming from Chu Zhongtian's body. He quickly guessed why Chu Zhongtian would do this, so he tried to comfort him. Senior brother, I'm fine. Chu Zhongtian was mentally prepared for this kind of situation, so he quickly recovered. Seeing Chu Zhongtian quickly adjust his state of mind, Dongfang Yongping nodded secretly. Junior brother Chu, after the sex competition ends, I will go into seclusion and break through to the essence gathering stage. I will not leave the sect for a short period of time. If you want to find me, you can go to the trial peak and find Yun. She knows how to find me. Dongfang Yongping waved at Dongfang Yuner and explained his next plan. He also wanted Dongfang Yuner to be their contact. Senior brother, I got it. Chu Zhongtian nodded. After that, he parted ways with Dongfang Yongping, Huang Yurong, and the others. After personally sending Dongfang Yuner back to Trial Peak, he returned to his own Courtyard 9 in Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian returned to his bedroom and planned to have a good sleep. After all, the 15 days of training in Blood Demon's secret realm had consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy. Hidden Dragon Peak. After Chu Zhongtian finished his training in Blood Demon's secret realm, he was faced with a huge consumption of energy and stamina. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to lie on the bed and sleep well. Then, the next day, he faced his next plan in a completely new manner. Chu, come to my place. Just as he was about to wash up and go to bed to rest, Zhao Enjuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chu Zhongtian frowned, his tone full of displeasure. Elder Zhao, I just finished refining the Blood Demon's secret realm. My mind consumption is huge. At this moment, I just want to sleep well. So if you have something important to tell me, you can wait until I wake up and tell me. It's only been a few days since we last met. You have a really bad temper. Chu Zhongtian's grumble made Zhao Enjuan laugh. Then he directly threatened Chu Zhongtian. Chu, if you continue to complain, I will directly arrest you. You are very powerful. Facing Zhao Enjuan's blatant threat, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but let out a long sigh towards the sky. He pretended to be extremely reluctant and nodded in agreement. In fact, after a period of contact, Chu Zhongtian had a rough understanding of Zhao Enjuan's personality. He knew that Zhao Enjuan liked people who were carefree. If you were respectful to him, he would not give you any kind of good expression. If you were very straightforward, he might be very satisfied. Of course, the prerequisite was that the relationship between the two must be intimate to a certain extent. At the same time, you cannot go too far against his wishes. Otherwise, he could do anything. Chu Zhongtian changed into a new set of clothes and left Courtyard 9, heading towards the peak of the mountain. When he arrived at the peak of the mountain, he found that the door of the courtyard had already been opened. Since the door had already been opened, Chu Zhongtian didn't bother to seek Zhao Enjuan's opinion. He walked straight into the courtyard. He looked up and saw Zhao Enjuan sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Chu Zhongtian walked straight to Zhao Enjuan and sat down on the stone chair opposite of Zhao Enjuan. Then he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhao Enjuan saw that Chu Zhongtian was as casual as if he had returned home. He was stunned, because he found that Chu Zhongtian, who had just returned from Blood Demon's secret realm, not only had his temper gotten worse, but he had also become much bolder. However, not only did he not get angry when faced with Chu Zhongtian's straightforward personality, he even admired him a lot. However, when he saw Chu Zhongtian pouring tea and drinking water, a cunning smile flashed across his face. After pouring the tea, Chu Zhongtian held the teacup and sniffed. He discovered that the tea brewed by Zhao Enjuan was very light and did not emit any fluctuations. So he felt at ease and drank it directly. The fragrant tea entered Chu Zhongtian's body and made him feel refreshed. The tiredness caused by the Blood Demon's secret realm's refining process instantly disappeared. Good tea. He didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary tea would have such a strange effect. While Chu Zhongtian was praising the beauty of the tea leaves, he also planned to ask Zhao Enjuan for some. However, before he could ask for the tea leaves, the tea that entered his body instantly erupted with a huge amount of energy. The energy that erupted instantly rushed into his dantian and stirred the full spiritual power. The energy that erupted from the tea wrapped around the disturbed spiritual power and began to break through the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian could feel the sudden change in his body, and his expression changed. If he wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, he would have broken through in the stone room of the palace in Blood Demon's secret realm a long time ago. He wouldn't have been able to suppress it until now. Because he wanted to participate in the annual sex competition, he wanted to break into the top 10 disciples of the outer sect with his 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, and even win the championship. That was why he had been suppressing the stage. However, Chu Zhongtian was facing the massive energy that erupted from the tea and the spiritual power that was stirring the dantian to break through the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the body refining period. He couldn't control it at all. He could only watch helplessly as the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the body refining period was easily broken through by the spiritual power and the energy. Since Chu Zhongtian couldn't suppress the breakthrough of the stage, he could only give up on suppressing it and start to break through to the 8th layer of the body refining period with all his might. Zhao Enjuan originally wanted to see Chu Zhongtian make a fool of himself, but when he found out that Chu Zhongtian was using the energy contained in the tea to break through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, a shocked expression emerged on his face. The divine sense immediately covered Chu Zhongtian's body. Zhao Enjuan carefully felt Chu Zhongtian's current condition and the spiritual power circulating in his body, and the shock on his face became even stronger. 0. As a mighty warrior who had surpassed the divine soul stage, he had observed Zhao Enjuan carefully just now. He had already understood Chu Zhongtian's current condition, and he could roughly guess that Chu Zhongtian had been suppressing his stage. Otherwise, the violent spiritual power in his dantian wouldn't be so violent. Zhao Enjuan couldn't be described as surprised that Chu Zhongtian was still able to make a quick breakthrough in his stage, while he was in the blood demon's secret realm. At this moment, there was a trace of anticipation in Zhao Enjuan's eyes as he looked at Chu Zhongtian. The spiritual power in Chu Zhongtian's dantian was enough to break through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, and the energy contained in the tea was far greater than the dantian's spiritual power. Not only did it help him break through to the 8th layer of the body refining period smoothly, the remaining energy had also allowed him to break through to the late 8th layer of the body refining period. Only then did he manage to exhaust all of his energy. Chu Zhongtian originally wanted to wait until the spiritual power in the dantian calmed down and start consolidating his cultivation after his breakthrough. At this moment, an even purer energy poured into his body. It caused the spiritual power, which had calmed down, to become restless once again, and brought his stage to a new level. It was only after Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base reached the 8th layer peak of the body refining period that the pure energy that rushed into his body stopped pouring into his body. Chu Zhongtian exhaled a mouthful of foul air from his chest. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Enjuan with a complicated expression. After that, he opened his eyes again and began to consolidate his cultivation base. Although there were plenty of spiritual qi in the courtyard where Zhao Enjuan lived, it was very suitable for consolidating the stage after breaking through. However, Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the minor stage this time. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation after breaking through 3 small stages. It would take a certain amount of time, so he simply consolidated his cultivation before opening his eyes again. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the look of anticipation on Zhao Enjuan's face. What he was going to say next wasn't the thanks that Zhao Enjuan was looking forward to. Elder Zhao, I really don't know whether to thank you or complain to you. Chu, you were able to break through to the minor stage in such a short period of time. Most of it was because of me. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Zhao Enjuan was very dissatisfied with what Chu Zhongtian said. He couldn't help but retort. Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. Since the incident has already happened, I can only accept it. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about Zhao Enjuan's retort. Zhao Enjuan did not get Chu Zhongtian's thanks. He was so angry that he did not know what to say. Elder Zhao, you asked me to come here. Do you have something important to tell me? Chu Zhongtian said as if he didn't see how angry Zhao Enjuan was. Zhao Enjuan stood up and pointed at Chu Zhongtian angrily, but he still didn't know what to say. Elder Zhao, don't be so angry. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Seeing Zhao Enjuan really angry, Chu Zhongtian quickly invited him to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. Chu, after experiencing the blood demon's secret realm's refinement, I found that you have changed a lot. Zhao Enjuan took the tea from Chu Zhongtian, but did not drink it. He put the tea on the table and looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. Perhaps it is because of the advancement of the mind state, or perhaps it is because of the cruelty of blood demon's secret realm. Some of my original ideas have changed. Chu Zhongtian sat on the stone chair and sighed. The reason why his mentality had changed was not only because of the cruelty of the blood demon's secret realm, but also because of the coldness of the sect. It made him feel sad. Chu, I called you here because I want to know more about the situation in the blood demon's secret realm. Chu Zhongtian's sudden depressed mood made Zhao Enjuan realize that something big must have happened in blood demon's secret realm. Chu Zhongtian didn't hide anything from Zhao Enjuan, and told him everything that happened in blood demon's secret realm. He even told Zhao Enjuan about the sect's cold and indifferent behavior. After Zhao Enjuan heard Chu Zhongtian's story, he fell into deep thought. Zhao Enjuan did not think that the seemingly cunning Chu Zhongtian would actually believe him so much. Not only did Chu Zhongtian tell Zhao Enjuan everything he had experienced, he did not even hide the storage ring finger, Taishan Heart Sutra, and blood demon great method that he had obtained. Zhao Enjuan looked at the gloomy Chu Zhongtian and suddenly had a thought. He took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the thought that had just occurred in his mind. After that, he closed his eyes and tapped the stone table with his index finger. He began to analyze what had happened in Blood Demon's secret realm. Zhao Enjuan was in deep thought for more than 10 minutes. He opened his eyes and looked into the depths of the floating cloud sect. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. After that, he looked at Chu Zhongtian. The coldness in his eyes instantly became gentle. Chu, you are only 17 years old this year. You have too little experience and knowledge. You don't understand the cruelty of this world. When your cultivation base rises in the future, you will understand what the sect is doing right now. Zhao Enjuan only expressed his opinion on what the sect was doing. He advised Chu Zhongtian not to misunderstand what the sect was doing. I know. Chu Zhongtian was depressed, perhaps because of his experience as a transmigrator. His experience in his previous life made him unable to accept the sect's indifference for a short period of time. But some of the sect's actions, he could understand some of it. As for Gong Rulin and the threat of his backer, you don't have to take it to heart. If they dare to cause trouble for you, I will definitely eliminate them. As for Chu Zhongtian's worries about Gong Rulin's threat, Zhao Enjuan didn't put them in his eyes at all. The way he solved the problem was filled with killing intent. Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhao Enjuan wasn't afraid of Gong Rulin and his backer. Once again, he realized that he couldn't see through Zhao Enjuan. According to Huang Yurong's description, Gong Rulin's master was an almighty expert whose cultivation base was above the divine soul stage. He was also one of the major powers of Floating Cloud sect, and Zhao Enjuan didn't fear a man like him at all. Could it be that his strength had already surpassed the stage? Chu, you have just broken through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, and your stage has yet to be consolidated. Just now, your emotions had been stirred up, and it had affected your stage after breaking through. Therefore, what you need to do now is to return to the Courtyard 9 and adjust your state of mind. Consolidate your cultivation. Chu Zhongtian's eyes were filled with doubt. Zhao Enjuan knew that he had started to doubt his own identity, but Zhao Enjuan didn't want to have any influence on him because of his identity, so he started to chase him away. Chu Zhongtian nodded and got up, preparing to leave. Chu Zhongtian's understanding of the stage wasn't any worse than Zhao Enjuan's. He also knew that his emotional ups and downs just now had caused the spiritual power, which had yet to fully control its power, to become somewhat agitated. He had to adjust his state of mind immediately and consolidate his cultivation base after the breakthrough. You can go. Zhao Enjuan saw Chu Zhongtian getting up and was about to leave. He did not have any intention to keep Chu Zhongtian. By the way, I almost forgot. Chu Zhongtian, who had already turned around and left, suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned around and said with a flattering tone, 5. Elder Zhao, your strength makes me admire you very much. My admiration for you is like the endless waves of the river, but also like the overflow of the sea. It cannot be stopped. Chu, if you have something to say, say it. Chu Zhongtian's sudden change in attitude and excessive praise made Zhao Enjuan realize that Chu Zhongtian might have other requests. So he cautiously interrupted Chu Zhongtian's flattery. Elder Zhao, the 3 life-saving jade pendants you gave me back then. One was used in Purgatory City, and the other was given to the most important woman in my life. Now, I only have 1 life-saving jade pendant left, so I hope you can give me another 20 life-saving jade pendants. In case of an emergency. What? You want 20 life-saving jade pendants? When Chu Zhongtian heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted 20 life-saving jade pendants in one breath, his gentle attitude towards Chu Zhongtian instantly turned into anger. Don't talk about 20 life-saving jade pendants. I won't give you a single one. Get out of the courtyard now. Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. The furious Zhao Enjuan waved his hand and sent Chu Zhongtian back to Courtyard 9 with a powerful force. Chu Zhongtian found out that he had returned to Courtyard 9 in an instant. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. In his heart, he despised Zhao Enjuan's stinginess. After finishing his training in Blood Demon's secret realm, he originally planned to return to his bedroom to rest. However, His cultivation base had unexpectedly broken through to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. He urgently needed to consolidate his cultivation base. Helpless, he could only enter the cultivation chamber to consolidate his cultivation base. After the battle in the Blood Demon's secret realm, the trial peak suddenly became much quieter. The number of disciples who frequented the mission hall in the past had decreased significantly, which made the disciples in charge of the mission hall feel slightly uncomfortable. However, the silence did not last for long. 5 days later, the trial peak suddenly became busy. Many disciples who rarely showed themselves returned to their sects in a hurry. Most of the disciples who returned to their sects at this time were at the high rank of the body refining period, and some of them were even at the half-step chi transforming period. The reason why these disciples of the outer sect chose this time to return to their sects was because they wanted to participate in the once-every-year sex competition of the Floating Cloud sect. The disciples could choose not to participate in the trial in the Blood Demon's secret realm. So many disciples with high cultivation bases and no lack of cultivation resources were unwilling to take the risk. However, the sex competition was different. According to the rules of the Floating Cloud sect, whether it was the disciples who went out for the trial or the disciples who went into secluded cultivation, they had to participate in the trial in the sex competition. If any of the disciples were absent for no reason, he would be severely punished. Therefore, all the disciples would gather in their sects and prepare for the sex competition. Besides the rules of the sect, the rewards of sex competition were also very attractive. These rewards included spirit stones, pills, spirit fruit, and sect contribution point. Especially the top 10 disciples of the stage, the rewards they received were even more shocking. 5 days later, in Trial Peak, in front of the entrance of the outer sect's female disciples' dormitory, Chu Zhongtian looked at the female disciples who were constantly entering and exiting the dormitory, and an awkward expression emerged on his face. 5 days ago, with the help of several thousand 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and over 1,000 level 9 blood crystal, he had successfully consolidated his cultivation base. Even his mind state cultivation base had advanced to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. He considered the sex competition that he was going to participate in next. When he was duplicating a large number of pills that could increase his potential, he suddenly thought of Dongfang Yuner. Although Dongfang Yuner's cultivation base was only at the 3rd layer of the body refining period, the once-a-year sex competition was different from the secret realm. The secret realm was a place where life was in danger, and the sex competition was a competition between disciples of different strengths. Through the competition with different disciples, the disciples could improve their strength. At the same time, the sex competition was not in any danger of losing their lives. This was definitely a good opportunity to improve their strength. Chu Zhongtian considered Dongfang Yuner's current cultivation base. He had used more than 10,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stones. He duplicated an upper rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit and a portion of the pills. He planned to help Dongfang Yuner increase her strength by a portion, so that she could gain more combat experience in the sex competition. Although Chu Zhongtian had sent Dongfang Yuner back to the dormitory, he had never really entered the place where the female disciples lived. He did not know the exact location of Dongfang Yuner's residence, so he did not dare to barge in. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding. Chu Zhongtian looked at the female disciples who were coming in and out. They were pointing at him, making him feel uncomfortable. At the same time, it reminded him of the time when he was in front of the girls' dormitory when he was in university. Back then, Chu Zhongtian chased after a girl who had a shocking appearance. He had once done a crazy thing in front of the girls' dormitory, which was to place 111 red candles to show his love for her. However, the result he obtained was unsatisfactory, as well as the mockery and ridicule of countless girls. This made Chu Zhongtian want to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. At the same time, the humiliation he had suffered made him have a strong dislike and vigilance towards the girls' dormitory. Ever since Chu Zhongtian experienced that experience, every time he passed by the girls' dormitory, he would either lower his head and quickly pass through, or take a detour. He definitely wouldn't dare to stay in front of the girls' dormitory. Thus, in the face of so many girls' discussions, he really wanted to turn around and leave this place. The awkward situation made Chu Zhongtian more and more uncomfortable. He thought to himself that he should go to the place where the boys lived and find the people of Dongfang Yun'er's family, and ask them to help him call Dongfang Yun'er. Senior brother Chu, why are you here? When Chu Zhongtian thought of this, he immediately turned around. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a surprised voice behind him. When Chu Zhongtian heard that voice, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. He could not help but turn his head around and surprisingly found that the person who came was the beautiful Zhang Qian, who had formed a friendship with him when he participated in the disciple test. It had only been 2 months since the end of the disciple test. Zhang Qian, who was originally only at the first layer of the body refining period, had now advanced to the second layer of the body refining period peak. Compared to the disciples who had passed the test in the same batch, Zhang Qian's cultivation speed was already very outstanding. However, compared to Chu Zhongtian, the difference was not small. 0. Zhang Qian, long time no see. Being able to meet a friend who could resolve the awkwardness in such an awkward situation, Chu Zhongtian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Senior brother Chu, you are now in the limelight. You have made friends with many powerful disciples of the inner sect. Your cultivation base has already far exceeded ours. Zhang Qian hadn't seen her good friend for a long time. It was worth it for her to be happy to meet Chu Zhongtian. However, besides being happy, she could not help but feel a trace of melancholy and jealousy in her heart. Zhang Qian was worried because before she entered the floating cloud sect, she had the level 7 cultivation talent and her fairy-like appearance. She was the most outstanding genius and beauty in her family and kingdom, and the number of people who loved her couldn't be counted. This was also the reason why she was so arrogant and cold. After Zhang Qian entered the floating cloud sect, she found that the advantage she had disappeared in an instant. The level 7 cultivation talent she had was only below the intermediate level, and her first layer of the body refining period cultivation was at the bottom of the list. The only thing she has an advantage over is her slightly outstanding appearance. However, not only did her outstanding appearance not bring any help to her cultivation, it even brought her a lot of trouble. On the 10th day after she passed the test and entered the floating cloud sect, a senior disciple of the 10th level perfection took a fancy to her and insisted on taking her as his concubine. This made Zhang Qian extremely angry. First of all, she didn't think much of that senior disciple who was at the 10th level of the body refining stage. Even if she was forced to agree to his request in the end, it was impossible for her to agree to be his concubine. This was not only an insult to her, but also an insult to the family behind her. She was very jealous of Dongfang Yun. Ever since she entered the floating cloud sect, Zhang Qian found that her level 7 cultivation talent could only be considered average. In order to not fall behind others, she also wanted to quickly increase her cultivation base and get rid of that senior brother's threat. Apart from desperately cultivating, she also took the risk to participate in some of the training. To Zhang Qian, the Blood Devil's secret realm that opened once every 3 years was an opportunity that changed her fate. Even if her cultivation base was only at the 2nd grade peak of body refining stage, she still chose to take the risk. It was also because of this that she, who was staying in the disciples' area of outer sect, saw Chu Zhongtian's unexpected appearance. She saw the intimacy between him and Dongfang Yun, and the friendship between him and the disciples of the inner sect. At the same time, she also saw his magnificent feat of sweeping away all the blood demons. Chu Zhongtian, who was originally only at the 10th level of the refinement stage, had an amazing performance in the 3rd round of the disciple test. Zhang Qian had a good impression of him. Otherwise, how could she, who was a proud person, be willing to put down her cold arrogance and take the initiative to approach him? In less than 2 months after entering the sect, not only had Chu Zhongtian's cultivation caught up to her, but also her. This caused Zhang Qian's favorable impression to instantly turn into a trace of worship and adoration. This was also the reason why she was jealous of Dongfang Yun. Facing the teasing of his friend, Chu Zhongtian picked up the bangs on his forehead and used this opportunity to cover up his embarrassing state, because he did not know what to say. Senior Chu, you are a cultivation maniac who devoted your heart to cultivation. You are not cultivating in your residence right now. Why would you come to the girls' dormitory? The melancholy and jealousy she had felt earlier had only been a momentary emotional expression on her face. She quickly recovered. Junior sister Zhang, can I trouble you with one thing? Although his relationship with Dongfang Yun had reached a level where both of them knew each other, they had not confessed to each other yet. So he did not want others to know about their relationship for the time being. Senior Chu, if there is anything you need to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. After adjusting her state of mind, the intelligent Zhang Qian quickly realized that Chu Zhongtian was very likely the best candidate to solve her current problem. Therefore, her attitude towards Chu Zhongtian was even more enthusiastic than before. Can I trouble you to help me call junior sister Dongfang over? No problem. It just so happens that I know where senior sister Dongfang lives. Before the opening of the Blood Devil's secret realm, the intimacy between Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yun had made Zhang Qian realize the unusual relationship between them, so he must have come here to find Dongfang Yun. Senior brother Chu, wait a moment. Zhang Qian nodded at Chu Zhongtian, then turned around and entered the girls' dormitory. Not long after, Dongfang Yun rushed out of the girls' dormitory like a cool breeze. Seeing Chu Zhongtian standing at the door, Dongfang Yun's face revealed a surprised expression. But when she saw the girls pointing around, she immediately stopped and shyly pinched the corner of her skirt, looking very embarrassed. Junior sister Dongfang, let's go somewhere else. Because of Dongfang Yun's appearance, most of the girls who entered and exited the girls' dormitory stopped their feet and paid attention to Dongfang Yun and Chu Zhongtian. This made him want to leave this place as soon as possible. Junior sister Zhang, thank you very much. After Chu Zhongtian thanked Zhang Qian, who was standing beside him, he quickly took Dongfang Yun and left the girls' dormitory. Because it was near the great sect competition, the trial peak was very lively. It was not easy to find a quiet place. Yun, the great sect competition is in 5 days. What level are you at now? They searched around the refining peak for more than half an hour before finally finding a quiet place. He directly checked her true strength. Mr. Chu, I am now a 3rd level body refining stage peak. In 3 days I will be able to break through to the 4th level of body refining. If I use some of the martial skills and secret technique from the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, my strength should be about the same as the 4th level of body refining. Dongfang Yun honestly answered Chu Zhongtian's question. When the two of them were alone, Chu Zhongtian did not have the gentleness between lovers. Although Dongfang Yun felt a little sad in her heart, she was not angry, because in this world, only when you have strong strength can you do whatever you want. After she returned to Trial Peak, Dongfang Yongping had once talked to her alone once. The content of the conversation was about her and Chu Zhongtian. Dongfang Yongping clearly pointed out that if the two of them wanted to be together, Chu Zhongtian's strength must be at a level where even the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty attached importance to him. Only then would their parents be able to agree to let the two of them truly be together. Apart from that, Dongfang Yun also had to work hard in her cultivation. Because the more outstanding Chu Zhongtian's performance was, the more attention it would attract. At that time, there would definitely be many beautiful women who would fall in love with Chu Zhongtian. If the gap between her cultivation base and Chu Zhongtian grew bigger and bigger, even if Chu Zhongtian was willing to be with her, his family's elders, as well as the voices of doubt from the outside world, would put a lot of pressure on him. Under the pressure of doubt from the outside world, the two of them would eventually compromise. Because of this, Dongfang Yun was under a lot of pressure and started to work hard in her cultivation. In less than 5 days after the end of the Blood Devil's secret realm, her cultivation base had already reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head in satisfaction. In 5 days, her cultivation base had increased by nearly 2 small stages. This was enough to show Dongfang Yun's recent hard work. Yun, this is a high-grade 9th grade black dragon fruit. It was obtained by accident when we were refining in the Purgatory City's secret realm. With my current stage and potential, I don't need this black dragon fruit anymore. This black dragon fruit is suitable for you to use to break through the stage and further increase your potential. Chu Zhongtian took out a box made of sandalwood from his storage bag. He handed the box to Dongfang Yun while introducing the treasures in the box. Giving away an upper-rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit was the only treasure Chu Zhongtian could take out at this moment. In fact, among the treasures that Chu Zhongtian possessed, there was a treasure that was far more valuable than the profound dragon fruit. That treasure was also the most suitable to be given to Dongfang Yuner. That treasure was one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, the human spiritual root. However, through Elder Huang and Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian knew that the human spiritual root was extremely precious, and it was a unique existence in the world. If Chu Zhongtian duplicated and pasted the human spiritual root and gave it to Dongfang Yuner, if she leaked this matter, or if some experts used the aura to judge the human spiritual root, perhaps everyone would suspect that he had a treasure that could replicate a treasure. For the sake of his own safety, Chu Zhongtian would temporarily not paste a unique treasure in this world. Mr. Chu, the profound dragon fruit belongs to an upper-rank 9th grade spirit fruit. It's too precious. I can't accept it. Dongfang Yuner reached out and took the box made from incense. She wanted to open the box and see what kind of gift Chu Zhongtian would give her. But after she heard his introduction, her desire to open the box was immediately extinguished. She also handed the box in her hand to him and expressed that she absolutely could not accept it. As a princess who came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner had received many types of training since she was young. She also had a lot of knowledge about medicinal herbs and spirit fruit. She knew the effects of an upper-rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit and its preciousness. If not for the fact that the profound dragon fruit was only effective against body-refining stage warriors, its grade would definitely be at least at the upper-rank 8th grade. The profound dragon fruit was a heaven-defying treasure, and only Chu Zhongtian could use it. Only Chu Zhongtian could use it to its full potential. Yun, I remember telling you this before. Although I came from a level 8 family, my bones are filled with patriotism. I hope that my woman will absolutely listen to all my arrangements. I can't tolerate any rebuttal. Chu Zhongtian saw that Dongfang Yuner refused to accept the profound dragon fruit, and his brows slightly furrowed. Although Chu Zhongtian knew that Dongfang Yuner refused to accept the profound dragon fruit because she wanted him to consume it to increase his strength, he had already consumed the profound dragon fruit once. If he continued to consume it, not only would it not have any effect, the 2 profound yang qi would even cause a sudden surge in his body, causing the profound dragon fruit to lose its effect completely. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only use words that seemed like he was occupying it, but in reality, he had no choice but to use those words to make Dongfang Yuner accept the profound dragon fruit. Dongfang Yuner saw Chu Zhongtian's clear attitude and did not know what to say. She just raised the box and froze in midair. Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to Dongfang Yuner's stunned actions. He took out a portion of the storage bag's medicinal pill to increase his potential and handed it to Dongfang Yuner. He said with a firm tone, Yun, these are some medicinal pills that can increase one's potential. Put them away first. Dongfang Yuner had yet to decide whether she would accept the precious profound dragon fruit when Chu Zhongtian took out a medicinal pill that could increase one's potential. This caused a warm feeling to rise up in her heart. She gripped the box tightly with her right hand. She threw herself into Chu Zhongtian's arms. Mr. Chu, I'll accept the profound dragon fruit. I'll accept all the medicinal pills you've given me. I'll do my best to cultivate, and try to catch up to you as soon as possible. Chu Zhongtian saw Dongfang Yuner, who took the initiative to jump into his arms. He was stunned at first. He turned his eyes and knew why she lost control of her emotions. So he just reached out and patted her shoulder without saying anything. Senior brother, which senior brother do you think will win the great sect competition this time? Just as Chu Zhongtian was enjoying Dongfang Yuner's hug, a conversation suddenly came from not far away and interrupted the warmth between the two. Mr. Chu. Dongfang Yuner heard someone approaching and immediately left Chu Zhongtian's embrace. She also put the profound dragon fruit and the pills to increase her potential into her own storage bag. Yun, the pills I gave you just now are basically used to increase your potential. Chu Zhongtian did not want others to see the two of them staying together alone, so he pulled Dongfang Yuner towards the girls' dormitory. As he walked, he introduced the things she needed to pay attention to during the next practice. After you return to your room, there is no need to rush to break through to the fourth layer of the body refining period. First, use the pill to increase your potential to the limit, then break through to the fourth layer of the body refining period. Dongfang Yuner nodded. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Secret Cultivation Room. After sending Dongfang Yuner back to the girls' dormitory, Chu Zhongtian did not go anywhere else and directly returned to Courtyard 9. The four great secret realm in Trial Peak basically had no effect on him. Moreover, it had been 5 days since Blood Demon Secret Realm closed. The promise that he promised to give Zhang Xing a portion of the blood crystal had not been fulfilled. He also wanted to see if Zhang Xing could find a suitable pill for high rank of the body refining period. As his cultivation base broke through to 8th layer of the body refining period, he had basically used up all the pills he had accumulated in the early stages. If he didn't have a large number of pills to aid him in his cultivation, it would take him at least half a year to advance his cultivation base to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period stage. This was too long for Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he needed to find some suitable pills for high rank of the body refining period so that the duplication and pace program he had would play a huge role. At the same time, he needed a quiet environment to think about his current strength and means. 5 days later, it would be the annual sex competition. Apart from completing the bet between him and Zhao Enjuan, he also wanted to make use of this opportunity to enter the eyes of the higher-ups of the sect. This would also be beneficial to his next plan. Chu Zhongtian knew that with his 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base and the characteristics of his attributes, his strength could barely reach the first level qi transforming period. Now, his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th layer of the body refining period, and he had also advanced to the peak stage. His strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to the 7th layer of the body refining period stage. However, considering that the weapon master of the qi transforming period used was a spirit weapon, Chu Zhongtian felt that his current strength was at most at the first level qi transforming period peak. He was absolutely not a match for a second layer of the qi transforming period warrior. The annual sex competition was a competition between different stage disciples. In other words, the opponent he needed to challenge was only a body refining stage disciple. Then, his true strength would still have an advantage. The only thing he needed to worry about was the disadvantage of his weapon. If his cultivation base didn't break through to the qi transforming period, his weapon wouldn't be able to break through to the spirit weapon realm. Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered that he actually had a spirit weapon. He accidentally found a storage bag in the Jade White Python's cave, and within that storage bag was a spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian hurriedly checked the storage bag. Because he had a much bigger spatial storage bag, he directly stored all of the items into the storage bag. He did not arrange the items inside the storage bag, so he spent some effort to finally find the black stick in a corner. Chu Zhongtian took out the black staff from the storage bag and held it tightly in his hand. The spirit weapon was master of the qi transforming period's exclusive weapon. Because the power master of the qi transforming period used was the vital spirit, only the vital spirit could truly activate the spirit weapon and unleash its true power. The strength used by a body refining stage was the spiritual power. Although the spiritual power was not as powerful as the vital spirit, it could still barely control the spirit weapon and unleash a portion of its power. Chu Zhongtian transferred 30% of the spiritual power into the black staff, but the black staff did not react at all. Chu Zhongtian transferred nearly 60% of the spiritual power into the black staff, but the black staff remained motionless. At this time, Chu Zhongtian's expression became serious, because he clearly remembered that when he participated in the hunting competition held in Qi country, Qi Yilong had obtained a sword-shaped spirit weapon. With Qi Yilong's Qi refining level 7 cultivation base, he could barely control a trace of the spirit weapon's power. Why couldn't he use this spirit weapon with his 8th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base? Chu Zhongtian immediately activated all the spiritual power in the Dantian and injected them into the black staff. He looked at the black staff expectantly. However, the black staff still did not have the slightest reaction. This made Chu Zhongtian feel that this black staff was not as simple as he had imagined. It was very likely that it was not a low-grade spirit weapon, but a mid-level spirit weapon, or even a top-grade spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian should have been very happy, but not only did he not have a smile on his face, he was actually very sad. If he couldn't use its power, then its value wouldn't even be comparable to an ordinary weapon. He gave up the idea of using the spirit weapon in the sex competition. However, he considered the possibility that the black staff was a mid-level or even a top-grade spirit weapon. He didn't put the black staff back into the storage bag, but placed it into the storage ring finger on his chest. However, what Chu Zhongtian didn't notice was that a white strange beast suddenly opened its eyes in a drawing in the storage ring finger. When it looked at the black staff, there was a trace of joy and reluctance in its eyes. If he encountered an opponent with a spirit weapon in the sex competition, he could only rely on his martial skills and attributes to fight. Therefore, in the next 5 days, besides continuing to absorb the spiritual qi to increase his cultivation base, he also had to practice all kinds of martial skills. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian also used this period of time to practice the Blood Demon Great Method that he had obtained from the third-layer prison court. After Chu Zhongtian finished arranging his next cultivation plan, he got up and left the secret realm. He left the courtyard 9 and arrived in front of the mansion number 7, which was Zhang Xing's courtyard. Chu Zhongtian knocked on the door for a while, but no sound came from the courtyard. Helpless, he could only leave a message to Zhang Xing, telling him that he had safely finished his cultivation in the Blood Demon secret realm. As for the gift of the blood crystal, Chu Zhongtian did not mention anything about it. After all, the alchemists in the sect were all waiting anxiously in the mission hall, fighting over the blood crystal in the hands of those disciples who came to exchange for the sect contribution point and cultivation resources. In the past, these alchemists with high status would never personally go to the mission hall, let alone the mission hall used by the service disciples and outer sect disciples. Because every time the blood demon secret realm was opened, there would be many powerful disciples of the inner sect. They would also obtain different grades of blood crystal, excluding the 8th grade blood crystal that could increase the cultivation of their mind state. For example, level 9 and level 10 blood crystal would basically be taken to the mission hall. In exchange for the sect contribution point, these alchemists only needed to consume their own sect contribution point. They could easily exchange for blood crystal. However, the unforeseen event that occurred after the opening of the blood demon secret realm, almost all the disciples of the inner sect were wiped out. There were no disciples of the inner sect who went to the mission hall to exchange for the blood crystal. The alchemists in the sect had no choice but to come to the mission hall in the trial peak. They wanted to get the rare blood crystal first. In order to avoid stimulating those alchemists who desired the blood crystal, Chu Zhongtian would not leave behind any words regarding the blood crystal. Time passed like water. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Chu Zhongtian finished his cultivation, he packed up and left courtyard 9. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at mansion number 7, which was still tightly shut. A trace of worry flashed across his face. 5 days had passed, but Zhang Xing still hadn't returned to the mansion number 7. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but worry if something had happened to Zhang Xing. This was because the annual sex competition would never allow any disciple to be absent. No matter how strong your background was, you couldn't break the rules of the sect. It had been less than 2 hours since the official start of the sex competition, but Zhang Xing still hadn't appeared. If it wasn't for an accident, it was impossible that he wouldn't appear at this moment. Chu Zhongtian looked at the tightly shut mansion number 7 and couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of whether Zhang Xing had an accident or not, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help him. He could only pray for him in his heart, praying that he could turn misfortune into fortune. Just as Chu Zhongtian turned around and was about to leave, the gate of mansion number 1, mansion number 2, mansion number 3 and mansion number 5 was opened at the same time. Wang Fuqi, Lin Dong and the other 4 elite disciples walked out of the courtyard at the same time. This time it's weird. During the opening of the Blood Demon Secret Realm, of the 6 people who participated in the elite disciple training program, other than Zhang Xing who voluntarily withdrew, the remaining 5 would participate in the training of the Blood Demon Secret Realm. The sudden change in the Blood Demon Secret Realm had caused nearly all the disciples of the inner sect to be wiped out. The service disciples and disciples of the outer sect had also suffered heavy losses. However, the 5 elite disciples of the Hidden Dragon Peak, including Chu Zhongtian, didn't suffer any casualties. In fact, every single one of them had a pretty good harvest. Before Wang Fuqi entered the Blood Demon Secret Realm, his cultivation base was at the 6th layer of the Body Refining Period peak. At this moment, he had broken through to the 8th layer of the Body Refining Period, and was only a step away from the peak stage. The speed at which his cultivation base rose was absolutely astonishing. There was also Lin Dong, whose talent and strength weren't any weaker than Wang Fuqi's. Before entering the Blood Demon Secret Realm, his cultivation base was at the early 6th layer of the Body Refining Period, and now he had broken through to the 7th layer peak of the Body Refining Period. Out of the remaining 3 elite disciples, each of them had more or less broken through to the minor stage. The reason why Wang Fuqi was able to break through in a short period of time was not only because of his own talent, but also because of the pressure given by Chu Zhongtian. Before the opening of the Blood Demon's Secret Realm, Chu Zhongtian's performance had deeply provoked Wang Fuqi. This made Wang Fuqi, who had always been proud of himself as the number 1 disciple in the new disciples, unable to bear it. After Huangfu had entered the Blood Demon's Secret Realm, he had joined hands with Lin Dong and the others who had entered the Secret Realm due to some unforeseen circumstances. Not only did they hunt level 9 Blood Devil crazily, they also didn't let go of their fellow disciples. Wang Fuqi was a genius who could surpass 4 minor stage geniuses. Lin Dong and the other 2 were also geniuses who could surpass 2 to 3 minor stage geniuses. With their combined strength, they could almost sweep across the entire 2nd layer of the Secret Realm. If it wasn't for the incident that happened on the 2nd level of the Blood Devil Secret Realm, which caused some of the body refining stage disciples who entered the 2nd layer of the Secret Realm to accidentally enter the 3rd layer of the Secret Realm, Wang Fuqi's harvest would be even greater. Perhaps his cultivation base would be even stronger. It was precisely Wang Fuqi and the others' crazy actions that allowed them to harvest a large amount of blood crystal at the same time. At the same time, their own strength would also increase crazily. Otherwise, the 4 of them wouldn't have been able to increase their cultivation base by at least 1 minor stage in just 20 days. Wang Fuqi looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had left the courtyard ahead of time. At first, he revealed a hint of provocation. He had the thought of fighting Chu Zhongtian before he left the sex competition. However, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian had already reached the 8th layer peak, his facial expression instantly turned ugly. Lin Dong had the same expression. Initially, Wang Fuqi thought that he would be able to defeat Chu Zhongtian easily when he reached the 8th level of body refinement. He wanted to let him experience the feeling of being insulted back then. But now, he saw that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already surpassed his own. Wang Fuqi felt a trace of fear in his heart. The reason why Wang Fuqi felt fear in his heart was not only because Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was higher than his, but also because he was afraid of Chu Zhongtian's astonishing speed of improvement. Back then, Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi participated in the disciple test together. When he participated in the disciple test, Wang Fuqi had already reached the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation had just reached the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period, the gap between the 2 of them. Although it couldn't be described as the difference between heaven and earth, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as huge. Less than 3 months had passed since the end of the disciple test, but Chu Zhongtian had already surpassed Wang Fuqi. This shocked him greatly, and it also made him regret offending Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wang Fuqi and the others who had walked out of the courtyard. He didn't have any intention of talking to them. He just gave them a cold glance, then turned around and left, heading towards Trial Peak. The annual sex competition was held according to different stage. Therefore, the venue for the competition between the service disciples and outer sect disciples was in Trial Peak. Not only was Trial Peak tall, but it was also big enough. Otherwise, the Trial Peak wouldn't be able to accommodate more than 100,000 service disciples and disciples of the outer sect at the same time. Moreover, there were different secret realm and halls on the mountain peak. The peak of the Trial Peak had always been a restricted area for service disciples and outer sect disciples. Normally, they wouldn't be able to enter the peak as they pleased. This was because the peak of the trial peak was a place specially prepared by the sex competition every year. The usually quiet peak had already become lively after the official start of the sex competition. In the center of the summit stood 100 different-sized arena. There were a total of 30 arena with a diameter of 10 meters, and a total of 70 arena with a diameter of 20 meters. The arena with a diameter of 10 meters was used by Qi refining stage mixed disciples, while the arena with a diameter of 20 meters was used by body refining stage outer sect disciples. As one of the 9 overlords of Southern Domain, Floating Cloud Sect was a holy land in the hearts of countless genius disciples. All disciples who had reached the level 8 and above wanted to enter the Floating Cloud Sect and become a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect. At this moment, the number of body refining stage disciples in the trial peak far exceeded the number of Qi refining stage service disciples. Chu Zhongtian slowly climbed up the mountain peak. While he was climbing, there were a few high rank of the body refining period disciples who surpassed him from time to time. Along the way, Chu Zhongtian even encountered over 30 half-step Qi transforming period disciples. Although these half-step Qi transforming period disciples had withdrawn their spirit, Qi and energy with his sensitive senses, he still discovered that there was still a long way to go before they reached the first level of the Qi transforming period. In other words, these seemingly arrogant half-step Qi transforming period warriors were basically no match for him. Perhaps only the strongest half-step Qi transforming period warriors could pose a threat to him. Although he didn't use the movement technique, his walking speed was already close to the yellow-level beginner-level movement technique. There were still more than 10 minutes left before the competition began. He smoothly climbed to the top of the mountain and arrived in front of the arena. At this moment, basically all the disciples who had come to participate in the sex competition had arrived. There were close to 60 to 70,000 people here. The Floating Cloud Sect had just lost nearly 10,000 disciples from the outer sect and the servants, but there were still so many disciples participating in the competition. Perhaps this was the reason why the sect didn't care about the death of their disciples. Trial Peak, the summit. Junior brother Chu. Just as Chu Zhongtian was observing the disciples who had come to participate in the competition, a surprised voice came from behind him. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and found that the person who called him was Shi Guangliang, whom he had met in the Technique Pavilion in Trial Peak for the first time since he had joined the sect. They hadn't met for more than 2 months. Shi Guangliang was originally at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, but he was still at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. The growth of his strength wasn't obvious. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't underestimate Shi Guangliang just because his cultivation base and strength weren't as good as Shi Guangliang's. He had always remembered Shi Guangliang's selfless help in his heart. Senior brother Shi, long time no see. How have you been recently? Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and greeted him warmly. Not bad. As a staff member of the Technique Pavilion, Shi Guangliang's daily life was to handle some of the miscellaneous tasks of the Technique Pavilion. The rest of his time was spent on cultivation. Although his cultivation speed was not as fast as those disciples who often went out to temper themselves, he was very safe. He basically did not have any life-threatening dangers, and he also had a certain amount of cultivation resources. Junior brother Chu, regarding the sex competition this time, your target is the top few hundred? When Shi Guangliang saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't have the arrogance of an elite disciple, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After that, they started to chat. I'll try my best, Chu Zhongtian said calmly. Although his goal in joining the sex competition this time was to win the championship, he only needed to work hard. Otherwise, this would definitely attract the ridicule of others, which would only increase his troubles. Your strength is outstanding. This time, you will at least be able to enter the top 100 in the sex competition. Chu Zhongtian's modest attitude made Shi Guangliang mistakenly think that he had no confidence. Therefore, he kindly comforted Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he also began to check Chu Zhongtian's stage. In Shi Guangliang's opinion, even if Chu Zhongtian's talent was outstanding, the training he received was also very powerful. In just 2 months' time, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had increased by 1 to 2 minor stage at most. But when he saw Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base clearly, The shock in his heart was like a raging storm. When he first met Chu Zhongtian was only a first layer of the body refining period. In just 2 months' time, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had already advanced to the same level as his stage. When Chu Zhongtian saw Shi Guangliang's shocked expression, he wasn't surprised at all. He knew that his stage's speed of improvement was indeed amazing. As long as it was someone who knew him, if they hadn't met for some time, when they met again, his friends would basically be shocked by his cultivation base. He was already used to it. Junior brother Chu. Perhaps this is the last time I will call you junior brother. Regarding your talent and comprehension, you are indeed a genius. After a full 3 minutes, Shi Guangliang reluctantly accepted this reality. At the same time, he also felt a trace of loneliness and happiness in his heart. The loneliness was because he felt that he had been too greedy for a safe life for the past 3 years. This caused him to lose the motivation to move forward quickly. This caused his cultivation to rise very slowly, and he fell far behind his fellow disciples. Fortunately, his judgment at that time was very accurate. He was able to see that Chu Zhongtian was extraordinary in advance. He was able to become friends with Chu Zhongtian before Chu Zhongtian became so powerful. Perhaps Chu Zhongtian would guide him in the future. Mr. Chu. While Chu Zhongtian and Shi Guangliang were chatting, Dongfang Yuner, who was not far away, also saw Chu Zhongtian. Dongfang Yuner waved her hand as she quickly rushed towards him. Other than a few disciples of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning were also with her. Regarding the arrogant disciples of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Chu Zhongtian did not have the slightest desire to talk to them. If it wasn't because they were with Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian would even want to kick them away. He didn't want them to affect his conversation. Chu Zhongtian had seen Zhang Qian a few days ago. He had a basic understanding of her situation, so he did not pay much attention to her. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian turned his eyes to Wang Zhongning. When he first met Wang Zhongning, his cultivation talent was only a lower level 7, and his cultivation base was only at the first layer of the body refining period. His height had reached 2 meters. Now, his cultivation base had reached the second layer of the body refining period peak, and his height had reached a total of 10 centimeters, reaching a height of 2.10 meters. What surprised Chu Zhongtian even more was that his intuition had allowed him to vaguely sense a huge amount of energy hidden within Wang Zhongning's body. 8. How have you been recently? Chu Zhongtian was only surprised by Wang Zhongning's power for a moment. Then he stopped thinking about it. He warmly greeted Wang Zhongning. Not bad. It's just that the meat dishes are too little. I'm not full. Wang Zhongning saw that Chu Zhongtian was still as enthusiastic as before. His eyes did not have the arrogance in the other senior brother's eyes. Wang Zhongning touched his head with a silly smile and said with some embarrassment, Senior brother Chu, what you don't know is that Wang Zhongning needs to eat at least 5 kilograms of meat for a meal. Of course, the masters in the kitchen can't satisfy him. Maybe it was because Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning had the same cultivation talent, or maybe it was because they were both in a strange environment. After entering the sect, the cold Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning's relationship became much closer. Only 10 jin of meat, not much. Chu Zhongtian was not surprised when he heard that Wang Zhongning had to eat more than 10 pounds of meat for a meal. Strength-type martial artists like Wang Zhongning had a shocking demand for meat. Even if Wang Zhongning had to eat 100 pounds of meat for a meal, Chu Zhongtian would not be surprised at all. Mr. Chu is right. 10 pounds of meat is too little. I am not full at all. Chu Zhongtian was the first person since he was born who did not mind him eating too much meat. On the contrary, Chu Zhongtian felt that the meat he ate was too little. This made the straightforward Wang Zhongning instantly move to tears. If it wasn't for the fact that the environment didn't allow it, he would have hugged Chu Zhongtian tightly and cried loudly to vent the depression he had accumulated over the years. 8. After the sex competition ends, you can make a trip to my hidden dragon peak. I'll treat you to some meat. Chu Zhongtian saw Wang Zhongning, who was more than 2 meters tall, crying like a child. He was very curious about how much he wanted to eat meat. He was so kind that he took the initiative to invite Wang Zhongning to Hidden Dragon Peak. Hidden Dragon Peak lacked everything but not meat. Apart from the 10 courtyards, the rest of the places in Hidden Dragon Peak were basically unoccupied, which caused many wild beasts and strange beasts to live in them. Whenever it was late at night, Chu Zhongtian could always hear their howls. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have time, he would have thought of ways to clean up those wild beasts and strange beasts, so that their howls wouldn't affect his cultivation and rest. Really? Wang Zhongning asked in disbelief. Really? You can eat as much as you want. I will definitely let you eat as much as you want, Chu Zhongtian promised. Great! I can finally have a full meal. After Wang Zhongning received Chu Zhongtian's promise, he was so excited that he jumped up like a child, causing many of the disciples around him to look over. Big guy, calm down. Zhang Qian saw that many disciples were looking over, and she quickly patted Wang Zhongning's back, indicating for him to be quiet. When Chu Zhongtian introduced Shi Guangliang to everyone, a light cough was heard from a tall platform in the middle of the mountain. The cough wasn't loud, but the 60 to 70,000 disciples on the peak could hear it at the same time. Greetings to the disciples of the various sects. As the greeting sounded, a person slowly appeared on the empty platform. When that person stood still, Chu Zhongtian realized that he did not recognize this person. Senior Brother Chu, the man on the platform, is called Zhong Fakin. She is the Peak Master of Trial Peak. She is in charge of the life and death of all the service disciples and outer sect disciples. Zhang Qian saw Chu Zhongtian frowning. She knew that he didn't know Zhong Fakin. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't understand the structure of power in Floating Cloud Sect, Zhong Fakin was the Peak Master of Trial Peak. Her cultivation base wouldn't be too bad. The annual sex competition of Floating Cloud Sect is about to begin. It is a test of the results of your 1 year of cultivation, and it is also a chance for you to stand out among the disciples. Next, I hope that all of you can bring out 100% or even 120% of your strength for the competition. After saying that, Zhong Fakin looked around and nodded to the right. After that, she disappeared from the platform. After Zhong Fakin disappeared, a hall master wearing a blue uniform and 2 experts appeared on the platform. One of them was holding a purple-yellow silk cloth, while the other was holding a ball. The expert in the hall master's robe was the first to speak. All the disciples, my name is Wang Bing. I am the hall master of Trial Peak's Mission Hall. Next, let me introduce the specific rules of sex competition. After that, Wang Bing introduced the specific rules of sex competition in detail. Through Wang Bing's introduction, Chu Zhongtian found that there was also a certain amount of luck in the sex competition. According to the rules of the sex competition, all participating disciples would randomly pick a ball that represented their own identity. Then, the disciples would compete according to the number. The winner would enter the next round, and the loser would be eliminated. If you were able to meet an opponent whose cultivation and strength were weaker than you, it would be because you were lucky. Chu Zhongtian's goal was to win the championship, and he had to defeat everyone. After Wang Bing announced the rules of the competition, the expert holding a silk cloth stepped forward. He opened the silk cloth and announced loudly, "The Floating Cloud Sect's annual sex competition will compete with the top 10, top 3, and the final champion based on the strength of different stage. Next, I will announce the reward for the top 10 Qi refining stage worker disciples." At this point, the man in blue clothes raised his head and looked at the disciples below the platform. Then he announced loudly, "The reward for the top 10 Qi refining stage janitor disciples is as follows. Rank 10th among Qi refining stage janitor disciples, the reward is 50,000 9th grade low rank spirit stones. 10 upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill, 10 upper rank 9th grade Qi replenishing pill, and 1 low rank 9th grade gentian. 1 low rank 9th grade ginseng, 10 sect contribution point." The reward made the 60 to 70,000 disciples suck in a breath of cold air. Perhaps everyone didn't care about 50,000 9th grade low rank spirit stones, upper rank 9th grade Qi increasing pill and upper rank 9th grade Qi condensation pill, but upper rank 9th grade ginseng was definitely the best treasure for a Qi refining stage advanced to break through to the stage. A low rank 9th grade ginseng had a history of at least 1,000 years. It could definitely increase the cultivation base of a minor stage. As for a low-rank 9th grade genshin, it was a top treasure that could help a person break through to the body refining stage. If a person had a level 9 genshin, it meant that he had obtained a ticket to enter the body refining stage ahead of time. It was the treasure that a chi refining stage worker disciple yearned for the most. The reason Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the body refining stage so quickly was not only because of his innate talent, potential, and comprehension, but also because he had consumed the genshin in advance. Among the rewards for the 10th place, besides the most substantial reward, the 10 sect contribution point, as well as the benefits of being a disciple of the outer sect, made many of the low cultivation disciples envious. When the man in blue finished reading the reward for the 10th place, he paused for a moment to give everyone time to be shocked and digest. The 9th Chi Refining Stage Disciple General obtains 100,000 9th grade low-rank spirit stones. The 8th Chi Refining Stage Disciple is rewarded 200,000 9th grade low-rank spirit stones. 7th ranked Chi Refining Stage Disciple obtains 500,000 9th grade low-rank spirit stones. The rewards for the service disciples ranked 10th to 7th were basically the same except for the increase in spirit stones. Those disciples who had been shocked before were now able to calmly face the rewards ranked 9th to 7th. 6th rank of Chi Refining Stage Disciple, 1,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone reward, and 20 upper rank 9th grade Chi Increasing Pill reward. 20 upper rank 9th grade Chi Replenishing Pill, 1 9th grade middle rank Genshin, and 1 9th grade middle rank Ginseng. 20 sect contribution point, as well as the benefits of being a disciple of the outer sect for a year. 5th Chi Refining Stage Disciple. The reward is 10,000 8th grade low rank Spirit Stone. Ranked 4th among Chi Refining Stage Disciples. The reward is 20,000 8th grade low rank Spirit Stone, compared to the rewards for rank 10th to 7th. Although the total number of rewards for the 6th to 4th place were doubled, the quality of the prizes did not increase by much. The crowd of disciples could still calmly look at the rewards. 3rd place amongst Chi Refining Stage Disciples is rewarded with 1 million 9th grade low-rank Spirit Stones and 50,000 8th grade low-rank Spirit Stone. 3rd place of Chi Refining Stage Disciples is rewarded with 1 million 9th grade low-rank Spirit Stones and 50,000 8th grade low-rank Spirit Stone. 50 upper rank 9th grade Chi Increasing Pill, 50 upper rank 9th grade Chi Replenishing Pill, and 1 upper rank 9th grade Genshin. 1 upper rank 9th grade Ginseng, 50 sect contribution point, and enjoy the treatment of outer sect disciples. The second famous Chi Refining Stage disciple obtains 2 million 9th grade low rank Spirit Stones, and 100,000 8th grade low rank Spirit Stone. First rank Chi Refining Stage disciple, 500,000 lower level 8 Spirit Stones, and 10 lower level 8 Chi Increasing Pill. 10 lower level 8 Chi Condensation Pill, 1 upper rank 9th grade Genshin, and 1 upper rank 9th grade Ginseng. 100 sect contribution point, enjoy the treatment of outer sect disciples and 1 day of entering the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. The rewards for the top 3 Chi Refining Stage servant disciples were doubled, but the quality of the rewards didn't change much. The only change was that among the rewards for the first rank disciple in the Chi Refining Stage, one could enter the Heaven Baron Secret Realm for a day in half a year. Chu Zhongtian had never heard of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. However, since this was the reward for being the champion, the Heaven Baron Secret Realm must not be a simple place. Therefore, he quickly asked Shi Guangliang, who had a lot of knowledge and experience. Senior brother Shi, you have been in the sect for a long time, and you know a lot of secrets. Do you know about the Heaven Baron Secret Realm? Shi Guangliang frowned. He tried to recall for a while, but he did not know anything about the Heaven Baron Secret Realm. Junior brother Chu, as one of the 9 overlords of the Southern Domain, the Floating Cloud sect has at least 40 secret realm. I only know 5 or 6 of them. I have never heard of Heaven Baron Secret Realm. I think that must be the secret realm that the sect owns. Chu Zhongtian saw that Shi Guangliang also did not know the exact details of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of knowing about it. He planned to wait until the sex competition was done, then go to the Hidden Dragon Peak to find Zhao Enjuan. With Zhao Enjuan's strength and status, he must know the specific situation of the Heaven Baron Secret Realm very well. The above reward will be the top 10 disciples of Chi Refining Stage. Next, Please go to the counter on the west side to complete the competition procedures and draw the number of the participants. After everyone recovered from the shock brought by the rewards, an expert wearing a blue robe ordered. Although there were more than 10,000 disciples present, compared to the tens of thousands of disciples from the outer sect, the dissolution of these 10,000 disciples didn't make the scene appear very spacious. It was still very crowded here. When the servant disciples had dispersed, the expert wearing blue clothes glanced at them and continued to announce the reward. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 10 disciples of the body refining stage outer sect. The 10th disciple of the body refining stage outer sect will be rewarded with 100,000 lower level 8 spirit stones, 10,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones, 10 lower level 8 chi increasing pill, and 10 lower level 8 chi condensation pill, 3 lower level 8 blood coagulation pill, 3 lower level 8 heart protection pill, and 1 upper rank 9th grade evil dispelling pill. 7th grade low rank spirit fruit was 1 yang opening fruit, 100 sect contribution point, and he would enjoy the benefits of being a disciple of the inner sect for the next year. After hearing the reward for being ranked 10th in the outer sect, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but breathe heavily. His eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, he was no longer interested in level 8 and level 7 spirit stones, because his storage ring finger and storage bag contained hundreds of thousands of 7th grade middle rank spirit stones. Although lower level 8 chi increasing pill and lower level 8 chi condensation pill could increase his potential, their effects were getting smaller and smaller. When his cultivation base broke through to the chi transforming period, these 2 grades of pills would basically have no effect on him. The lower level 8 blood coagulation pill was specially used to purify blood. If it was before he participated in the blood demon secret realm, perhaps he would still have a strong interest in it. However, after the red liquid in the stone room on the 2nd floor of the blood demon secret realm purified his blood, the concentration in his purple blood had already reached the 3rd layer. The lower level 8 blood coagulation pill had no effect at all. Its effect was even worse than the lower level 8 chi increasing pill and chi condensation pill. However, a lower level 8 heart protection pill and an upper rank 9th grade evil dispelling pill would be of great help to his future cultivation. This was because the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period was focused on the cultivation of the heart. The heart was the source of the blood, and it was the foundation of human survival. Therefore, the cultivation of the heart was very important and he had to be careful. After all, the heart was very fragile, and it couldn't withstand the impact of the violent spiritual power. Therefore, if he wanted to raise his cultivation base to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, he had to temper his heart to be as tough as his body. The heart protection pill was a pill that specifically targeted the heart. Its medicinal effect could guarantee that the heart would be able to withstand the impact of the spiritual power. It could withstand the impact of the energy, but it also wouldn't be harmed by the violent energy. It was definitely the most suitable pill for breaking through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. At the same time, the 8th grade lower grade heart protection pill was not only suitable for body refining stage warriors to use, it could also be used by chi transforming period warriors to strengthen their hearts. Besides the heart protection pill, the upper rank 9th grade evil dispelling pill was even more precious. When a warrior broke through to the chi transforming period, the spiritual power would transform into a vital spirit, and there would be a certain probability that the spiritual power would not be able to withstand the transformation. An evil dispelling pill was a pill that was specifically refined for this kind of situation. Among the rewards for the top 10 disciples of the body refining stage outer sect, Chu Zhongtian had taken a liking to these 2 types of pills. As for the yang opening fruit that could increase the chances of breaking through to the chi transforming period, he already had it when he was at the chi refining level 7. Therefore, he didn't really desire it. 100 points of sect contribution point was much better than a bet with Zhao and Juan. As for the benefits of being a disciple of the inner sect for the next year, ever since he joined the elite disciple training program, he had always enjoyed the benefits of being a disciple of the inner sect. After announcing the rewards for the service disciples, the blue-robed expert paused for a moment, allowing the 50 to 60,000 body refining stage disciples to adapt to the situation and accept the shocking rewards. The 50 to 60,000 disciples of outer sect cheered each other up, as if they were going to break into the top 10 even if it cost them their lives. Ranked 9th amongst the disciples of the body refining stage outer sect. The reward is 200,000 lower level 8 spirit stones and 20,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. Ranked 9th among the disciples of the outer sect. The reward is 200,000 lower level 8 spirit stones and 20,000 intermediate spirit stones. Ranked 8th among the disciples of the body refining stage outer sect. The reward is 300,000 lower level 8 spirit stones and 30,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. Ranked 7th in the body refining stage outer sect. Reward: 500,000 lower level 8 spirit stones and 50,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. Apart from the increase in spirit stones, the other rewards for the disciples ranked 10th to 7th were the same. 6th ranked disciple of the body refining stage outer sect is rewarded with 100,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. 20 lower level 8 chi increasing pill, 20 lower level 8 chi condensation pill, 10 lower level 8 blood coagulation pill, 5 lower level 8 heart protection pill, 3 upper rank 9th grade evil dispelling pill, and 1 7th grade low rank spirit fruit. 200 sect contribution point, as well as the benefits of being a disciple of the inner sect for the next year. 5th disciple of the body refining stage outer sect, the reward is 200,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. 4th disciple of the body refining stage outer sect, reward of 500,000 intermediate level 7 spirit stones. After the blue-robed expert announced the reward of rank 10th to 4th, tens of thousands of outer sect disciples held their breaths, waiting for the reward of the top 3. The blue-robed expert seemed to be deliberately attracting everyone's attention. He stopped for nearly 5 minutes, and when everyone was getting impatient, he announced the reward for the top 3. The third place for the body refining stage outer sect disciples will be rewarded with 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone disciples. 10 upper rank 8th grade blood coagulation pill, 5 upper rank 8th grade heart protection pill, and 3 lower level 8 evil dispelling pill. 1 7th grade low rank spirit fruit yang opening fruit. 1 lower level 8 spirit integrating pill. 500 sect contribution point. 1 year in the future, one could enjoy the treatment of the disciples of the inner sect. I will also be able to enter the heaven-barren secret realm for 3 days. After the blue-robed expert announced the reward for the third place amongst the body refining stage outer sect disciples, he paused for a second so that everyone could adapt to the shock brought by the reward. Chu Zhongtian had just calmed down, but after the announcement of the reward for the third place, his heart couldn't help but boil again. To Chu Zhongtian, he had only heard of 6th grade middle rank spirit stone for the time being. He had never seen a 6th grade middle rank spirit stone before. This time, the sect directly rewarded 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone to the third place. This really surprised him. One should know that as a level 8 family's Chu family, the spirit stones that Chu Tianyun used to cultivate were only 8th grade low rank spirit stone. Only when the stage reached the bottleneck would he use the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone to break through the bottleneck. Apart from the reward for breaking through to the 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, the lower level 8 spirit integrating pill also tempted Chu Zhongtian. When breaking through to the chi transforming period, the most important thing for a body refining stage to do was to transform the spiritual power into a vital spirit. The process of transforming a spiritual power into a vital spirit required a lot of time. An ordinary 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warrior would usually need 3 to 5 days. This was also the reason why a body refining stage peak stage warrior usually spent a long time in seclusion when breaking through to the chi transforming period. As for spirit integrating pill, it was a spirit pill that sped up the process of transforming vital spirit. A lower level 8 spirit integrating pill could increase the conversion speed by at least 3 to 5 times, greatly reducing the time for a warrior to break through to the chi transforming period. It was definitely a top pill that could help a warrior break through to the chi transforming period. Besides the 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and lower level 8 spirit integrating pill, Chu Zhongtian was more interested in entering the heaven-barren secret realm for 3 days. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian really wanted to return to the hidden dragon peak immediately and ask Xianxia about the situation in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Ranked second in the body refining stage outer sect. Reward: 500,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 20,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone. 10 upper rank 8th grade blood coagulation pill, 5 upper rank 8th grade heart protection pill, and 3 lower level 8 evil dispelling pill. 1 7th grade low rank spirit fruit yang opening fruit, 1 lower level 8 spirit integrating pill. 700 sect contribution point. For the next year, enjoy the treatment of the disciples of the inner sect. And 5 days in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Although the blue-robed expert paused for a moment after announcing the reward for the second place, his next action was different from announcing the reward for the servant disciples. Next, Hall Master Wang will personally announce the reward for the first place amongst the body-refining stage outer sect disciples. After saying this, the blue-robed expert took a few steps back and gave his seat to Wang Bing. In this year's sects competition, the reward for the number 1 disciple of the outer sect is 1 million 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, 50,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, and 10 lower level 8 blood coagulation pill, 10 upper rank 8th grade heart protection pill, 5 lower level 8 evil dispelling pill, 1 7th grade low rank yang opening fruit, 3 lower level 8 spirit integrating pill, 1,000 sect contribution point. In the coming year, enjoy the treatment of inner sect disciples. And 10 days in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. After saying that, Wang Bing looked around and said with an envious tone, apart from these rewards, the number 1 body refining stage disciple of the outer sect will also have a chance to become the disciple of a peerless divine soul stage warrior. He will become the direct disciple of a peerless warrior. The reward that Wang Bing announced just now had an unimaginable impact on the disciples present, especially the final reward. It had sent them into a frenzy. In the southern domain, Divine Soul Stage was known as a peerless expert, a great figure in the southern domain. Being able to become the disciple of such an expert was definitely a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. However, the final additional condition didn't have any effect on Chu Zhongtian. This was because Xianxia, who was guiding him in his cultivation, was most likely a mighty expert whose cultivation base was higher than Divine Soul Stage. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any plans to become his disciple for the time being. After everyone had finished digesting the shock brought by the reward, Wang Bing signaled the body refining stage disciples to go to the east side of the mountain to settle the procedures for the competition. Let's wait for a while. Although there were dozens of counters in charge of handling the procedures for the outer sect disciples, there were tens of thousands of disciples participating in the competition. However, it would take at least a few hours to complete all the procedures. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to be crowded with those disciples, so he gestured for the people around him to wait for a while. He originally thought that it would take at least a few hours for him to get a turn, but the staff responsible for handling the procedures used a special kind of spirit weapon. The speed at which they handled the procedures was very fast. In just an hour, the 50,000-plus disciples present had already completed the registration procedures. Let's go! Chu Zhongtian gestured to Dongfang Yuner and the others who were beside him. He took the lead and walked to the counter for the competition procedures. The procedure was very simple. The contestant only needed to drip a drop of blood into the spirit weapon on the counter and receive a token with his name and number. Chu Zhongtian took a look at the number on the token. 51,846. In other words, he was the disciple who handled the procedures for the 51,846 participants. When all the body refining stage outer sect disciples had completed the registration, the one who stood behind Wang Bing, the expert in blue clothes, received the statistics from the staff who had gone through the procedures. He took a look and said as he ascended the platform, "Disciples of the various sects, when the registration process was completed, each disciple received a token. That token is your token for participating in the competition. This time, there are a total of 59,768 body refining stage disciples from the outer sect participating in the sects competition. Next, the contestants will compete in groups of 2. Number 1 will fight number 59,768, and the competition venue will be number 1 arena. Contestant number 2 versus contestant number 59,767. The competition venue is arena number 2. Contestant number 7 versus contestant number 59,698. The competition venue is arena number 7. There was a total of 70 arena for body refining stage outer sect disciples to compete in. The expert in blue only needed to call number 70, and he would be able to rest for a while. However, the difference in strength between the participating disciples was too great. The strongest participant's strength could reach the chi transforming period, while the weaker participant's strength could barely break through to the body refining stage. Such a gap in strength would lead to the end of the competition very soon. Therefore, after he announced the location of contestant number 70, among the 69 pairs of contestants who had just participated in the competition, more than 30 pairs of contestants had already ended the competition. Therefore, after the expert in blue observed the result of the competition, he continued to announce the number of the contestants. Among these people, Chu Zhongtian was the first to complete the registration process. Therefore, his number was placed in front of these people, and the time for the competition was at the end. After he carefully told Dongfang Yuner and the others about it, he quietly waited for the competition to begin. After only 20 minutes, Dongfang Yuner, Zhang Qian, Wang Zhongning and Shi Guangliang all went up to the stage to compete. At this time, Chu Zhongtian finally heard the host on the stage call his number. Below the tall platform at the peak of Trial Peak, contestant number 7,922 versus contestant number 51,846. The competition venue is number 19 arena. The tall platform was not very far away from number 19 arena. Chu Zhongtian used the beginner movement technique and appeared on arena number 19. He stood on the 19th arena and waited for nearly a minute. Only then did contestant 7,922 rush over. That person was a second layer of the body refining period peak. Chu Zhongtian did not pull out his weapon, nor did he plan to use any martial skills. After the referee announced the start of the match, he used the movement technique speed to kick that person off the arena. The referee first looked at the contestant who had his arena kicked out, and discovered that the person had not suffered any injuries. He subconsciously looked at Chu Zhongtian, then loudly announced, "Contestant 51,846 wins." Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to leave the arena. He hurriedly handed the token in his hand to the referee, waiting for the referee to change the number on the token. According to the sex competition's competition rules, if the contestant with the number in front wins, the identity token's number will not change. If the contestant with the last number wins, then the winner's number will replace the loser's number. Chu Zhongtian's opponent this time was number 7,922, so his number had become number 7,922. After Chu Zhongtian received the token that the referee changed, he thanked the referee, turned around, and walked out of the arena. Although each arena had a referee, the referee was only in charge of the competition and did not care about other matters. The expert in blue was in charge of sorting out the information of the contestants and arranging the matches between them. After each contestant finished participating in the competition, they would return to the tall platform and wait for the next round's opponents and venue. Chu Zhongtian waited quietly for the next round of competition while waiting for Dongfang Yuner and the others to return. Although he participated later than Dongfang Yuner and the others, he only took a few seconds to win, so he was the first one to return to the gathering place. After waiting for about a minute, Chu Zhongtian saw Shi Guangliang walking over with a smile. He said, "Brother Shi, congratulations on advancing to the next round. Junior brother Chu, this is only the first round." Although he said so, the smile on his face indicated the joy in his heart. "Junior brother Chu, you haven't participated in the competition yet?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian still here, Shi Guangliang mistakenly thought that he hadn't participated in the first round of the competition. "My first opponent was only a second layer of the body refining period, so I passed the first round relatively easily," Chu Zhongtian said modestly. Although Chu Zhongtian's opponent was weak, he won very quickly. This fact alone made Shi Guangliang admire him very much. "Yun is here. When Chu Zhongtian looked up, he was surprised to see Dongfang Yuner walking over with a face full of joy. He immediately went up to her. "Mr. Chu, I passed the first round," Dongfang Yuner said excitedly. "Yun, the second round of the competition is the real time to test your strength." Chu Zhongtian felt happy that Dongfang Yuner could pass the first round of the competition. However, in order to prevent Dongfang Yuner from being too confident, he could only act as if he did not care about this matter to keep her calm. "I know." Chu Zhongtian's actions made the originally excited Dongfang Yuner instantly calm down. Dongfang Yuner had just returned, and Wang Zhongning and Zhang Qian also ended the competition at the same time. From the smiles on their faces, Chu Zhongtian knew that they had also successfully passed the first round of the competition. Compared to Chu Zhongtian and the other 5 who had successfully passed the first round of the competition, among the disciples of the same clan that followed Dongfang Yuner, except for a disciple who had reached the 5th layer of the body refining period who had luckily passed the first round of the competition, the rest of them had all been eliminated. This made Dongfang Yuner very dissatisfied. If it wasn't because Chu Zhongtian was by her side and didn't want to expose her solemn side as a princess, she would loudly scold them. The annual sex competition didn't care about time, and the competition would continue. The sex competition would only officially end after the champion was decided. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, who was the first to end the competition, did not have much time to wait. Soon, he heard the blue-robed expert say his number. Contestant number 7,922 versus contestant 29,884. The competition venue is arena number 19. He heard that his competition venue was still number 19 arena, so he indicated to Dongfang Yuner and the others. He used the beginner movement technique and appeared on the arena in the blink of an eye. He nodded at the referee and quietly stood on the arena, waiting for his opponent to arrive. This time, his opponent didn't make him wait for too long. After a mere 20 seconds, his opponent appeared on the arena. He observed his opponent and found that his opponent's cultivation base was at the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. Just like when he participated in the first round of the competition, Chu Zhongtian still did not draw his weapon nor did he use any martial skills. Relying on his own speed, he kicked his opponent out of the arena. Contestant number 7,922 wins. The referee looked at the contestant who had been kicked off the arena. After discovering that the contestant was safe and sound, he loudly announced. As Chu Zhongtian's number this time was relatively small, he didn't need to change his number. After thanking the referee, he quickly walked down from the arena and returned to the place where everyone had gathered. After he returned to the gathering place, he waited for nearly 3 minutes before he saw Shi Guangliang walking over with a smile on his face. "Senior brother Shi, congratulations on defeating your opponent and successfully advancing to the 3rd round of the competition." Just like after the first round of the competition, Chu Zhongtian congratulated Shi Guangliang as well. "Congratulations!" Shi Guangliang did not misunderstand whether Chu Zhongtian would participate in the competition this time, so he also cupped his fists and congratulated him. After congratulating each other, the two of them didn't have any plans to talk for the time being. The two of them waited for the next round of the competition to begin, while waiting for the results of Dongfang Yuner and the others' competition. This time, the one who returned early was not Dongfang Yuner, who had the highest cultivation base, but Zhang Qian, who had the lowest cultivation base. However, Zhang Qian's expression was not very good at the moment. The cold aura on her body could already make people feel a trace of coldness. "Junior sister Zhang, you have only joined the sect for 3 months. You are only a 2nd layer of the body refining period now. It is already considered very good that you can pass the first round of the test. So, you don't have to pay too much attention to the loss of the 2nd round." Although Zhang Qian was a beauty with a cold temperament that attracted men, Chu Zhongtian didn't like this kind of beauty with a cold temperament. Furthermore, his relationship with Zhang Qian was pretty good. He did not want her to become a cold person in the future who did not want others to get close to her. "Mr. Chu, I am fine. Don't worry." Chu Zhongtian's understanding persuasion made the cold aura on Zhang Qian's body melt. She looked up at Chu Zhongtian and lowered her head. "Yun and 8 are back." Chu Zhongtian felt the cold aura on Zhang Qian's body melt. He nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to continue to encourage her so that she could better accept reality. Unexpectedly, he found Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning returning at the same time. Although Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning looked very tired at the moment, there was an unconcealable smile on their faces. This let Chu Zhongtian know that they had successfully passed the second round of the competition. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Chu Zhongtian was not surprised that Dongfang Yuner could pass the second round of the competition. After all, there were close to 30,000 people participating in the second round of the competition. Among the 30,000 body refining stage disciples, there would definitely be some low-grade disciples who were at the third to fourth layer of the body refinement stage. If Dongfang Yuner's luck was good, it would not be surprising for her to win if she met an opponent whose cultivation was lower than hers. However, Wang Zhongning's cultivation was only at the second layer of the body refining period peak. A disciple like him, who was at the stage, had almost been eliminated in the first round. The fact that he was able to defeat an opponent with a higher cultivation base with his second layer of the body refining period peak cultivation base was enough to prove that Wang Zhongning wasn't a simple person. Chu Zhongtian had a simple conversation with Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning, and the result of the match was exactly the same as what he had guessed. It also allowed him to understand Dongfang Yuner's dissatisfied expression. The opponents Dongfang Yuner met were both early fourth layer of the body refining period experts, but Dongfang Yuner's true strength could almost reach the fourth layer peak of the body refining period by consuming upper rank 9th grade profound dragon fruit and some pills that could increase her potential. However, Dongfang Yuner's lack of combat experience and the concerns she had when she attacked had caused her strength to exceed her opponents by nearly 3 stages. But she was unable to win in a short period of time. If Dongfang Yuner did not surrender because her opponent's spiritual power was completely used up, it was still uncertain who would win and who would lose in the end. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian had already decided that after the competition of guarding the sect ended, he must supervise Dongfang Yuner's entry into the trial pavilion and increase her combat experience by killing opponents of the same level as the stage. As for Wang Zhongning, his opponent in the second round was at the early third layer of the body refining period. Although his opponent's cultivation base was higher than Wang Zhongning's, he was not as fierce as Wang Zhongning. In addition, a warrior who specialized in strength had a strong defense, so Wang Zhongning made use of the ruthlessness in his bones. Only after exhausting all of his opponent's spiritual power did he force his opponent to admit defeat. Chu Zhongtian took out 2 medicinal pills from his storage bag. One of them was a lower-level 8-chi replenishing pill. He gave it to Dongfang Yuner so that she could make the best use of her time to recover her consumed spiritual power. The other was an upper-rank 9th grade circulation pill. It was a pill that was specially used to treat and heal physical injuries. Just as Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning were trying their best to recover their strength and stamina, an expert wearing a blue robe on the high platform shouted, "Number 7020 versus contestant 7922. The competition venue is number 19 Arena." Number 7922 was Chu Zhongtian's number, so he temporarily entrusted Shi Guangliang and Zhang Qian to protect Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning. He immediately used the movement technique and rushed towards number 19 Arena. When Chu Zhongtian got on number 19 Arena, the judge in charge of the competition was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded at Chu Zhongtian meaningfully. The 3 rounds of competition were all on the same arena, and Chu Zhongtian defeated his opponents in 1 move in the 2 rounds of competition. He had left a deep impression in the judge's eyes. Not long after Chu Zhongtian boarded the arena, the contestants who fought him also arrived at the arena at the same time. Just like the previous 2 rounds of competition, after Chu Zhongtian found out that his opponent was only a 5th layer of the body refining period peak, contestant 7922 wins. Seeing Chu Zhongtian using the same method to defeat his opponent, the referee looked at Chu Zhongtian with a hint of appreciation. Because his opponent's number was in front of him this time, Chu Zhongtian did not leave immediately after winning. Instead, he handed the token to the referee, waiting for him to change the number on the token. Chu Zhongtian took the token from the referee. He also thanked the referee and walked out of the arena. When he returned to the place where everyone was gathered, Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning were still refining the spiritual power and recovering their energy. Mr. Chu, you passed the third round so quickly. It took Chu Zhongtian less than 2 minutes to go back and forth. So when Zhang Qian saw Chu Zhongtian return so quickly, she asked in surprise. The opponent is not strong, so I did not spend too much time. After a simple explanation, Chu Zhongtian's attention was placed on Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning. The spiritual qi contained in the lower-level 8 qi replenishing pill had a certain effect on qi transforming period warriors. For Dongfang Yuner, who was an early 4th layer of the body refining period warrior, the spiritual qi had a certain effect. With the help of the qi replenishing pill, she had already recovered nearly 6 levels of the spiritual power. As for Wang Zhongning, who was trying his best to recover his strength, Chu Zhongtian only gave him a glance before ignoring him, because whether one's strength recovered or not could not be determined with the naked eye. The third round of the competition was also carried out very quickly. Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning had yet to fully recover their spiritual power and stamina when the host on the high platform called out their number of participants. Looking at Dongfang Yuner, who had barely recovered the 8th level of the spiritual power, Chu Zhongtian specially reminded her before she participated in the competition. Yun, your spiritual qi has not fully recovered yet. Your combat experience is also very lacking. If you meet an opponent you cannot resist, you will immediately choose to admit defeat. Don't try to be brave. Although Chu Zhongtian really wanted Dongfang Yuner to persist, this way, she would be able to gain enough combat experience. Furthermore, she would be able to clearly recognize her shortcomings, but the prerequisite was to ensure her safety. So he didn't want her to be hurt because of the final victory. If it wasn't for the fast progress of the previous few rounds, Chu Zhongtian couldn't be too far away from the tall platform for the time being in case he missed the time to participate in the competition. He would definitely accompany Dongfang Yuner to arena number 60 and personally cheer her on from below the stage. Mr. Chu, don't worry. I know what to do. Although Dongfang Yuner was happy with Chu Zhongtian's reminder, she had her own pride. Therefore, after comforting Chu Zhongtian, she walked towards arena number 60. After Wang Zhongning went to participate in the third round of the competition, only Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Qian were left. As for the disciples of Heavenly Dragon Empire who lost in the second round, they all went to arena number 60 to cheer Dongfang Yuner on. Senior brother Chu, I saw that all of you had won. I am both happy and envious. I wonder when I will be able to defeat my opponent as easily as Mr. Chu. She and Chu Zhongtian were the only two left in the scene. She didn't want to waste the rare opportunity to get along with them, so she started to look for topics to talk about. She wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian did not know what Zhang Qian was thinking, but he still patiently explained to her about her problem. Junior sister Zhang, I am an exception. You cannot compare me to you. Actually, your cultivation talent is not bad, and your cultivation speed is also very outstanding. The only thing you lack is time. As long as you can calm down and work hard in your cultivation, the sex competition next year will be the time for you to shine. Senior Chu, I know you're comforting me, but I really want to catch up to you. I don't want to get further and further away from you. Chu Zhongtian's seemingly kind, comforting words made Zhang Qian very dissatisfied, so she urgently said the words that she wanted to chase after Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhang Qian meaningfully. He did not know what to say. Chu Zhongtian, who had transmigration memories, had already found something, but regarding the things he found, he temporarily didn't want to accept it, but he also couldn't let Zhang Qian be too sad. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to help her. Junior sister Zhang, after the great sect competition ends, you and Little 8 will go to the 9th courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak. When the time comes, I will do my best to help you. Really? Not only did Chu Zhongtian invite her to the 9th courtyard, he also promised to help her with everything he had. This made Zhang Qian somewhat not dare to believe it. Really? Since he had already promised, Chu Zhongtian naturally would not go back on his word. Furthermore, he would help the girl who liked him, and this girl was very beautiful. This was something that could make him feel comfortable, so why didn't he do it? Contestant number 451 against contestant number 7020. Competition venue, arena number 19. Contestant number 451 against contestant number 7020. Competition venue, arena number 19. The third round of the competition between Dongfang Yun and Wang Zhongning hadn't ended yet, but it was Chu Zhongtian's turn to participate in the fourth round. Chu Zhongtian wanted to give Zhang Qian a signal to wait for the others. Then, he would go to the 19th arena to participate in the competition, but he did not wait for his signal. Zhang Qian said directly, "Senior brother Chu, I want to go to the 19th arena to see how graceful you are when you defeat your opponent." Regarding Zhang Qian's idea of cheering him on, Chu Zhongtian naturally could not object. He could only shrug his shoulders to express his agreement. Of course, in order to end the competition as soon as possible, and in order to know the result of Dongfang Yun's competition as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian did not squeeze to the 19th arena like Zhang Qian did. He still used the body movement technique martial skill and used the gap between the crowd to quickly climb up the 19th arena. Seeing Chu Zhongtian climbing the arena, the judge in charge of the competition could not help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with a look of admiration. Chu Zhongtian nodded to the judge and then stood where he was waiting for his opponent to arrive. This time, he waited for nearly 2 minutes. Contestant number 451 slowly ascended the arena. He arrogantly glanced at Chu Zhongtian, then looked at the referee with an impatient expression and ordered in an impolite tone, "Referee, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce the start of the competition. I still have to watch junior sister Tang's competition and cheer her on." As the judge of the body refining stage outer sect competition, his cultivation base was at least at the Qi transforming period. He was considered a powerful warrior in both the Southern Domain and the Skycloud Martial School. However, he had never been scolded by a body refining stage rookie in front of his face. Therefore, when faced with the rude behavior of contestant 451, he chose to ignore it. If it wasn't because he wasn't clear about the power behind this contestant, he would have kicked this contestant out of the arena, out of the competition arena, and out of the trial peak without Chu Zhongtian making a move. Contestant 451's arrogant and rude behavior made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why contestant number 451 was so confident in looking down on the referee and him. Could it be that his cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the refinement stage, peak? Among the contestants, those who had reached the 7th level of the body tempering stage could barely make it into the top 1,000. However, the contestant 451 was facing Chu Zhongtian, who had reached the 8th level of the body refining stage. Where did his arrogance and confidence come from? Of course, Chu Zhongtian did not want to dig deeper into this matter, nor did he want to know. He only needed to defeat his opponent, and he would be able to advance to the next round of the competition. Therefore, facing the referee's questioning gaze, he nodded his head. The match begins. After the referee received Chu Zhongtian's approval, he directly announced the start of the match. Chu Zhongtian was not as careless as the first 3 rounds of the competition. Although he still used the body movement technique martial skill to get close to his opponent, he used a basic fist technique. Chu Zhongtian's speed was as fast as lightning, making the arrogant contestant number 451 unable to react at all. He cursed gloomily, then raised his arms, planning to take this punch head-on. The contestant 451 was called Zhang Yu. He had only entered the floating cloud sect for a year, but his cultivation had already advanced from the 2nd level of body refinement realm to the 7th level of body refinement realm, peak. He could be considered a talented genius. Originally, his character wasn't so arrogant. He could be considered a modest and cautious person. However, in the first 3 rounds of the competition, the opponents he faced were all ordinary disciples below the 5th level of the body refining stage. When those ordinary disciples faced him, they either admitted defeat or were punched down by his arena. This boosted his confidence greatly. At the same time, a few of his junior brothers who had a good relationship with him praised him for being a rare genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. They also said that he could absolutely defeat most of the disciples of the outer sect this time, and eventually become one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. The excessive praise made him somewhat proud. This caused him to look down on his opponent after he ascended the arena without even observing his opponent's cultivation. Chu Zhongtian was a super genius whose strength had surpassed Zhang Yu's by nearly 5 minor stage. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't use his full strength, he had used at least 30% of his strength. 30% of Chu Zhongtian's strength was equivalent to an 8th level peak. Therefore, when Zhang Yu faced Chu Zhongtian's seemingly simple fist technique, he couldn't resist it at all. He was knocked down from the arena by Chu Zhongtian. The judge looked at Zhang Yu, who had been kicked out of the arena. Although he didn't say anything, the smile on his face indicated that he was in a good mood. What he did next proved that he was very satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's means. "Give me your token." This was the first time the judge had taken the initiative to ask for the token. Chu Zhongtian was delighted, but he quickly handed over the token in his hand. Chu Zhongtian looked at the number of his identity token increasing to 451. He knew that he was one step closer to the top 10 of sex competition. After thanking the referee, he walked down from the arena. Facing Zhang Qian's worshipping gaze, he brought her back to the gathering point on the high platform. At this time, Dongfang Yuner, Wang Zhongning and Shi Guangliang had already returned. Chu Zhongtian saw the desolate expressions on Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning's faces. He knew that they had not survived the 3rd round of the competition. Although he felt a trace of regret, he could understand and accept it. After all, after the first 2 rounds of competition, most primary rank of the body refining period and intermediate disciples had already been eliminated. The fact that they were able to enter the 3rd round with their early 4th layer of the body refining period and 2nd layer of the body refining period peak cultivation was enough to prove their luck and strength. Chu Zhongtian did not comfort Dongfang Yuner and Wang Zhongning. He just patted their shoulders and gave them a satisfied and encouraging look. "Senior brother Shi, congratulations on defeating your opponent and passing the first 4 rounds of the competition. You are not far from the top 1,000. I can't be compared to you. I was lucky enough to win 4 rounds in a row." Facing Chu Zhongtian's congratulations, Shi Guangliang still spoke humbly and politely. "Senior brother Shi, the next round basically depends on strength. So you should hurry up and recover your spiritual power." Shi Guangliang seemed to be able to defeat his opponent with ease, but Chu Zhongtian could still tell that he had consumed a lot of spiritual power in the match just now. Most of the contestants who could participate in the 4th round were body refining stage intermediate and advanced warriors. The process of the competition gradually became more exciting, and the time of the competition also began to extend. Chu Zhongtian waited for more than 10 minutes this time. Then, he heard the host on the tall platform shout, "Contestant number 451 versus contestant number 3285. The competition venue is arena number 19. After hearing the host announce his competition venue, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Perhaps it was a coincidence, his previous 4 matches were all in arena number 19, but all 5 matches were in arena number 19. Perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. Chu Zhongtian couldn't figure out why the sect expert in charge of the matches would deliberately place his matches on arena 19. Perhaps it was really just a coincidence. Chu Zhongtian could not figure out the reason, so he could not be bothered to continue guessing. He looked at Dongfang Yuner and asked if they were waiting here or going to the 19th arena to watch the competition. "In any case, I have nothing to do with sex competition anymore. I will watch your competition from now on and cheer you on." Before Dongfang Yuner could reply, Zhang Qian could not wait to show her determination. Dongfang Yuner looked at Zhang Qian with some doubt, but the smart one did not say anything. She only went forward and held Chu Zhongtian's hand tightly. Her eyes revealed a gentle expression. Dongfang Yuner's bold action gave Chu Zhongtian a scare, but when he thought of Zhang Qian's determination just now, he knew that she might have discovered some problems. Chu Zhongtian used to understand things between men and women from movies and books. He was not good at dealing with relationships in real life, so he chose to do things that most men would do. That was, he temporarily ignored it and changed the topic. 8. You stay here to protect senior brother Shi. After senior brother Shi takes part in the competition, if you are willing to watch my competition, you can come to the 19th arena. If you are unwilling, you can stay here and wait. Mr. Chu, I understand. Nodding his head, Wang Zhongning walked to Shi Guangliang's side, looking like he would protect Shi Guangliang to the death. Chu Zhongtian nodded and let Dongfang Yuner hold his right hand. They walked towards arena number 19. When they reached arena number 19, Chu Zhongtian found that his opponent was already standing on top of the arena. He gently patted Dongfang Yuner's mysterious guard, then cast the movement technique and climbed onto the arena. As there were fewer and fewer participants, the number on the token became smaller and smaller. Therefore, the judge in charge of the competition had a certain impression of some of the contestants who performed well. When he found out that his opponent in the 5th round was 451, he knew that the disciple he was fated to meet was still competing in the 19th arena. This surprised him, but at the same time, he also felt that there must be fate between him and Chu Zhongtian. He nodded at Chu Zhongtian, who had ascended the arena. The referee silently looked at the two people who were looking at each other. After a simple conversation with the referee, Chu Zhongtian chose to check the opponent's strength. But at this moment, the opponent took the initiative to say, "My surname is Zhou, and my name is Jade Pavilion." "Hello, junior brother." "Hello, senior brother Zhou." Chu Zhongtian responded to Zhou Yuga's greeting while checking Zhou Yuga's cultivation base. He found that Zhou Yuga's cultivation level had already reached the early 9th level of body refinement. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent with a stronger cultivation base than him since joining the sex competition. In order to advance into the top 10 and become the champion, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to be overly proud. After they greeted each other, he took out the vital spirit tool. Furthermore, he raised his strength to the 5th level. The competition begins. After seeing both sides greet each other, the referee didn't waste any time and directly announced the start of the competition. When fighting with his opponent, Chu Zhongtian liked to take the initiative and liked to let his opponent fall into the rhythm of his battle. Therefore, with the spirit blade in hand, he took the initiative to attack. Facing Zhou Yuga, who was at the early 9th level of body refinement, Chu Zhongtian could not hide his strength too much, nor could he expose his strength too much. Therefore, he did not use any martial skills. Instead, he used the middle rank movement technique and the basic saber technique to fight Zhou Yuga in close combat. After two simple basic saber technique attacks, Chu Zhongtian found that Zhou Yuga was just an ordinary martial artist. He wasn't that strong. Therefore, after two simple attacks, Chu Zhongtian used the sweep all before one of the basic saber technique. He directly knocked away the weapon in his opponent's hand. Immediately after that, he used the slicing style of the basic saber technique and the steel knife steadily landed on Zhou Yuga's neck. "I admit defeat." Feeling the chill coming from the tip of the blade, Zhou Yuga was so scared that he quickly admitted defeat. "Senior brother Zhou, thank you." Recovering the spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said, "On the 19th arena on the summit of Trial Peak." Facing Zhou Yuga admitting defeat, Chu Zhongtian put away the spirit blade and nodded slightly. Although Zhou Yuga's cultivation base was slightly higher than Chu Zhongtian's, he was a friendly person, and was not as arrogant as Chu Zhongtian's opponent in the 4th round. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was much more polite to him. "Junior brother Chu, thank you for showing mercy." Zhou Yuga picked up the long sword on the ground and quickly thanked him. Chu Zhongtian's speed and strength just now let Zhou Yuga know that he was a genius who could jump ranks to challenge others. Geniuses were usually arrogant, but Chu Zhongtian was reasonable. This made Zhou Yuga have a good impression of Chu Zhongtian. After Zhou Yuga was defeated by his junior brother who had a lower cultivation base than him, he didn't feel depressed at all. His attitude was still very calm, which made Chu Zhongtian have a good impression of him. Contestant 451 wins. Chu Zhongtian saw Zhou Yuga accept defeat calmly, so he did not show the pride of winning. That was why the referee waited until the two of them exchanged pleasantries before announcing the result of the match. Since Chu Zhongtian's number was at the front, he did not need to change the number on the token. After thanking the referee, he turned around and walked down the arena. Originally, Chu Zhongtian thought that after he easily defeated Zhou Yuga, whose cultivation base was higher than his, he would definitely receive Dongfang Yuner's worshipping gaze. However, after he walked down the arena, He saw the worry in Dongfang Yun'er's eyes. He did not know why Dongfang Yun'er was worried, so he also did not know how to comfort her. He only held her hand and gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Mr. Chu, congratulations. Dongfang Yun'er saw that the silent Chu Zhongtian only lightly patted the back of her hand and knew that her worry just now was too obvious. So she immediately adjusted her state of mind and congratulated him. There were many disciples participating in the competition and watching the competition, so it was not convenient for Chu Zhongtian to say something here. So he held Dongfang Yun'er's hand and turned his head to signal Zhang Qian before quickly leaving arena number 19. After they returned to the gathering place on the tall platform, Chu Zhongtian found that Shi Guangliang was still recovering his depleted spiritual power, and Wang Zhongning was closely guarding him. Mr. Chu, how is the battle going? Wang Zhongning saw that Chu Zhongtian had returned not long after he left and quickly replied. Senior brother Chu is too powerful. His opponent just now was at the 9th level of body refinement. When Chu Zhongtian defeated his opponent and walked down the arena, Dongfang Yun'er's reaction and Chu Zhongtian's advice made Zhang Qian realize that there must be some secret conversation between the two of them, so she was considerate and took the initiative to take over the topic, and brought Wang Zhongning to the side. Yun, what happened to you just now? Why are you in a trance with the mind? Zhang Qian's considerate actions had deepened Chu Zhongtian's impression of her by a lot. He had made up his mind to help her improve her cultivation base. But what he needed to do now was to know why Dongfang Yun'er suddenly became depressed. Mr. Chu, I am really fine. Just now, I suddenly thought of something that made me sad. So I was in a trance. Facing Chu Zhongtian's interrogation, Dongfang Yun'er naturally could not tell him her true thoughts. So she hurriedly adjusted her emotions and revealed a happy smile. Yun, although we are temporarily unable to communicate due to the pressure of reality, but you know my thoughts and understand how I feel about you. So I hope that if you have any unhappy matters, say it out and see if I can help you solve it. Although Dongfang Yun'er had a smile on her face, Chu Zhongtian could still feel the worry in her heart. Love her was to make her happy every day and not be troubled by any worries. This was a famous saying that Chu Zhongtian had read on the internet before he transmigrated. He deeply agreed with this, so he had to resolve the worries in Dongfang Yun'er's heart. Mr. Chu, I really am fine. You can rest assured. Dongfang Yun'er looked up and looked at Chu Zhongtian happily. Her face under the veil had already turned red, because what Chu Zhongtian said just now was actually no different from expressing love to her. This was also the first time she had heard Chu Zhongtian truly express love to her since the two of them had known each other. This made her wild with joy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people around them and the environment wasn't suitable, she would have jumped into Chu Zhongtian's arms and cried out in joy. Chu Zhongtian felt Dongfang Yun'er's joy from the bottom of her heart. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Shi Guangliang, who was trying his best to recover the spiritual power, suddenly stood up and said to Chu Zhongtian, Junior brother Chu, I want to participate in the 5th round of the competition. Senior brother Shi, I wish you in advance that you can defeat your opponent and advance to the 6th round of the competition. Chu Zhongtian looked at Shi Guangliang, who had already recovered the 9th level of the spiritual power, and encouraged him. I hope so. After Shi Guangliang left, Chu Zhongtian wanted to continue holding Dongfang Yun'er's hand, but Zhang Qian suddenly held Dongfang Yun'er's arm with both hands and said apologetically to Chu Zhongtian, Senior brother Chu, senior sister, and I have some secrets to talk about. Can you temporarily avoid it? Although he was very curious about what the two of them would talk about, Zhang Qian had clearly pointed out that he should temporarily avoid it. Of course, he could not continue to stay here. He could only helplessly walk to Wang Zhongning's side. He looked at the two of them who were whispering to each other with an unhappy expression. 20 minutes later, Shi Guangliang, who had participated in the 5th round of the competition, returned to the gathering place on the tall platform with a tired look on his face. Chu Zhongtian observed Shi Guangliang's current condition. He did not interrogate Chu Zhongtian about the result of the competition. Instead, he took out a healing circulation pill and a qi replenishing pill to replenish his spiritual power from his storage bag. He did not allow Chu Zhongtian to decline and directly put it into Chu Zhongtian's mouth. Although Chu Zhongtian's actions were overbearing, Shi Guangliang's heart was filled with gratitude. Before refining the medicinal pill, he briefly explained the process of his competition. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal pill's energy. Shi Guangliang, who had always had good luck, finally welcomed the first opponent who was evenly matched with him in the 5th round of the competition. They were all 8th layer peak of the body refining period warriors, and they had also mastered the yellow grade high rank martial technique. The weapons they used had also reached the level of semi-spirit tool. Their battle had been going on for a long time, but no victory or defeat had been decided. When both of their spiritual power were used up, Shi Guangliang had to rely on his perseverance, and the qi replenishing pill he had put into his mouth in advance to barely hold on until his opponent admitted defeat. From what Chu Zhongtian could tell from the opponents he had fought with Shi Guangliang in the 5th round, after 5 rounds, basically all early intermediate disciples in the physical training stage had been eliminated. Even if there were a few lucky ones, it would be very difficult for them to survive the next round. In other words, in the next few rounds of the competition, most of the opponents he was going to face were high rank of the body refining period warriors, and there was even a possibility that he would meet half-step qi transforming period warriors ahead of time. Regarding this, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel any fear, he was actually looking forward to fighting half-step qi transforming period warriors to test his strength and increase his reputation. Half an hour later, the host who was in charge of arranging the competition announced loudly, "Contestant number 451 versus contestant number 1417. Competition arena number 19 arena." After Chu Zhongtian heard the host shout number 451, he turned his head to take a look. There was no need for him to say anything. All 3 of them knew what they needed to do. Zhang Qian took a few steps forward and tightly held onto Dongfang Yonger's arm. She said softly, "Senior sister, let's go to the 19th arena together and cheer senior brother Chu on." "Of course you can." Dongfang Yuner faced Zhang Qian's enthusiasm and she did not reject. Wang Zhongning walked in front of Shi Guangliang and temporarily protected him, who was trying his best to recover the spiritual power. Chu Zhongtian nodded at Wang Zhongning. He looked at Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian, who were suddenly so close to each other, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. However, when he thought of the words that had been circulating on the internet before he transmigrated, the question mark in his mind instantly shattered. Women are a type of animal that changes. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Besides, he was going to participate in the 6th round of the competition. He did not intend to investigate why their relationship had suddenly become intimate, so he only nodded at them. After that, he unleashed his movement technique and flew towards the 19 arena. Chu Zhongtian's 6th round's competition venue was still the 19th arena. He couldn't be bothered to investigate whether it was intentionally arranged by someone, or if it was a coincidence. Chu Zhongtian did not need to bring Dongfang Yuner through the crowd, so he used his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on arena number 19. The referee of arena number 19 looked at Chu Zhongtian and could not help but laugh out loud. "Hello." Although he was the judge of arena number 19, according to the common term among the disciples, Chu Zhongtian still called him senior brother. "My name is Su Hua, and I am a disciple of the enforcement hall. You can call me senior brother Su." It was against the fairness of the competition to get close to the referee during the competition. However, Su Hua as the referee didn't care at all. Not only did he accept Chu Zhongtian's title, he even told him his name and origin in detail. "Hello." Chu Zhongtian bowed again. "Junior brother Chu, if you have time, you can come to the Law Enforcement Hall in Law Enforcement Peak and find me. I'll treat you to some specialty wine." Su Hua accepted Chu Zhongtian's courtesy frankly, which made him secretly happy. This was because Shi Guangliang had said that there were disciples from 3 mountain peaks in Floating Cloud sect. No one could easily provoke them. The first mountain peak was the main peak. Because the main peak was where sect leader usually lived and cultivated, his personal disciple lived on the main peak. Not only did these disciples have outstanding talent, but their strength was also abnormally strong. Every disciple was a genius who could surpass themselves. Of course, if their talent and comprehension ability were not outstanding, they would not be able to become direct disciples either. The second mountain was called Bamboo Peak. The people living on the Bamboo Peak were all the most outstanding female disciples of the cultivation talent. Not only did these female disciples have high cultivation bases, but they were also very united with each other. If someone provoked one of them, that person would provoke all the female disciples on the mountain peak. They were not to be trifled with easily. When Chu Zhongtian heard this news, the first thought in his mind was to hope that Dongfang Yuner would break through to the Qi transforming period and enter the Bamboo Peak as a disciple. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Dongfang Yuner's safety. The third mountain peak was the Law Enforcement Peak. The most powerful disciple in the sect, Zhang Yang, was neither the direct disciple of the main peak, sect leader, nor the merit peak disciple who controlled cultivation resources. They were the disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion who had strict rules and were quick to act. The words of the Floating Cloud sect describing the Law Enforcement Pavilion was enough to prove their status and power in the sect. If they said you were guilty, then you were guilty. If they said you were not guilty, then you were not guilty. They have the final say. If he could build a good relationship with the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and borrow their power in the sect, things would be much smoother in the sect in the future. Su Hua was a disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, so it was normal that he didn't care about the rules of sex competition. At that time, I will have to trouble senior brother Su. As Su Hua was a disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Chu Zhongtian's enthusiastic response made Su Hua reveal a satisfied smile on his face, but he did not continue to answer Chu Zhongtian's question, because his opponent in the 6th round had already ascended the arena. After observing his opponent's cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian discovered that his opponent's cultivation base was the same as his 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Hello, senior brother. Since Chu Zhongtian was the first one to step onto the arena, according to the rules of the competition, he should be the one to introduce himself. Facing Chu Zhongtian's self-introduction, the opponent only responded coldly, not showing any intention of introducing himself. The opponent's underestimation of him made Chu Zhongtian very uncomfortable. The way he looked at his opponent also became fierce. Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian, who were standing on the arena and watching the battle, also stared angrily at Chu Zhongtian's opponent. In their opinion, it was his honor that their beloved could take the initiative to greet him. Not only did he have to respond enthusiastically, but he should also take the initiative to admit defeat. Su Hua, who presided over the competition, did not have any reaction to this. He looked at Chu Zhongtian. After getting the signal from Chu Zhongtian, he took a few steps back and announced the start of the competition. The competition begins. No matter what his opponent's temperament was, and no matter how much his opponent despised him. As long as the battle began, all the distracting thoughts in Chu Zhongtian's mind would be automatically eliminated, leaving only his opponent in his heart. Although his opponent's cultivation base wasn't as high as Zhou Yuga's in the previous round, Chu Zhongtian didn't let his guard down. After taking out the natal spirit blade, he used the middle-rank movement technique Windbreaker to approach his opponent. After that, he used the basic saber technique to test his opponent's strength. Trial Peak, on the 19th arena. Mountain Splitting. Total Annihilation. Silence. These 3 simple saber technique were skills that Chu Zhongtian had combined with the basic saber technique. Their power was comparable to the power of a yellow-level beginner saber technique. The only weakness was that they could not increase the power of their attributes. However, these 3 skills were as powerful as a yellow-level beginner saber technique, and Chun Tijin could easily deal with them. He even had enough time and ability to counter them. This caught Chu Zhongtian off guard and forced him to take a few steps back. He looked at the proud expression on Chun Tijin's face. His expression did not change. There was not a trace of nervousness or fear in his heart. After the test of the 3 basic saber technique, Chu Zhongtian found out that Chun Tijin was also a genius who could surpass the stage. Chun Tijin was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced since the start of the competition. However, he had only displayed the strength of the 5th level. Chu Zhongtian, are you angry at me for looking down on you just now? The sword in Chen Tijin's hand drew a sword flower. His expression was disdainful, and his tone was full of disdain. You aren't strong enough, yet you still think you can get to know a sword genius like me. I think you are dreaming. Chen Tijin's contemptuous sarcasm made Chu Zhongtian really angry. Just now he was just testing the waters, and Chen Tijin thought that he was right. That was why he increased the strength of the suppression by 1 level, allowing him to unleash the strength of the next 6 levels. At the same time, he no longer hid the attribute power he possessed. Sun Scorching. The Sun Scorching was the skill that he had used the most number of times with the yellow level primary rank blade method, and it was also the skill that allowed him to fully grasp its essence. Endless Autumn Water. Chen Tijin saw Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to attack once again, and he started to use the saber technique. Although he maintained a disdainful attitude, the sword technique was extremely fierce after he attacked. He planned to use the Endless Autumn Water to block Chu Zhongtian's attack. His right leg moved back half an inch. He planned to wait for the sword technique to block Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, and then use the private's hit kick to finish Chu Zhongtian off. However, when Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade was still 1 meter away from him, his expression changed, because he could sense the attribute power of a Qi transforming period stage from Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade. His original thoughts were shattered. Fortunately, he was also a genius with rich combat experience. He retracted his right leg that was retreating just now and used all of the spiritual power in his sword. He hoped to use this to block Chu Zhongtian's attack, which contained the power of the attribute. Then he would think of a way to deal with Chu Zhongtian. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Chu Zhongtian's attack, which contained the power of the attribute. The tip of the blade, which contained the power of the attribute, cut directly on his long sword. Not only did it cut a long hole in the sword, but it also made a long cut. The sudden burst of the power of the element made it impossible for him to defend against it. He was bounced to the edge of the arena by the explosive force. Chen Tijin looked at the cut on the sword in his hand, then lowered his head to look at the edge of the arena. He looked up at Chu Zhongtian with a serious expression. If it was according to Chu Zhongtian's past fighting habits, this was a good opportunity for him to chase after the winner. He only needed 1 simple move to completely knock Chen Tijin off the arena and win the 6th round. However, Su Hua, who was in charge of the competition, gave him the look of stopping temporarily, making him miss the good opportunity to chase after the winner. Chen Tijin, who was pushed to the edge of the arena by the attribute power, slowed down for nearly a minute before he finally recovered his senses. He held the sword with 1 hand and introduced himself with the most solemn etiquette of a swordsman. Chen Tijin greets Senior Brother Chu. Thank you for showing mercy just now. I will remember this in my heart. When he saw Chen Tijin's respectful expression and the etiquette just now, he could not help but think of Lu Yuan, whom he had met during the arena competition in Purgatory City. At first, the two of them had an arrogant attitude of looking down on others, but if they were to conquer them in terms of strength, then they would gain their respect and friendship. No wonder Su Hua had asked him not to attack Chen Tijin for the time being. It turned out that he had already known and understood Chen Tijin's character. He knew that Chen Tijin was a friend that he could befriend. Will the competition continue? Although Su Hua wanted him to make some friends out of good intentions, whether or not he agreed with Chen Tijin was his business. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not return the courtesy of Chen Tijin like he did in Purgatory City. Of course, I was careless just now. Senior Brother Chu, you have to be careful next time. Chu Zhongtian did not give a warm response, and it did not make Chen Tijin unhappy. Because he was the one who was rude at the beginning, Chu Zhongtian could not easily forgive him just because of a few simple words and a grand ceremony. Autumn wind fallen leaves. Chu Zhongtian was a genius who could surpass his own stage. This made Chen Tijin attach great importance to him. It also aroused the desire to fight in his heart. This time he was going to use all of his strength. Furthermore, he had mastered the most powerful and most familiar intermediate sword technique. Single spark starts prairie fire. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to neglect Chen Tijin's attack. He used one of the intermediate saber techniques attack, the AoE skill, to break the sword technique. Chu Zhongtian unleashed the strength of the 6th level, which was equivalent to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. Chun Tijin's true strength was equal to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. Therefore, the autumn wind fallen leaves and single spark starts prairie fire, which had similar power, cancelled each other out. There was no winner or loser between the two of them. Chu Zhongtian liked to take the initiative in a battle. After the single spark starts prairie fire shattered the autumn wind fallen leaves, he would use the snatch millet in the fire to attack Chun Tijin's vitals. One word through all eternities. Chun Tijin saw that not only did Chu Zhongtian easily destroy the autumn wind fallen leaves, he also used this opportunity to launch an attack. Chun Tijin didn't dare neglect him either. He used the one word through all eternities to block the snatch millet in the fire. Chu Zhongtian saw that Chun Tijin's sword tip was attacking his palm, which was holding the handle of the sword. In a very strange way, Chu Zhongtian changed the trajectory of his attack. The tip of the sword, which was supposed to attack the vital parts of the body, was pointed at the sword that had been struck by the sun scorching. Although Chun Tijin's one word through all eternities was powerful, there was still a gap between it and the snatch millet in the fire, which contained the power of the element. The tip of the blade hit the edge of the long sword, making the gap wider and deeper. At the same time, the power of the element contained in the blade penetrated through the opening of the long sword, following the direction of the long sword and directly applied to Chun Tijin's left hand, which was holding the sword hilt tightly. The sword was still the second life of a swordsman. Even if his entire arm was shattered, he would not give up on the sword in his hand, so he endured the explosive force of the attribute energy. Stop! Looking at the blood flowing out of Chun Tijin's wound and Chu Zhongtian, who wanted to continue attacking, Su Hua, who was in charge of the competition, appeared between the two of them and signaled them to stop. On the 19th arena, contestant number 1417, do you admit defeat? Looking at Chun Tijin's dazed expression, Su Hua asked loudly. As the judge in charge of the competition, Su Hua was already a Qi transforming period stage. Through the exchange between the two of them just now, they could already see the difference in strength between them. In order to prevent Chun Tijin from being seriously injured and affecting his future cultivation, Su Hua took the initiative to stand out and stop the two of them from continuing the fight. I admit defeat. Chun Tijin woke up and wiped the blood from the tiger's mouth. He sincerely nodded and admitted defeat. After that, he put away the broken long sword, cupped his hands and said, Senior Brother Chu, your strength has impressed me. After the sex competition ends, I wonder if I can pay you a visit. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Whether it was Chun Tijin's pure identity as a swordsman or Su Hua of Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian could not reject Chun Tijin's request. So he left a message about his address. After the sex competition ends, I will definitely pay a visit to Senior Brother in Hidden Dragon Peak. After leaving behind a promise, Chun Tijin turned around and walked out of the arena. As the 19th arena judge, Su Hua looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. He did not hide the regret on his face. Contestant 451 wins. After that, his expression was indifferent, and he announced Chu Zhongtian's victory with a cold tone. Although Chu Zhongtian did not know why Su Hua, who had been very friendly to him, suddenly changed his attitude towards him, now was not the time to pursue the reason. Therefore, after thanking Su Hua, he held his saber and walked down from the arena. If you have something to say, wait until we return. Seeing Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian wanted to congratulate him, Chu Zhongtian motioned for them to not speak for the time being and not to disturb him. Chu Zhongtian did not use the movement technique, nor did he quicken his pace. He walked step by step back to the gathering place on the high platform. Standing on the arena, Su Hua looked at Chu Zhongtian's background and muttered to himself, what a pity. Such an outstanding genius can't enter the law enforcement peak and become a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. Mr. Chu, what exactly happened? When they returned to the gathering place on the tall platform, Dongfang Yuner walked to Chu Zhongtian's side and held his hand, asking with a worried expression. Originally, Defeating the opponent and advancing to the next round of the competition was a joyous occasion that was worth celebrating. However, after Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena, not only did his face not have the joy of winning, there was even a trace of seriousness on it. Yun, I'm fine. I just have one thing that I don't understand. It just makes me a little upset. After the competition ended, when Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena, when he thanked Su Hua, he could clearly feel Su Hua's alienation and aloofness towards him. This made Chu Zhongtian not understand why Su Hua suddenly changed his attitude. Originally, after 6 rounds of competition, Chu Zhongtian felt that he and Su Hua had established a kind of relationship. Perhaps he could use this relationship to build a deep friendship with Su Hua. Then, he could use Su Hua's identity as a law enforcement disciple to raise his position in the sect. However, he didn't know what he had done wrong, or what he had said wrong, which made Su Hua suddenly change his attitude towards him. Could it be that it was because he had defeated Chun Tijin? If it was really because of Chun Tijin, Chu Zhongtian would not feel pity for losing Su Hua's friendship. If it wasn't because of Chun Tijin, but because of Chu Zhongtian's words that made Su Hua treat him differently, then he had to find out the reason. Otherwise, this matter would become a knot in his heart. It will affect his cultivation and breakthrough in the future. Mr. Chu, what is it that has disturbed your mind? Dongfang Yuner asked subconsciously. She did not expect to get an answer from Chu Zhongtian. In Dongfang Yuner's heart, Chu Zhongtian was a decisive person. He would not easily let others know what was on his mind. But this time, Chu Zhongtian did not hide his thoughts and told Dongfang Yuner all the questions in his heart. Dongfang Yuner was very happy when she heard Chu Zhongtian honestly say the doubts in his heart. She really wanted to help find the reason. However, she was smart enough to not be able to find the reason behind it. However, after careful consideration, she still discovered one of the suspicious points from Chu Zhongtian's description. But she did not tell Chu Zhongtian. Instead, she wanted him to adjust his state of mind and recover the spiritual power that he had just used. She wanted him to prepare for the upcoming competition. After that, she took out a piece of paper and a pen from within the storage bag and wrote down the suspicious points that she had discovered on the paper. After sealing it, she handed the paper to a disciple of the same clan beside her and whispered to him, "Hand this letter to my brother personally and let him open it in front of you. If he knows the reason behind it, ask him to reply to me immediately. If he doesn't know the reason behind it, then just come back and I'll arrange for you to do another thing." "Yes, princess." After that fellow disciple received the letter, he turned around and left the competition venue. He followed the bluestone path and left the peak. Although Chun Tijin was also a genius who could surpass the stage, his strength could only surpass a minor stage. Therefore, defeating him didn't consume too much of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power. He didn't use any pills. He only used a few intermediate spirit stones to recover the spiritual power he had just used. Chu Zhongtian didn't consider the reason why Su Hua's attitude had changed. At this time, the only thing he could do was wait for the 7th round of the competition to begin. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Shi Guangliang, who had participated in the competition a step later than Chu Zhongtian, was carried back to the gathering place by Wang Zhongning. When he saw Shi Guangliang, who could not stand up, Chu Zhongtian was shocked. He quickly stood up and ran to Shi Guangliang's side to observe his current condition. Immediately after, Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly, because he discovered that Shi Guangliang's spiritual power basically did not consume too much energy, but his internal organs were seriously injured. "Senior brother Shi, who injured you?" Although the sex competition was a test of the results of the disciples' cultivation, there was a certain degree of restraint between the disciples. Basically, none of the disciples would be ruthless. If there was a personal grudge between the two of them and they wanted to launch a sneak attack, the judge in charge of the competition would stop them. Therefore, not many of the participating disciples were seriously injured like Shi Guangliang. Shi Guangliang wanted to open his mouth to explain, but his sudden action made him cough non-stop. Chu Zhongtian took out a few healing pill medicines from his storage bag and fed them into Shi Guangliang's mouth. Then, Chu Zhongtian supported him and sat down with his legs crossed. letting him borrow the power of the pill to recover from his serious injuries. After that, Chu Zhongtian gestured for Wang Zhongning to follow him to the side. 8. Tell me what exactly happened. Mr. Chu, I don't know what happened. Senior brother Shi will tell you the truth after he recovers from his injuries. Wang Zhongning shook his head. He did not know the exact situation. Because Wang Zhongning didn't know what had happened, Chu Zhongtian felt that the situation was a little troublesome and complicated. Therefore, he waited patiently, quietly waiting for Shi Guangliang to recover and tell him the story in person. With the help of the pill, it took Shi Guangliang more than 10 minutes to barely suppress the injuries in his body. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother Chu, I lost. I lost very strangely. Shi Guangliang opened his eyes. The first sentence he said made Chu Zhongtian completely confused. Junior brother Chu, this is what happened. After Chu Zhongtian heard Shi Guangliang's detailed description, an unknown anger rose in his heart. Because according to Shi Guangliang's description, with the help of the level 8 medicinal pill given by Chu Zhongtian, when he participated in the 6th round of the competition, the spiritual power in his dantian had already recovered 9 levels. Although he knew that the opponents he would face in the future would become stronger and stronger, he had regained his confidence and bravely faced the next opponent. At the same time, he carefully discovered the intimate relationship between Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian, as well as Zhang Qian's special gaze when looking at Chu Zhongtian. Being proficient in human relationships, he understood what was going on. Therefore, before the competition, he did not let Wang Zhongning go to arena number 19, but brought him to arena number 48. In the first 5 rounds of the competition, Shi Guangliang's luck had always been pretty good. The opponents he met were all weaker than him, but his luck seemed to have run out. This was because the opponents he met in the 6th round had reached the half-step Qi transforming period. Facing a half-step Qi transforming period opponent, Shi Guangliang knew that not only was he no match for him, there was also a possibility that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Therefore, he wisely decided to admit defeat. If he lost to a half-step Qi transforming period opponent, he wouldn't feel ashamed at all. However, just as he was about to admit defeat, the judge in charge of the competition announced the start of the match without asking for his opinion. His opponent was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior, and his speed was shockingly fast. Before he could react, his opponent's attack had already landed on his body. With just a single kick, not only did he kick Shi Guangliang out of the arena, he also severely injured his meridian and internal organs. Even with the help of a level 8 healing pill, Shi Guangliang would need at least 3 months to fully recover. 3 months was a very precious time for body-refining stage disciples. In these 3 months, their strength could increase by 1 to 2 minor stage. Shi Guangliang's opponent's attack this time was extremely vicious, making it hard for Shi Guangliang to take revenge in the future. Senior brother Shi, heal your injuries for now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If your opponent harms you maliciously, I will make him suffer the same pain as you. After Shi Guangliang briefly described what happened in the match, his injuries started to flare up. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to delay any longer, so he let him continue to treat his injuries. 8. For the next period of time, you will stay by senior brother Shi's side to protect his safety. Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and called Wang Zhongning over, and said with an apologetic tone. In the sex competition, apart from the contestants who participated in the competition, which could increase their combat experience, the audience could also increase their strength and gain experience while watching the battles between different stage warriors. In order to let Shi Guangliang recover in peace and not be disturbed by outsiders, Chu Zhongtian could only trouble Wang Zhongning. Fortunately, Wang Zhongning, who had a straightforward personality, didn't have any objections. He was willing to accept Chu Zhongtian's arrangement. This made Chu Zhongtian secretly decide that he must find a way to improve Wang Zhongning's strength and make up for the sex competition's loss. It had only been 3 months since Chu Zhongtian became a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, and in these 3 months, he had become a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. He either went out to cultivate or went into seclusion to cultivate. In the sect, other than the few people beside him, he didn't know anyone else. So if he wanted to find out what happened to Shi Guangliang, he had to borrow Dongfang Yun'er's power in the sect. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian walked to Dongfang Yun'er and Zhang Qian's side and said to Dongfang Yun'er, "Yun, I have something to trouble you to use Dynasty's power in the sect. Mr. Chu, just say it." This was the first time Chu Zhongtian asked her to do things for him. Dongfang Yun'er was very happy. She nodded without hesitation. After that, Chu Zhongtian told her what had happened to Shi Guangliang. "Mr. Chu, do you want to use the experts of Dynasty in the sect to secretly kill the experts who injured senior brother Shi?" After Dongfang Yun'er heard Chu Zhongtian's story, she immediately expressed her thoughts as a princess. She planned to send someone to kill that person. Regarding Dongfang Yun'er's decisive and domineering actions, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel disgust in his heart, he actually admired it very much. Because only Dongfang Yun'er with this kind of personality could let him cultivate peacefully, and he did not need to worry too much about her safety. However, although he admired Dongfang Yun'er, he did not want her to kill that person. On the contrary, he wanted to pass the fair and open competition. He wanted to let that person feel Shi Guangliang's pain at this moment, so he immediately stopped Dongfang Yun'er. "Yun, I don't have any grudges with that person. I don't need an expert from Dynasty to help me. I only need to know why that person deliberately targeted senior brother Shi, as well as the relationship between that person and Judge 48. That's very simple." After Dongfang Yun'er heard Chu Zhongtian's specific request, she directly waved her hand to let a fellow disciple come in front of her. She directly ordered him to inquire about this matter. "Yes, princess." He bowed and replied in a low voice. Then he turned around and left. Contestant number 451 versus contestant number 483. The competition venue is the 9th arena. After Chu Zhongtian finished dealing with Shi Guangliang's private matters, he heard the host on the high platform call his number. When Chu Zhongtian heard that the arena in his competition this time was suddenly changed to number 9 arena, he felt more and more that the first 6 rounds of the competition were definitely arranged by someone on purpose. And this person was very likely to be the referee of arena number 19, Su Hua, and a staff member on the platform who arranged the competition. When Chu Zhongtian thought of this, he glanced at the staff member who was busy at the edge of the high platform. At this moment, there were more than a dozen staff members who were participating in the sex competition. Chu Zhongtian was unable to confirm who arranged his competition venue. However, since the arena had been replaced, it meant that the person was no longer targeting him, and he did not want to pursue the matter any further. Her fever went down, but her head was still dizzy. The 9th arena was closer to the high platform, and Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to greet Dongfang Yun'er and the others. He directly used the movement technique, and with a few leaps he easily climbed onto the arena. Perhaps it was because of Su's sudden change in attitude, but Chu Zhongtian, who had climbed onto the arena, did not pay any attention to the referee of the 9th arena. He was just quietly waiting for his opponent for the 7th round. It didn't take long, just a few dozen seconds after he had ascended the arena. A black shadow quickly approached the arena. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from the arena, he used the footwork technique to land on it. This caused many disciples under the arena to cheer. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and observed the opponent's strength. He discovered that the opponent's cultivation had already reached the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period stage. At the same time, his sixth sense made him feel that the opponent wasn't simple. "Senior brother, hello?" Chu Zhongtian wasn't affected by Chun Tijin's 6th round. He continued to introduce himself as usual. "Hello, junior brother Chu." Chun Bin, who had ascended the arena, did not have the arrogance of Chun Tijin. He also introduced himself with the same indifferent expression. When they finished introducing each other, the referee of the 9th arena stepped back and announced the start of the competition. Chun Bin was a 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, so Chu Zhongtian didn't dare neglect him. He drew out the natal spirit blade and raised his strength to the 7th level, then he chose to take the initiative to attack. Chun Bin did the same thing as Chu Zhongtian. He took out his weapon and rushed over. Sun scorching. Chu Zhongtian saw Chun Bin rushing towards him. He gave up the idea of using the basic saber technique to test the true strength of his opponent. He immediately used the beginner saber technique. Bewitching in Rain. Chunbin looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was rushing towards him. He didn't let his guard down either. He also used the beginner sword technique. The blade and the sword collided, creating an ear-piercing grinding sound. Along with the grinding sound, Chu Zhongtian and Chunbin brushed past each other. After one strike, they did not continue to attack. They all looked at each other with the same serious expression. Through the attack just now, Chu Zhongtian found that his premonition was not wrong. Chunbin was also a genius whose strength had surpassed his stage. This meant that Chunbin had the strength of a half-step chi transforming period. If it wasn't for the enhancement of his attribute, the strike just now would have put him in a disadvantageous position. Therefore, he didn't dare to suppress his strength too much. He raised his own strength to the 8th level. Through the exchange just now, Chunbin also discovered that Chu Zhongtian wasn't just a genius who could challenge those at the super level. This made him couldn't help but envy his opponent's talent, comprehension, and potential. Similarly, what made him jealous was that when the saber and sword collided, he could deeply feel the attribute energy contained within Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade, which caused his weapon to suffer a small loss. Chunbin quietly looked at the small opening on the sword and made a decision. Next, he would use his full strength and try to get rid of Chu Zhongtian in 5 moves. Lost in Rain. After Chunbin made up his mind, he unleashed the Lost in Rain from the second sword technique. He also used the middle rank movement technique that had broken through to the peak stage to approach Chu Zhongtian. Snatch Millet in the Fire. It was as if their hearts were connected. Just as Chunbin launched the second attack with the sword technique, Chu Zhongtian also launched the second attack with the saber technique. Chu Zhongtian looked at the swords that rained down from the sky. He immediately switched to the saber technique and faced the long sword that filled the sky. At the same time, he also used the middle rank movement technique Windbreaker, using his speed to fight Chunbin. The long swords that filled the sky and the steel knife collided in the air, producing a series of grinding and clashing sounds. This immediately attracted the attention of the people who were watching the battle under the arena. Dongfang Yuner looked at the swords and sabers colliding. She could not help but mutter to herself, "So beautiful! Don't look at the swords and sabers dancing in the sky. They are very beautiful, but they contain endless danger." The male disciple who had long peeped at Dongfang Yuner's beauty explained the competition on the arena to her, while quietly taking the opportunity to approach her. If your strength is not as good as the 2 contestants on the arena, if you accidentally enter the swords flying in the sky, there will only be one result, and that is that you will be minced into pieces by the swords. Even if your strength is the same as the 2 contestants, entering the sword and saber dancing in the sky, you will definitely be seriously injured. Although Dongfang Yuner's face was covered by a silk veil, which concealed her peerless appearance, just from her big eyes and the temperament that she exuded, one could tell that she was absolutely a devastatingly beautiful woman. The male disciples around arena number 9 all wanted to get close to her, and fall in love with her. However, every time a male disciple wanted to get close to her or hit on her, her eyes would show signs of rejection, which led to no male disciple daring to get close to her or talk to her after the competition started. At this moment, as Dongfang Yuner unconsciously muttered to herself, a handsome-looking disciple who had reached the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period not far away from her saw an opportunity. While explaining the situation of the fight just now, he quietly approached Dongfang Yuner, wanting her to fall in love with him. Is it that dangerous? After Dongfang Yuner heard the explanation from the senior brother beside her, her face changed and she asked with a worried expression. Of course, the 2 contestants on the arena are geniuses who can surpass their stage. Every time they fight, it will be extremely dangerous, and they will try their best to defend themselves. With the help of the conversation just now, the male disciple was almost at Dongfang Yuner's side. However, Zhang Qian, who was following beside Dongfang Yuner, seemed to have discovered his intention. Not only did he use a sharp gaze to warn him, but he also directly stood on Dongfang Yuner's left side. She stopped him from continuing to approach. It was a rare opportunity. The male disciple was not scared away by Zhang Qian's sharp eyes. He continued to answer while changing the route. He directly leaned to Dongfang Yun'er's right side. I will give you 3 seconds. Get away from me immediately. Otherwise, you will be punished by me. Dongfang Yun'er was worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety, but she did not completely give up her vigilance. That male disciple took the opportunity to get close to her, and Dongfang Yun'er had long noticed. But she wanted to understand the situation on the arena, so she endured it for the time being. However, Dongfang Yun'er saw that Zhang Qian had already made an obvious move to not let him get close, but he still did not give up and continued to get close to her. This made her immediately angry. Under the 9th arena. Your temper is quite big. I like it. When the male disciple saw Dongfang Yun'er's sudden change of expression and mercilessly berate him, his expression also changed. However, he saw his fellow disciples who were paying attention to him. He did not want to lose face in front of those people, so he directly played hooligan. Dongfang Yun'er didn't pay attention to his shameless actions. She looked at him coldly and began to count. 1. He still stood there without moving. Dongfang Yun'er continued to count. 2. Not only did he stand still on the spot, there was even a look of contempt on his face. Dongfang Yun'er's expression did not change as she continued to count. 3. When Dongfang Yun'er finished speaking, a half-step Qi transforming period warrior walked out from the crowd. Dongfang Yun'er didn't show any expression towards the half-step Qi transforming period warrior that walked out from the crowd. She just coldly looked at the person who was playing hooligan with her. The male disciple looked at the half-step Qi transforming period warrior who walked out from the crowd. The extremely thick killing intent on his body made him very clear that he was a ruthless man. So he wanted to kneel down and beg Dongfang Yun'er to let him go. At this time, a senior brother who had a good relationship with him walked out from the crowd and loudly announced the sect rules. The sect rules prohibit disciples from fighting amongst themselves during the period of the sect's competition. If anyone violates the sect rules, they will be expelled from the sect and will never be allowed to enter the sect. Princess, the half-step Qi transforming period warrior who walked out of the crowd frowned when he heard his companion announce the rules of the sect. He looked at Dongfang Yun'er with a questioning look. The half-step Qi transforming period warrior who walked out of the crowd was called Shirlei. He was the son of a slave of the Heavenly Dragon Empire imperial family for generations. Because his performance in the cultivation talent test when he became an adult was not bad, and in addition to his diligent cultivation, the imperial family recommended him to join the Floating Cloud sect. They wanted him to continue his cultivation in order to improve his own strength. In the future, he could continue to work for Dynasty. Secondly, the royal family wanted to strengthen their influence in the Floating Cloud sect, so that they could protect the young disciples of the royal family who had just entered the sect and help them deal with some troublesome matters. Do you need me to continue to instruct you? Dongfang Yun'er saw that her servant had gone against her wishes and said coldly, the fate of a person's life was unpredictable. Originally, an ordinary person might become a powerhouse that could influence the situation of the continent because of an opportunity. In order to prevent the slaves who entered the sect from betraying themselves as they grew stronger, Heavenly Dragon Empire had already prepared their defenses before they entered the sect to prevent them from having any ill intentions. I dare not. Princess, please spare my life. Dongfang Yun'er's cold tone frightened Shirlei to the point of kneeling on the ground and starting to kowtow and beg for mercy. Get up. Go and complete what I just told you. Looking at Shirlei, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, Dongfang Yun'er's tone did not change as she said, yes, princess. As long as he fulfilled princess's request, then his little life would be saved. After he took action, being expelled from the sect seemed insignificant compared to his life. Princess, it was my fault just now. I hope you will let me go on account of our relationship. The male disciple clearly understood what Dongfang Yun'er and Shirlei did just now. The power behind Dongfang Yun'er, whom he wanted to tease, was very shocking. In order to help her vent her anger, she had actually lost a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. Regarding the male disciple who was kneeling on the ground and begging for help, Dongfang Yuner didn't pay any attention to him. She nervously looked at the arena and Chu Zhongtian, who was fighting. Shi Lei, who was born as a servant, was sent to the Floating Clouds sect to cultivate. His talent and comprehension ability were very outstanding. Furthermore, he had been cultivating diligently, and he didn't fear death. This allowed him to have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. His half-step Qi transforming period cultivation had allowed his strength to reach the peak of half-step Qi transforming period. He could barely fight a first-grade Qi transforming period warrior for a few dozen rounds. The man who teased Dongfang Yuner just now had an ordinary talent. He was also frightened by Dongfang Yuner, causing him to be unable to exert the strength of a 10th-level body refinement expert. He was easily defeated by Shi Lei in a single strike. He glanced at Dongfang Yuner and found that she was currently staring at the arena with full concentration, totally not paying attention to what he was doing. Shi Lei helplessly smiled bitterly. He directly pulled the person that he knocked out and followed the path that led to the foot of the mountain and left the scene of the competition. Zhang Qian looked at Dongfang Yuner's explosive princess prestige, and her face revealed a trace of envy and jealousy. Before entering the sect, she was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the family. Being able to mobilize a portion of the experts in the family, she was unable to be like Dongfang Yuner. Dongfang Yuner's gaze could make a half-step Qi transforming period expert give up his future and willingly work for her. Because Dongfang Yuner was angry just now, the male disciples who originally wanted to get close to her not only extinguished the idea of getting close to her, but also some of the timid male disciples subconsciously took a few steps back. Regarding what happened under the arena, Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to it. Or rather, he could not pay attention to it at all. Because as they kept fighting, Chu Zhongtian realized that Chun Bin was a warlike person. This made Chu Zhongtian, who was suppressing his strength at the second level, unable to defeat him in a short period of time. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous at all. In fact, there was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. Because as the two of them continued to exchange blows, he gradually discovered that Chun Bin had mastered every move and every form of the sword technique. This was because as the two of them continued to exchange blows, he gradually discovered that every single move, every single style of the undersword that Undersword had mastered had reached an unimaginable height. It was far more exquisite than those illusionary opponents from the trial pavilion. He wanted to use Chun Bin to further improve his saber technique. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his own strength. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry, but that didn't mean Chun Bin wasn't in a hurry. As the two of them continued to fight, he realized that even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat Chu Zhongtian. He couldn't even suppress Chu Zhongtian with his best sword technique. He couldn't help but feel anxious. This was because if he wanted to use the exquisite sword technique just now, apart from his comprehension of the sword technique, he would also need the support of a large amount of spiritual power. At this time, the spiritual power in his dantian had already been depleted by nearly 30%. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be the one to fail in the end. After dozens of exchanges, Chun Bin used an exquisite sword technique to force Chu Zhongtian to retreat and defend. He took this opportunity to increase the distance between them. At the tip of the sword, Chun Bin lowered his body slightly and breathed heavily. Chu Zhongtian's condition was much better than his. Not only was his breathing steady, but even his expression did not change much. Junior brother Chu, can you tell me how many levels of strength you used just now? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's current condition, Chun Bin didn't need to guess to know that Chu Zhongtian hadn't used his full strength just now. He had been suppressing his strength to fight with Undersword, which made him very depressed. He wanted to know how much strength he had used to force Chu Zhongtian to use. He wanted to see if he still had the chance to turn the tables. This was because he still had a powerful sword technique in his hand. However, if he wanted to use this sword technique, the spiritual power in his dantian would be instantly consumed. He had to ensure that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't have the ability to fight back after using this sword technique. Otherwise, he would lose without a doubt. I have used the 9th level of my skill. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian vaguely said. Revealing his own strength was undoubtedly telling his opponent his trump card. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, facing Chun Bin's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian was too embarrassed to reject him face to face. This was because after the fight with Chun Bin just now, Chu Zhongtian's saber technique had improved by at least one level, indirectly increasing his strength by half a minor stage. Regarding this, he was very grateful. In order to make Chun Bin feel at ease, he had no choice but to tell a white lie. Chu Zhongtian's answer made the depressed look on Chun Bin's face become even stronger. He knew that even if he used his strongest sword technique, he might not be able to turn the tables. At this moment, he already had the thought of admitting defeat, but when he thought of the goal he had promised before participating in the competition, he could only helplessly smile bitterly. The main reason why Chu Zhongtian's saber technique was able to rise to a new level in a short period of time was because of Chun Bin. Furthermore, he admired Chun Bin from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to see Chun Bin being so disappointed, so he wanted to comfort him. However, he didn't know Chun Bin, nor did he understand his character. He didn't know how to comfort him. But when he thought of the sword technique he had just used, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Senior brother Chun, the sword technique you used just now is the most exquisite sword technique I have ever seen. Its degree of refinement isn't any weaker than the Hua Mountain sword sect's Lu Yuan. In some aspects, your sword technique is far stronger than Lu Yuan's. Junior brother Chu, you know the sword maniac of Hua Mountain sword sect, Lu Yuan. Hearing Chu Zhongtian mention Lu Yuan, Chun Bin, who was in a bad mood, suddenly became excited and asked in a slightly excited tone. Since Chu Zhongtian used his relationship with Lu Yuan to comfort Chun Bin, then he would not hide the process of him and Lu Yuan knowing each other. When I went out to refine some time ago, I had been with junior brother Lu for a period of time. I also fought with him with all my strength. I feel that his sword technique is not as exquisite as yours. Junior brother Chu, you are wrong. Lu Yuan from the Hua Mountain sword sect isn't as simple as you think. He is called Sword Maniac in the Hua Mountain sword sect, and he has a very high attainment in the sword technique. Are you guys still going to fight or not? Just as Chun Bin was about to explain the situation for Lu Yuan, the referee interrupted him and asked impatiently, Junior brother Chu, after the sex competition ends, I wonder if I can pay you a visit? Seeing the impatient judge, Chun Bin quickly asked for Chu Zhongtian's opinion. He wanted to wait until the sex competition ends and introduce Lu Yuan's legend to him. Furthermore, he wanted to get to know Lu Yuan through Chu Zhongtian. Senior disciple Chun, after the sex competition ends, I will welcome you in the courtyard 9 of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian was very happy to get to know a genius like Chun Bin. Therefore, before Chun Bin admitted defeat, he told him his exact address. So that's how it is. After Chun Bin heard Chu Zhongtian say his address, he revealed a look of sudden understanding. After that, he said to the referee who presided over the competition, I admit defeat. Contestant 451 wins. After Chun Bin admitted defeat, the referee announced Chu Zhongtian's victory. As Chun Bin was number 483, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to change his token number. He ignored the referee and nodded at Chun Bin. Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena and walked to Dongfang Yun'er's side. When he approached Dongfang Yun'er, he unexpectedly heard the sound of people gasping. He even vaguely heard someone say something very bold. This made him look up in confusion. After that, Chu Zhongtian found that the surrounding people looked at him with a trace of pity in their eyes. Yun, what happened to you just now? The strange reactions of the surrounding disciples confused Chu Zhongtian. Could it be that, during the arena competition just now, something unexpected happened underneath the arena that he did not know about? Mr. Chu, it's fine. We only chased away an annoying fly. Dongfang Yun'er was afraid that Chu Zhongtian would investigate what happened just now. So she used a barbaric and overbearing tone to explain. Chu Zhongtian did not need to think much to guess the reason through Dongfang Yun'er and the surrounding people's reactions. Although he did not know what kind of method Dongfang Yun'er used to deal with the harassment, since the matter just now had already been resolved. He was too lazy to continue asking her. After Shi Guangliang returned to the gathering area of the high platform, He was still borrowing the power of the medicinal pills to heal his injuries. At this time, his complexion had already recovered a lot, and was no longer as pale as before. Chu Zhongtian did not disturb Shi Guangliang, who was recuperating, and he also did not chat with Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian. Instead, he chose a position that slightly deviated from Shi Guangliang's position and sat down with his legs crossed. He began to recall the process of fighting with Chen Bin just now and experienced the exquisite sword technique that he used. The more Chu Zhongtian recalled, the more admiration he had for Chen Bin in his heart. Ever since Chu Zhongtian was able to cultivate again, he had experienced dozens of battles of various sizes. Most of his opponents used their swords as their weapons, so when he fought these experts with swords, his understanding of the sword technique was also very deep. If he were to change his weapon and use the sword as his weapon, then his power wouldn't be any weaker than those experts who use swords all year round. However, if he was compared to Lu Yuan, Chen Bin, and the others, he felt that he was far inferior to them. "Mr. Chu, are you free now?" Just as Chu Zhongtian was experiencing Chen Bin's exquisite sword technique and using it to improve his saber technique, Dongfang Yuner's voice rang in his ears. "Yun, is there something you need?" Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and asked. "Mr. Chu, you asked me to inquire about the brother Shi. My imperial descendants have already inquired about it." Dongfang Yuner originally saw that Chu Zhongtian was cultivating with his eyes closed, so she didn't want to disturb him. But the news that her fellow disciples had inquired about was very important. This made her have no choice but to wake him up in advance. When Chu Zhongtian heard Dongfang Yuner say that he had already inquired about Shi Guangliang's opponent's situation, he quickly stood up. He had already experienced the process of fighting Chen Bin a few times. He had already grasped the essence of it. He wouldn't gain much if he continued to experience it, unless he fought Chen Bin again. "Luo Jie, come here." Dongfang Yuner called Luo Jie, who was standing beside Zhang Qian. "Princess, senior brother Chu, hello?" Luo Jie was about 20 years old. He looked ordinary, and his cultivation was only at the second layer of the body refining period. His crafty big eyes made him seem very shrewd. "Mr. Chu, his name is Luo Jie, and he is a disciple of a Dongfang family official." Dongfang Yuner briefly introduced Luo Jie's background to Chu Zhongtian and then said to Luo Jie, "Luo Jie, tell Mr. Chu in detail what you have found out." "Yes, princess." Luo Jie answered and told Chu Zhongtian everything he had heard. As Luo Jie told him, Chu Zhongtian's face became serious. Because according to Luo Jie, Shi Guangliang's opponent in the 6th round was called Ma Qiwei. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step qi transforming period. He was able to master and use advanced martial skills. His true strength was comparable to a first-level qi transforming period expert, and he was one of the most popular candidates for the sex competition to win the championship this time. However, he didn't know Shi Guangliang. The reason why he attacked Shi Guangliang so ruthlessly was because the opponent Shi Guangliang met in the 5th round, Ma Qigua, was Ma Qiwei's younger brother. Ma Qiwei and Ma Qigua were blood brothers. The two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Ma Qiwei loved him very much, and he didn't want to let him suffer any grievances. In order to defeat Shi Guangliang, not only did Ma Qigua use up all of his spiritual power, he even used up a portion of his potential, causing him to faint on the arena in the end. This made Ma Qiwei extremely angry after learning about it. Through his personal connections, he found the staff who arranged the competition. He found out who Shi Guangliang's next opponent was, and then relied on some special connections. He exchanged his number with Shi Guangliang's opponent. This caused Shi Guangliang's 6th opponent to become one of the top 10 experts of outer sect, Ma Qiwei. Just because of the personal grudge between Ma Qigua and Shi Guangliang, Ma Qiwei could be so vicious. According to Chu Zhongtian's character, he would definitely seek justice for Shi Guangliang. However, what troubled him was the power behind Ma Qiwei. Behind Ma Qiwei stood the law enforcement peak. After Su was change in attitude and the 7 continuous rounds of competition, Chu Zhongtian had a rough understanding of the situation. The sex competition of body refining stage outer sect, from the staff in charge of the competition to the judge in charge of the competition. All of them were disciples from the Law Enforcement Pavilion of Law Enforcement Peak. Their target was probably the outstanding disciples of the sex competition this time. By making contact with these disciples in advance, and secretly helping them improve their results in the sex competition, they could gain their favorable impression. When their cultivation base broke through to the Qi transforming period and became a disciple of the inner sect, they would be able to join the Law Enforcement Peak and become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. No wonder the peak master of the trial peak, Zhong Fakan, disappeared after a simple encouragement. It seemed like he already knew about this situation. The reason why Chu Zhongtian felt that this matter was tricky was because Ma Qiwei was one of the disciples that the Law Enforcement Peak valued. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to help Ma Qiwei change the number of the competition. If he wanted to seek justice for Shi Guangliang, he would have to deal with Ma Qiwei. If he also seriously injured Ma Qiwei, then he would have indirectly offended Law Enforcement Peak. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian thought that he should step back temporarily to avoid offending the Law Enforcement Peak, or should he offend the Law Enforcement Peak to seek justice for Shi Guangliang? He fell into a dilemma. Dongfang Yuner saw Chu Zhongtian in deep thought and did not disturb him. She waved her hand, indicating that Luo Jie could leave. Mr. Chu, there is actually one more thing I want to tell you. Dongfang Yuner waited until Chu Zhongtian woke up from his deep thoughts. After thinking for a while, she finally decided to tell Chu Zhongtian. Yun, if you have something to say, say it. There is no need to hide it. After thinking deeply for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to temporarily hold back and not seek justice for Shi Guangliang for the time being. Chu Zhongtian considered that he was only a body refining stage disciple of the outer sect. He did not have any protection in the sect. If he offended the Law Enforcement Peak because of Ma Qiwei, perhaps the Law Enforcement Pavilion would find a small matter that would make him wish he was dead. If it was only because of a friend whom he didn't have a close relationship with, causing him to offend the Law Enforcement Pavilion, he felt that it wasn't worth it. Mr. Chu, this is a letter from my brother. Dongfang Yuner handed the letter in her hand to Chu Zhongtian and looked at him worriedly. Why did he write to me? Chu Zhongtian took the letter from Dongfang Yuner and asked in confusion. Chu Zhongtian opened the letter and found that there was a lot of content, so he read it word by word. After he finished reading all the letters, Chu Zhongtian put away the letter and couldn't help but look up at arena number 19. No wonder Su Hua, who was friendly to him, suddenly changed his attitude towards him. It turned out that the reason was because of Zhao Enjuan from Hidden Dragon Peak. According to Dongfang Yongping's letter, Zhao Enjuan was a freak in Floating Cloud sect. He was a freak that no one dared to provoke, but no one dared to make friends with him. Regarding Zhao Enjuan's life experiences, Dongfang Yongping's letter roughly described them. According to the description in the letter, Zhao Enjuan's talent was outstanding, his comprehension ability was outstanding, and his potential was outstanding. He was a rare genius of Floating Cloud sect that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He broke through to the Qi refining stage in 2 hours, body refining stage in 2 months, Qi transforming period in 5 months, essence gathering stage in 1 year, divine soul stage in 3 years, and after 7 years he broke through to the divine soul stage. It was precisely because of his outstanding talent that he had a bright future ahead of him. He had once been one of the popular candidates for the top 3 in Floating Cloud sect, and in just a short period of time he had gained a lot of fame. 100 years ago, for some unknown reason, he suddenly had an intense conflict with his fellow disciples. His fellow disciple was the current peak master of the Law Enforcement Peak. In the end, they started a fight. Whether it was Zhao Enjuan or the master of Law Enforcement Peak, both of them had a cultivation base higher than the divine soul stage in their sect. They all had their own forces. Therefore, not long after they started fighting, their forces started fighting each other. This almost caused internal strife in Floating Cloud sect. Although the peak master of Law Enforcement Peak was also a peerless genius with extraordinary talent, he was still slightly inferior to someone like Zhao Enjuan. After a few hundred exchanges, the peak master of Law Enforcement Peak was almost struck in the chest by Zhao Enjuan's palm. If it wasn't for the help of the Floating Cloud sect's sect leader, the peak master of Law Enforcement Peak wouldn't have been him. The incident that happened back then was too sensational. The last battle between the two forces had almost caused an internal conflict in Floating Cloud sect. At that time, sect leader, who was in charge of the sect, had flown into a rage. Not only did he deprive Zhao Enjuan of all his power and treatment, he also personally locked him in Cliff of Retrospection, which was located in the back mountain of the sect, for 100 years. Chu Zhongtian became an elite disciple 2 to 3 years after Zhao Enjuan came out of the Cliff of Retrospection. At that time, not only did he not receive any punishment, but he also became the peak master of the law enforcement peak. At that time, it caused countless people to speculate. Because that incident was a scandal of the sect, sect leader had issued a secret order at that time. The sect prohibited anyone from spreading the news. If the sect found out that someone was spreading this matter, they would immediately expel them from the sect. This also caused not many people within the sect to know about this matter. The reason Dongfang Yongping knew about this matter was because his father, Dongfang Xiongba, was the same batch of disciples as Zhao Enjuan. He was one of the most talented disciples in the same batch as Zhao Enjuan, and he was also the one who had the most ability to fight for the top 3 in the past. Therefore, Dongfang Yongping was very familiar with what had happened back then. It was precisely because he understood the cause and effect of the entire incident that Dongfang Xiongba gave up the desire to fight for the position of the elder. Furthermore, when there was an internal conflict in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba automatically withdrew from the Floating Cloud sect. He chose to be a free emperor. The young Su Hua knew about this matter because of his father. His father was the current Deputy Mountain Lord of Law Enforcement Peak. His father was also the witness of that incident. Furthermore, his father was also the one who survived that conflict. This was also the reason why Su's attitude changed after hearing that he came from Hidden Dragon Peak. Su Hua was the son of Deputy Mountain Lord from Law Enforcement Peak. He might also be the real person in charge of the sex competition's Law Enforcement Peak this time. Chu Zhongtian suspected that he had met Chen Bin in the 7th round of the competition because of Su Hua. Not only did Chen Bin possess the strength of a half-step Qi transforming period, but his mastery of the sword technique was also exquisite. His true strength could barely reach the first level of the Qi transforming period. Since Chen Bin was unable to defeat him, his next opponent would probably become stronger and stronger. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't afraid at all, because his goal this time was to become the final champion. All the participating disciples were his opponents, so he didn't care who he would meet next. After reading the letter, Chu Zhongtian handed the letter in his hand to Dongfang Yuner and softly instructed, "Yun, burn the letter." In the letter, Dongfang Yongping specifically told him to destroy the letter immediately after reading it. After all, the information in the letter was too shocking and could easily cause chain reactions. After taking the letter, Dongfang Yuner took Zhang Qian and a few of her fellow disciples and left the platform. She wanted to find a remote place to destroy the letter. After all, the scene was not far from the high platform. Burning the letter here might cause some unnecessary trouble. Chu Zhongtian looked up at Shi Guangliang and finally decided to seek justice for him. Because Dongfang Yongping mentioned in the letter that the Eternal Continent valued the inheritance very much. In other words, after Chu Zhongtian agreed to join the elite disciple training, he had unknowingly become Zhao Enjuan's inheritance disciple. According to the grudges between Zhao Enjuan and the Master of the Law Enforcement Peak, it was impossible for him and the Master of the Law Enforcement Peak to be in harmony, and it was also impossible for him to become close friends. Furthermore, he also needed to guard against Law Enforcement Peak's revenge against him. Fortunately, Dongfang Yongping mentioned in the letter that although Zhao Enjuan was alone in Floating Cloud sect, but he became someone no one dared to provoke. Therefore, as long as he wasn't caught by the Law Enforcement Peak by a very important flaw, basically the Law Enforcement Peak wouldn't be able to easily deal with him either. Although he didn't know why Zhao Enjuan would fight with the Peak Master of the Law Enforcement Peak, causing him to be imprisoned in the Cliff of Retrospection for 100 years. In that case, the grudge that Zhao Enjuan had created back then, he had to bear it regardless of whether he was willing or not. Contestant number 15 versus contestant number 451. The competition venue is arena number 6. Just as Chu Zhongtian decided to accept the grudge that Zhao Enjuan had formed, the host on the high platform called out his number. Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian went to destroy the letter. Wang Zhongning was guarding Shi Guangliang. So Chu Zhongtian did not need to greet the people around him. He casted the movement technique and rushed towards arena number 6. The judges in charge of the competition were all disciples from Law Enforcement Peak, and he was sure that he wouldn't be able to get along with Law Enforcement Peak in the future. Therefore, he ignored the judges and closed his eyes, waiting for his opponent to arrive. As the heavy object hit the ground, there was a loud noise. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. After that, he found a tall and strong young man who was 2.30 meters tall, walking step by step onto the arena. Seeing this young man walking up the arena, Chu Zhongtian suspected that this man was the older brother of Wang Zhongning. Otherwise, why were their bodies so similar? When the young man stood on the arena, Chu Zhongtian quickly put away his strange thoughts. He also took a look at the young man's cultivation base and found that his opponent was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. In his heart, he was sure that this was planned by Su Hua. His goal was to stop him from entering the top 10 of the sex competition. This was because the young man in front of Chu Zhongtian was a powerful warrior, no matter if it was his own attack power. Both of them were shockingly powerful. Furthermore, he was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior, and his overall strength might be at the first level of the Qi transforming period. The reason why Chu Zhongtian was sure that this was planned by Su Hua was not only because his opponent was abnormally strong, but also because of the rules of the sex competition. Because according to the rules of the sex competition, his opponent in this round should be the 17th contestant, but this strong young man in front of him was the 15th contestant. I'm Chu Zhongtian. Greetings, senior brother. Regardless of whether Chu Zhongtian's opponent was an expert that Su Hua had specially arranged to stop him, he still followed the rules of the sect and introduced himself first. I am Luo and I. Greetings, junior brother Chu. The young man did not deliberately look down on or provoke Chu Zhongtian because he was targeting Chu Zhongtian. The young man also introduced himself as usual. The competition begins. After the two introduced themselves, the referee gave Chu Zhongtian a strange look and announced the start of the competition. This was the second time Chu Zhongtian had met someone who was very strong. The first time he had met a strong opponent was in the Chu family of Qi country, where he fought Lu Yongjun at the top of the Yulong mountain. Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to take out the vital spirit tool. Instead, he casted the movement technique. He used the beginner fist technique to continuously punch Luo and I, using it to test Luo Ni's defensive ability. To deal with strength-type opponents, besides having to be wary of their extraordinary attack power, one also has to know the strength of their own defense to decide how to attack next. The strength-type competitors had strong offensive abilities and strong defensive abilities. Could be said that they were extremely difficult to deal with. However, they had a common weakness, and that was that their movement speed was slow. Therefore, when Luo and I faced Chu Zhongtian's speed that was like a gale, although the destructive power of each of his attacks was very strong, he couldn't really attack Chu Zhongtian. He could only waste his energy and spiritual power. After dozens of attacks, Luo and I couldn't even touch the edge of Chu Zhongtian's clothes, let alone attack him. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Chu Zhongtian used the cannon fist. With the help of Luo Ni's defensive power, he temporarily put some distance between him and Luo and I. After dozens of punches, Chu Zhongtian found that Luo Ni's defensive power was abnormally strong. Ordinary weapons could not break through his powerful defense. Even if it was a semi-spirit tool weapon, it could not easily break through his defense unless it was a spirit weapon. Although Chu Zhongtian's weapon was only a semi-spirit tool, it had the special attribute of a Qi transforming period. The enhancement of the additional attribute allowed his natal spiritual power to reach the level of a spirit weapon. Therefore, when they pulled away a certain distance, Chu Zhongtian took out his natal spiritual power and combined it with the peak stage windbreaker. He began to use the martial skill that contained the attribute power to surround and attack Luo and I. The peak stage windbreaker's speed was as fast as the wind, making it impossible for Luo and I to keep up with Chu Zhongtian's attack speed. The saber technique that contained the power of the element had reached the level of spirit weapon. This level of attack made it impossible for Luo and I to defend against it with his own defense. Therefore, he could only use the spiritual power in the Dantian. Only by coordinating with his own defense could he barely defend against Chu Zhongtian's attack. Could be said that under Chu Zhongtian's dual attack of speed and attribute, Luo and I was in a very bad situation. Luo Ni's cultivation base had reached the half-step Qi transforming period, and he was a strength-type warrior. He could definitely be ranked in the top 100, or even the top 50 of sex competition this time. His strength could not be underestimated. If the opponent he was facing right now was not Chu Zhongtian, but other competitors, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. This was because the speed-type contestant could not easily break through his defense, and the contestant who could break through his defense could not withstand his powerful attack. After Luo and I was attacked dozens of times by Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, he furiously roared and did something that stunned Chu Zhongtian, the referee, and the audience on the arena. He held his head and rushed to the edge of the arena, shouting that he had admitted defeat. Contestant 451 wins. When the referee saw Luo and I jump down from the arena and leave, he could only helplessly announce Chu Zhongtian's victory. Because according to the rules of the sex competition, as long as the contestant chose to admit defeat or leave the arena, the referee could directly decide the contestant's loss. Although Luo and I jumped down from the arena on his own accord, since he had already jumped down from the arena, it meant that he had admitted defeat on his own accord. Because Luo Ni's number was at the front, Chu Zhongtian didn't immediately leave the arena after winning. With a calm expression, he handed the token in his hand to the referee, waiting for the referee to change the number on the token. After the referee changed the number, Chu Zhongtian took the token, turned around, and walked down the arena. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the gathering area on the high platform, he found that Shi Guangliang, who was originally recuperating, had already stood up. Although his face was somewhat pale, his aura had become much more stable. "Senior brother Shi, you should rest well." Chu Zhongtian quickened his pace and walked to Shi Guangliang's side. He said with concern, "Junior brother Chu, I know very well that my injuries can't be healed in a short period of time. Therefore, I plan to go into seclusion to heal my injuries after I return to the sex competition. What I need to do now is to watch every match of yours and cheer you on." Chu Zhongtian couldn't refute Shi Guangliang's good intentions. As more and more participants were eliminated, the time of the match did not decrease. Instead, it was being dragged on. Because the stronger the disciples who participated in the competition later, the smaller the gap between them and each other. If they wanted to defeat their opponents and advance smoothly, not only would they need to use all of their strength, they also needed exquisite martial skills. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian finished the 8th round of the competition, he did not chat with Dongfang Yuner like in the past. He directly sat down with his legs crossed. While recovering the spiritual power that he had just consumed, he also considered how to deal with the upcoming competition. In the first 8 rounds of matches, nearly 90% of the disciples had already been eliminated. Currently, the disciples who could participate in the competition were mostly at the high rank of the body refining period or above. Most of the disciples were either at the 10th or half-step Qi transforming period of the body refinement stage. Therefore, he had to be careful in the upcoming competition. Besides, with Su Hua as the troublemaker, his next opponent would be even stronger, and he would have to be even more cautious in dealing with him. Time passed minute by minute. Chu Zhongtian sat on the ground until the host on the platform called his number. Then he opened his eyes and stood up. 0. Contestant number 15 versus contestant number 217. The competition venue is number 58 arena. The 9th round's arena was very far away from him. In order to not delay the competition, he gestured to Dongfang Yuner and the others. After that, he used the movement technique and went to the 58th arena first. When Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique to reach arena number 58, his opponent was already standing on the arena. When he saw his opponent in the 9th round, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because his opponent in the 9th round was someone he knew and was familiar with. "Hello, senior brother Chu." After Chu Zhongtian stepped onto the arena, his opponent greeted him. "I never thought that my opponent in the 9th round would be you." Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sigh. Regarding Wang Fuqi and Lin Dong, who were both elite disciples, Chu Zhongtian thought that they would be defeated in the 7th and 8th round, because in his opinion, Su Hua knew that he was from Hidden Dragon Peak. After Zhao and Juan, he would definitely send someone to inquire about the details of the other disciples in the Hidden Dragon Peak. After that, according to the information he had gathered, he would intercept them in advance. Although Lin Dong was a genius who could surpass 3 minor stage geniuses, his current cultivation base was only at the 7th layer peak of the body refining period, and the strongest amongst them was only at the half-step chi transforming period. With Su Hua's shrewdness, he wouldn't make a wrong judgment. After experiencing the 7th and 8th round, Chu Zhongtian had already known that Su Hua was targeting his own strength. He had arranged for some powerful opponents to stop him. Whether it was Chun Bin who had reached the 10th level of body refining stage or Luo and I, who had reached the half-step chi transforming period, their true strength would definitely rank in the top 100 of the outer sect. However, ever since Chu Zhongtian participated in the competition, he had never revealed his true strength. This caused the opponents arranged by Su Hua to be unable to stop him from advancing, causing him to defeat his opponents one after another. Now, he had advanced to the 9th round of the competition. Could it be that Lin Dong also had an unknown trump card like himself? Brother Huangfu was eliminated in the last round. Seeing Chu Zhongtian in deep thought, the smart Lin Dong had already guessed why he would think so deeply, so he took the initiative to answer for him. That means junior brother Lin has made a choice. Lin Dong's explanation made Chu Zhongtian suddenly understand. No wonder he was able to survive the 7th and 8th round of the competition. It turned out that it was because he accepted the conditions of Law Enforcement Peak. With the secret help of the Law Enforcement Peak, it wasn't difficult for him to win the 7th and 8th rounds of the competition. Otherwise, with his 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, it would be very difficult for him to pass the 7th and 8th round of the competition. Wang Fuqi was eliminated in the 8th round of the competition. It must be because he rejected the request of Law Enforcement Peak that he was stopped by the experts they had arranged beforehand. Chu Zhongtian had always hated the overbearing Wang Fuqi. He didn't want to interact with such a person, but he rejected the request of Law Enforcement Peak, which proved that he wasn't a bad person. It was just that he was a bit overbearing. Wang Fuqi dared to reject the request of Law Enforcement Peak. With this alone, Chu Zhongtian decided to have a good talk with him after the end of the sex competition. He wanted to see if they could become true brothers and true friends. Senior brother Chu, there is an old saying, a good bird chooses a tree to live on, and a wise subject chooses a master to serve. Law Enforcement Peak can satisfy all my requests, and allow me to improve my strength as soon as possible. At the same time, they also promised me that within 3 years, they will allow me to smoothly break through to the essence gathering stage, and become the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Pavilion's supervising hall. Lin Dong looked straight at Chu Zhongtian and asked, Senior brother Chu, if you were me, what would you choose? Junior brother Lin, my choice would only be to refuse. Facing Lin Dong's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but curse him. What was law enforcement? As Chu Zhongtian, who had traveled from a modern civilization, he believed that law enforcement was based on the rules that had been set. Under the rules, he carried out the path of judgment, and everything was based on the highest rules. However, the current law enforcement peak was not like this. Just from the fact that they were able to control the sex competition and recruit elite disciples to expand their strength, it could be seen that the people of law enforcement peak were people who despised the rules. They would dare to do things that would harm their own masters and ancestors in the future. Regarding this kind of power, Chu Zhongtian felt disgusted in his heart. How could he agree to join them? When Lin Dong mentioned that law enforcement peak would satisfy his request, Chu Zhongtian felt that it wasn't worth mentioning it at all. After a period of contact and the introduction in Dongfang Yongping's letter, Chu Zhongtian knew that Zhao Enjuan was a person who valued friendship and kept his promise, but was not good at expressing himself. When he first joined the elite disciple training program, Zhao Enjuan had clearly stated that he wanted to break through to the essence gathering stage in 3 years. According to his personality and style, it would not be difficult for him to help the 6 of them achieve this goal. As for the position of Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Pavilion's supervising department, in his opinion, Not only would it not bring him any substantial benefits, it might even affect his future cultivation because of this position. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that just as he was facing Lin Dong's question and couldn't help but curse, on the summit of the hidden dragon peak, which wasn't far from the trial peak, Zhao Enjuan stood up. He punched the stone table with his right fist in excitement, shattering the stone table that looked like a spirit weapon into pieces. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge you. You didn't waste my effort to pave the way for your future. Chu Zhongtian's foul language made Lin Dong frown. After that, he remembered that Chu Zhongtian came from a remote level 8 family, and it had only been 3 months since he entered the floating cloud sect. He certainly didn't know how powerful law enforcement peak was, so he explained patiently. Senior Brother Chu, the law enforcement peak is the #1 power in the floating cloud sect. It controls the life and death of all the disciples in the sect. At the same time, the law enforcement peak can influence the merit palace. It can determine the daily cultivation resources of a disciple. So, if we can enter the law enforcement peak and become a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion in the future. Junior Brother Lin, I know the exact situation of the law enforcement peak as much as you do, so you don't need to waste your breath. You don't need to tell me about the conditions set by the law enforcement peak. I won't join the law enforcement peak. Chu Zhongtian looked at Lin Dong, who was constantly bragging about the strength of the law enforcement peak and the benefits he could get by joining the law enforcement peak. He impatiently interrupted him. Junior Brother Lin, I only have one question before I attack. I want to know the choice of Ren Lin and Du Tao. Of the 6 elite disciples, he would definitely not join the law enforcement peak. Wang Fuqi had been eliminated in the 8th round. He must have rejected the request of law enforcement peak. Zhang Xing's whereabouts were still unknown, and he would not join the law enforcement peak for the time being. What Chu Zhongtian cared about the most right now was the choice of Ren Lin and Du Tao. If the two of them accepted the request of law enforcement peak just like Lin Dong and chose to join law enforcement peak, he would not feel pity, but worry that Zhao Enjuan would feel sad. Junior Brother Ren and Junior Brother Du's choice is very wise. Very good. Chu Zhongtian heard that Ren Lin and Du Tao had chosen to join law enforcement peak just like Lin Dong, which made his heart burn with anger. He gritted his teeth and praised. After that, he took out the vital spirit tool and said with a ferocious look on his face, Junior Brother Lin, since we met in the 9th round, I think Suwa must have specially arranged for you to stop me from advancing to the top 10. Then let's decide the outcome of the battle with our skills. Lin Dong looked at Chu Zhongtian's ferocious face and killing intent. He was so scared that he hastily took a few steps back and shouted, Senior Disciple Chu, please stop for now. Please listen to my last words. Speak. Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed his urge to attack and said with a stern expression. Senior Disciple Chu, it was indeed arranged by law enforcement peak that we were able to meet in the 9th round of the competition. But they didn't ask me to stop Senior Disciple. They wanted to propose a condition to invite you to join the law enforcement peak and become a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. After saying that, Lin Dong glanced at the edge of the arena and stood at the edge. He continued to use Qi transforming period techniques to temporarily seal the arena and prevent the sound from reaching the outside of the arena. Senior Disciple Chu, before I came to the 58th arena, Hall Master Su specifically told me to bring you a few words. Sex competition, arena number 58. When Chu Zhongtian heard Lin Dong mention that Su Hua was the Hall Master, his brows slightly raised. He knew that Su Hua's father was the Deputy Mountain Lord of Law Enforcement Peak, but he never thought that the young Su Hua, who was only at the Qi transforming period, would be the Hall Master of a certain Hall of Law Enforcement Pavilion. It seemed like his guess was right. Su Hua, who had an extraordinary background, was indeed the person in charge of sex competition this time. Therefore, he wanted to hear what kind of words and conditions Su Hua, who had a good impression of him, would tell him. Senior Brother Chu, I will repeat Hall Master Su's words word by word from now on. Lin Dong saw that Chu Zhongtian had temporarily suppressed the urge to attack and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that after Lin Dong agreed to the conditions proposed by Law Enforcement Peak, Su Hua had once met Lin Dong alone and encouraged him to work hard in his cultivation and work for Law Enforcement Peak in the future. Su Hua was able to find some time to see him while he was in sex competition, which made him very excited. However, before Su Hua left, he said something regrettable. This caused his excited heart to calm down. Before Su Hua left, he said something that seemed to be unintentionally left behind. How good would it be if you were Chu Zhongtian? It was precisely because of this sentence that Lin Dong could not help wanting to understand Chu Zhongtian. He had just agreed to join the law enforcement peak, so he used the authority of the law enforcement peak. He wanted him to end the competition as soon as possible, and then he would take some time to watch Chu Zhongtian's competition. Lin Dong watched Chu Zhongtian's 7th and 8th matches from the beginning to the end. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's performance in these 2 rounds, Lin Dong could only be described as convinced. He was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's talent. After all, when the 2 of them entered the floating cloud sect together, his stage was several times higher than Chu Zhongtian's. Now, not only had Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base surpassed his strength had also far exceeded his. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to stop Chu Zhongtian from joining the law enforcement peak. If Chu Zhongtian could obtain the support of the huge amount of cultivation resources in the law enforcement peak, he would be able to rely on his monstrous talent. He was afraid that he would never be able to catch up to or surpass Chu Zhongtian in his life. Therefore, when he repeated the message left by Su Hua, he made some subtle changes to some parts of the message. Junior Brother Chu. Now I am using Junior Brother Lin's mouth to express my views and expectations of you. Junior Brother Chu. I am a little envious and jealous of your talent. Although Chun Bin is not a predetermined disciple of law enforcement peak, he is one of the rare sword geniuses of Floating Cloud Sect. His pursuit of the sword isn't any less than Lu Yuan of Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Although his cultivation base was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, his true strength was close to the Qi transforming period 1st level. Luo and I is a disciple of the law enforcement peak that has been decided for a long time. It was already the 2nd day after he joined the sect. Our law enforcement peak has been in contact with him in secret. All these years we have been targeting his characteristics. He has been specially nurtured, so don't think that he is only a half-step Qi transforming period. However, his true strength has already reached the 1st level of the Qi transforming period. Junior Brother Chu. I never thought that these 2 experts wouldn't be able to defeat you. They won't be able to stop you from advancing further. I'm even more interested in you, so I want to know what kind of stage your true strength has reached. Let's see how strong your talent is. Unfortunately, the top 10 of sex competition has already been decided by law enforcement peak. No matter what, I can't let you enter the top 10. So, in the next round of the competition, you will have to face stronger opponents. Of course, if you can leave the Hidden Dragon Peak and agree to the request of the Law Enforcement Peak to become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, I will find a way to make you one of the top 10 disciples of the sex competition. Junior Brother Chu, the benefits of entering Law Enforcement Peak and becoming a disciple of Law Enforcement Pavilion are beyond your imagination. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that within 3 years, your cultivation base has broken through to the essence gathering stage, and you have become one of the top experts in the southern domain. If you agree to my request, then after the 9th round of the competition ends, you only need to wait until the 19th arena. Someone will tell you about the requirements of Law Enforcement Peak. If you don't agree to my request, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Prepare to welcome the opponents that I will prepare for you. Senior Brother Chu, the above is what Hall Master Su Hua asked me to tell you. After repeating Su Hua's exact words, Lin Dong said, and then nodded at the judge standing guard at the edge of the arena. I admit defeat. After the referee removed the protective barrier that was used to block the sound, Lin Dong shouted loudly, Contestant number 15 wins. After Lin Dong admitted defeat, the referee directly announced the result of the match. The result of the match announced by the referee almost caused the audience under the arena to explode. The protective barrier set by the referee could only block sound, but it could not block the image. Therefore, the audience under the arena only saw Chu Zhongtian and Lin Dong standing there talking and arguing. They did not fight at all. They did not fight at all. The referee directly announced Chu Zhongtian's victory. The disciples under the arena felt that something must have happened, so they could not help but protest against the unfair competition. Regarding the protest of the arena, whether it was the referee in charge of the competition, Chu Zhongtian who had a complicated expression, or Lin Dong who had turned around and walked down the arena, none of them had any intention of paying attention to it. Junior brother Lin, do you not regret your choice? Looking at Lin Dong who was about to walk down the arena, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask in the end, because he knew that out of the 6 elite disciples, Zhao Enjuan valued him, Wang Fuqi, and Lin Dong the most, so Chu Zhongtian didn't want to disappoint Zhao Enjuan because of Lin Dong's betrayal. Senior brother Chu, I won't regret it. Lin Dong did not even turn his head to leave behind this sentence as he walked down from the arena. Because Chu Zhongtian's token number was in front of Lin Dong, he did not need to change the token number, so he directly walked down from the arena. Mr. Chu, are you alright? Seeing Chu Zhongtian walk down the arena with a depressed mood, Dongfang Yuner quickly went up and asked. Although she also wanted to know what exactly Chu Zhongtian and his opponent talked about on the arena, if he did not take the initiative to say it, she definitely would not take the initiative to ask him. I'm fine. It's just that a friend betrayed me. I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Chu Zhongtian did not explain what had happened just now, nor did he conceal it too much. He simply said this sentence. Lin Dong and the other 2 had betrayed Hidden Dragon Peak and Zhao Enjuan. This matter only made Chu Zhongtian feel slightly disappointed, but it wasn't something he couldn't accept. After all, there was one thing Lin Dong was right about. An outstanding bird would choose the ideal tree as its resting place. An outstanding person should choose a good place to use his ability and a good leader to use him well. Chu Zhongtian felt disappointed. When Lin Dong repeated what Suwa said, he mentioned that the top 10 participants of the law enforcement peak had already been decided. This made him feel that the sex competition this time was more difficult than he had imagined. According to the number of participants and the number of matches, after the 9th round, there were only 100 disciples left who could continue to participate in the competition. In other words, those who could pass the 9th round of the competition were the top 100 disciples of the body refining stage outer sect in the sex competition this time. Although, at the beginning of the competition, the blue-clothed expert who was in charge of the competition only announced the rewards for the top 10. However, according to the usual practice of the sex competition, any disciple who could enter the top 100 would receive a certain amount of rewards. Although these rewards were not as rich as the rewards for the top 10, it was still a huge fortune for ordinary body refining stage disciples. Chu Zhongtian brought Dongfang Yuner and the others back to the gathering area of the tall platform. He didn't adjust his breathing and rest. Instead, he called Shi Guangliang to the side and asked him some questions about the disciples of the outer sect. Senior brother Shi, you are the disciple in charge of the Technique Pavilion. You have come into contact with a lot of disciples in the past. Do you know about the disciples ranked in the top 100 of the sect? Although Chu Zhongtian didn't really understand Lin Dong, they were still disciples of the same mountain peak. They had lived together for more than 3 months. He could understand some of Lin Dong's personality. Selfishness and greed were the most prominent impression Lin Dong had on him. Since Lin Dong had accepted the request of Law Enforcement Peak and betrayed Hidden Dragon Peak, based on his selfish personality, he would definitely take advantage of the situation. Only the top 100 of the sex competition would receive a substantial reward, so he would definitely ask the Law Enforcement Peak to arrange some opponents that would be enough for him to advance to the top 100. The reason why the Law Enforcement Peak did not satisfy his request was most likely because of the 200 participants who participated in the 9th round. Besides Lin Dong, the rest of the participants were basically all half-step chi transforming period warriors. Or, it could be said that they had the strength of a half-step chi transforming period. In other words, those who could pass the 9th round and advance to the top 100 were at least at the peak of half-step chi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian rejected Su Wa's offer. Next, he would definitely send someone stronger than him to stop him from advancing. If he wanted to advance to the next round, the best way would be to understand his opponent's situation in advance. Only then would he be able to think of a way to deal with it. Junior brother Chu, the top experts of the outer sect have gone out for training or secluded cultivation. They rarely appear in the trial peak, so I don't know much about them. Shi Guangliang shook his head. He didn't give Chu Zhongtian the answer he wanted. I think I should take it one step at a time. Chu Zhongtian did not get a satisfactory answer. Although he was a little disappointed, he did not care too much. Because Chu Zhongtian's goal this time was to win the championship. In other words, no matter how strong the opponents he met in the next few rounds were, he had to defeat them. If Chu Zhongtian couldn't understand their situation in advance, then he would understand them during the competition. Regarding this point, Chu Zhongtian had already gotten used to it. Junior brother Chu, can you lend me 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone? After Chu Zhongtian gave up on the idea of knowing the top disciples of the outer sect, Shi Guangliang suddenly borrowed spirit stones from him. If Shi Guangliang borrowed 10,000 7th grade middle-rank spirit stones from him, Chu Zhongtian might consider it. But what Shi Guangliang borrowed from him were the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone that he didn't use long ago, so he didn't hesitate at all. He took out 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone from the storage bag. Senior brother Shi, is 10,000 enough? If it's not enough, I still have more. Chu Zhongtian directly handed 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to Shi Guangliang and asked, Junior brother Chu, prepare for the next round. I will go and do something. After putting away the spirit stones that Chu Zhongtian handed over, Shi Guangliang didn't explain the use of the spirit stones. Instead, he directly pulled Wang Zhongning away from the gathering area of the high platform. Seeing Shi Guangliang leave in a hurry, Chu Zhongtian shrugged his shoulders and sat down with his legs crossed. He began to concentrate and adjust his condition, preparing to welcome the 10th round of the competition. The 10th round of the competition was a little later than he had expected. After waiting for nearly 40 minutes, Chu Zhongtian finally heard the host call his number. Contestant number 15 versus contestant number 85. Competition venue number 19 arena. Hearing that his 10th match venue was placed on the 19th arena, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but frown. After the 9th round of competition ended, he didn't go to the 19th arena. This was already a hint to Suwa that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't accept his request. He wouldn't join the law enforcement peak and become a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. However, why did Suwa arrange for him to participate in the 10th round of the arena competition? Could it be that Suwa wanted to persuade him one last time? Chu Zhongtian shook his head and temporarily abandoned the doubts in his mind. He stood up and nodded at Dongfang Yuner. He casted the movement technique and rushed towards arena number 19. When he reached arena number 19, Suwa was looking at him with a smile on his face. Hello, senior brother Su. Although the grudges of the previous generation had caused the two of them to not be in harmony in the future, Chu Zhongtian did not want to fall out with Suwa for the time being. Therefore, after boarding the arena, he still respectfully greeted Suwa. However, Chu Zhongtian's expression was very cold, as if he was facing a stranger. Regarding this, Suwa did not care. He still said with a smile, Junior brother Chu, there are some things that I will not say for now. After you participate in this round of competition, after feeling the pressure from this round of opponents, I will explain it to you in detail. Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly. He did not know what Suwa meant. Junior brother Chu, your opponent is here. Suwa raised his chin slightly and said. Su was gesture made Chu Zhongtian raise his head. He found a young man wearing the uniform of an outer sect disciple not far away. He was holding a shiny steel knife in his hand, and he was walking towards arena number 19 step by step. According to the competition's habit, Chu Zhongtian instinctively wanted to observe his opponent's cultivation. However, when his gaze landed on his opponent, his gaze could not help but freeze, because he discovered that he couldn't see through his opponent's strength at all. He was unable to find out the true strength of his opponent. There were two types of situations. The first was that his opponent's strength had surpassed the body refining stage, and had reached the stage that he couldn't see through. Chu Zhongtian quickly denied this possibility. If his cultivation base was higher than the body refining stage, then he definitely wouldn't be able to join the sect's competition, which was a disciple of the outer sect. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the sect would definitely not allow him to do so. The second condition was that his opponent had cultivated a secret technique that could conceal his cultivation base. This secret technique could make his opponent unable to see through his true cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian had once cultivated the secret technique to conceal his cultivation base in the Chu family. It had played a certain role in his cultivation. However, as he participated in the recruitment test of the Floating Cloud sect, the secret technique that concealed his cultivation base was basically useless. Therefore, he didn't conceal his own cultivation base. Since Chu Zhongtian was able to pass the first 9 rounds of the competition, everyone could roughly guess the cultivation base of each other. Therefore, concealing his cultivation base wouldn't have any effect on him. After feeling puzzled, Chu Zhongtian paid more attention to his opponent, who was about to ascend the arena. However, just as his gaze fell on his opponent's legs, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. His heart felt as if someone had grabbed it with his hand. After that, his heart started beating in tandem with his opponent's pace. It was either fast or slow. Not good. Although he didn't know what method his opponent had used to affect his own heartbeat, he knew that he had fallen into his opponent's trap. Thus, he quickly shifted his gaze and allowed himself to escape from the opponent's pace frequency. However, when he tried to shift his gaze, he realized that he was no longer able to control his body and did the action of turning his head. After Chu Zhongtian's heart was controlled by his opponent's pace, he could not control his own body. He also could not control the spiritual power in the Dantian. At this moment, his condition was very similar to what he had encountered in the stone room on the 2nd floor of the Blood Demon's secret realm. The reason he was able to escape danger was because of the purple blood in his body. And right now, he was completely unable to control his own body, and he was also unable to activate the purple blood in his body. What should he do? Chu Zhongtian watched his opponent getting closer and closer to the arena, and his pace became slower and slower. His own heartbeat also became slower and slower, and his heart was burning with anxiety. According to his opponent's walking speed and frequency, when his opponent stepped onto the arena, his heart would truly stop beating. He quickly searched the memories in his mind. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. That was when he was saving Dongfang Yuner. Because of Dongfang Yuner's voluptuous figure, his desire as a man was aroused. In order to suppress his desire, he silently recited a part of the Bodhi before he transmigrated and easily suppressed his own desire. Chu Zhongtian was not sure if the Bodhi could remove his opponent's control over his mind, but now he could only try this method. After Chu Zhongtian thought of this, he said in his heart, "Bodhi has no trees and the mirror is not the same. Buddha nature is always tranquil. Where is the dust?" As Chu Zhongtian recited the Bodhi in his heart, he felt that his heart was no longer controlled by his opponent's footsteps, and it slowly returned to normal. By the time he read half of the Bodhi, his mind had completely returned to normal, and at the same time he could control his own body. The first thing he did after his consciousness was able to control his body was to let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, when he looked at his opponent and withdrew his hand, his opponent's stage had already been completely exposed in front of his eyes. The opponent's half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base was within Chu Zhongtian's expectation, but what interested him was that his opponent was also an expert who used a blade. At the same time, he was also very interested in how his opponent could use his footwork to control the mind. Chu Zhongtian easily broke free from the control of the mind, causing the opponent who was slowly climbing up to the arena to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His rosy face instantly turned pale, and the powerful aura on his body instantly became chaotic. When Chu Zhongtian saw his opponent suddenly spit out blood, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. If this opponent wanted to control his mind, then he must not be able to control the backlash of the mind. Chu Zhongtian's attention was focused on his opponent. He did not notice Su Hua standing behind him. Just as he used the Bodhi to escape from the mind's control, a trace of blood also flowed out of the corner of Su Hua's mouth. Su Hua used his finger to pick up the messy hair on his forehead. He took the opportunity to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, no one noticed Su Hua's actions at this time. They did not know that when Chu Zhongtian broke the secret technique controlled by Lei Mu's mind, Su Hua, who had secretly helped him, had suffered a small loss. Chu Zhongtian greets senior brother. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Lei Mu had barely managed to climb up the arena, he introduced himself with great enthusiasm. Lei Mu greets junior brother Chu. After Lei Mu reluctantly introduced himself, he looked at Su Hua and did not hide the complaints in his eyes. Senior brother Lei, I see that you are not in a good condition right now. Could it be the trauma from the last round? I wonder if you can continue the competition? Lei Mu did not hide his resentful gaze. Chu Zhongtian saw everything clearly, and he was not surprised by this at all. The reason why Su Hua arranged for him to stay in arena number 19 was probably to use Lei Mu's ability to control the mind to intimidate him and let him know the power and mysteriousness of Law Enforcement Peak. This would allow him to take the initiative to join the Law Enforcement Peak and become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Unfortunately, not only did his method fail in the end, it even caused Lei Mu to suffer a backlash from the mind, causing his mind to suffer heavy injuries. I admit defeat. Lei Mu ignored Chu Zhongtian's ridicule. After getting Su Hua's permission, he directly admitted defeat. Number 15 wins. Su Hua announced the result unwillingly. After Su Hua announced the result of the competition, the audience under his arena went into an uproar. There were even a dozen or so hot-tempered disciples who angrily pointed at Chu Zhongtian and Su Hua, shouting that it was unfair. Actually, this could not be blamed on the disciples under the arena for having doubts in their hearts. There were many disciples who came to watch the competition this time. A considerable number of them were the disciples who had watched Chu Zhongtian's 9th round of competition in the 58th arena. During the 9th round of the competition, Chu Zhongtian and his opponent just stood there and chatted for a while. After that, his opponent mysteriously admitted defeat. At that time, the referee announced Chu Zhongtian's victory without any doubt. This made many disciples very dissatisfied. They suspected that there was something wrong with the process of the competition. However, there weren't many disciples at that time, and in the end, the matter was left unsettled. However, in the 10th round of the competition, his opponent, who was originally full of energy, spat out a mouthful of blood the moment he stepped onto the arena. His face was pale, and he looked as if he could fall at any time. This made the disciples who had watched the competition very dissatisfied. They suspected that there was a secret between Chu Zhongtian and the judge that no one knew about. The referee might have secretly attacked the opponent if the opponent was severely injured. Therefore, under the lead of dozens of disciples, they began to question the fairness of this competition. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to the clamoring and commotion of the disciples present. This was because there was indeed something unfair in the sex competition, but it was directed at him. If the disturbance of these disciples could alert the higher-ups of the sect, it wouldn't do him any harm. It would even bring him unexpected benefits. At least, in the next few rounds of the competition, the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak would not dare to deliberately arrange for their opponents to stop him from advancing. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongtian had overestimated the disciples present and underestimated the power of the Law Enforcement Peak. Facing the disciples who were constantly clamoring and protesting under the arena, Su Hua's way of doing things was simple and crude. First, he stretched out his hand and called for the nearby judges, who had already finished the match. Then, these judges combined their chi transforming period chi and began to suppress the disciples who were making a scene. After that, a dozen or so disciples from the outer sect who had reached the 10th level of body refining stage. It was a direct indication that they were the temporary disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. They took away a dozen of the disciples who were leading the noisy crowd on the spot. The noisy disciples instantly quieted down. Looking at the overbearing and domineering manner of the Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian was displeased. At the same time, he was also worried about the future of the Floating Cloud sect. With the lawless Law Enforcement Peak in the sect, the Floating Cloud sect could easily attack their opponents. In the future, there might be bloodshed and internal strife in the Floating Cloud sect, and they might even be separated in the end. However, it was not his turn to worry about the future of Floating Cloud sect. That was something that sect leader and the higher-ups of the sect were worried about. That was why Chu Zhongtian walked down the arena. He quietly glanced at Dongfang Yuner, then casted the movement technique and left the scene. Before the competition, Su Hua had said that they would have an exchange after the competition ended. Chu Zhongtian had not forgotten about it, but he did not want to talk about it with Su Hua. After experiencing the crisis of the mind being controlled, he realized that Su Hua was a very dangerous person. Su Hua was a person who was good at using schemes and tricks. He wanted to make him safer, and it would be best to stay away from this kind of person. Looking at Chu Zhongtian leaving the arena, Su Hua did not have any intention of keeping him. Su Hua only looked at him with a complicated expression as he gradually walked away. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the gathering area of the tall platform, he unexpectedly found that Shi Guangliang and Wang Zhongning were talking about something. Wang Zhongning nodded from time to time to agree. When he saw Chu Zhongtian come back, Shi Guangliang welcomed him with a smile. He said, "Junior brother Chu, looking at your relaxed look, I think you can easily defeat your opponent in the 10th round. You have successfully advanced to the top 50 of sex competition." Chu Zhongtian acknowledged, but didn't explain much about what had happened on the arena. "Junior brother Chu, this is a treasure I borrowed from you for 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. I wonder if this will be of any use to you." After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, Shi Guangliang immediately took out a thin book from his storage bag. Then, he mysteriously handed it to Chu Zhongtian. Confused, he took the book from Shi Guangliang. Chu Zhongtian opened it and took a look. It was this glance that made him widen his eyes, and his face revealed a surprised expression. After roughly looking at the information on the first page, Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise, "Senior brother Shi, where did you get this thing?" "Junior brother Chu, you don't need to ask about how I got this information. This is a secret between me and some major power." Shaking his head, Shi Guangliang refused to answer the origin of the book. "I just want to ask, is the 10,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone I lent you worth it?" The surprise on Chu Zhongtian's face caused Shi Guangliang to be unable to help but feel delighted in his heart. After 10 rounds of competition, Shi Guangliang could already see that Chu Zhongtian was extraordinary. He believed that as long as Chu Zhongtian could maintain this kind of cultivation speed, in just a few short years, he could smoothly break through to the essence gathering stage and become a core disciple of the sect. According to the tradition of the Floating Cloud sect, core disciples of the essence gathering stage could have their own independent cavern, and they could recruit 3 to 5 followers. Shi Guangliang was interested in the position of a follower. If anyone in this world knew him the best, perhaps he would be the only one who knew him. Shi Guangliang knew that his character wasn't suitable to go out and cultivate. He liked to earn cultivation resources by interacting with others. He wanted to improve his cultivation and strength. If he could become Chu Zhongtian's follower and take the initiative to take charge of caverns management, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't oppose it, and Chu Zhongtian would also take care of him in the future. At least, Chu Zhongtian would not treat him badly in terms of cultivation information and rare treasures. After a period of contact, he already had some understanding of Chu Zhongtian's personality. He knew that Chu Zhongtian was a person who would repay kindness with gratitude. "It's worth it," Chu Zhongtian said excitedly while holding the thin book in his hand. The thin book Shi Guangliang gave him just now was a book that recorded information about the top experts of Outer Sect. This information not only included the appearance, name, age, origin, and cultivation of these experts, as well as the ranking of their strength. There was even a record of the martial skills they were most proficient in. Thus, this thin book was rather useful to him. "Junior brother Chu, it's not long before the 11th round of the competition. Hurry up and look at the information in this book, so that you can better deal with the upcoming competition." Chu Zhongtian's excited evaluation made Shi Guangliang feel that what he had just done was worth it. Therefore, he quickly let Chu Zhongtian understand the opponents that he might encounter in the future, so that he could deal with the upcoming matches. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to read the information on the pages one by one. When he flipped to the 5th page of the book, he saw the information of his 9th opponent. Luo Ni, 19 years old, came from the 6th grade family Luo family. 2 years ago he entered the Floating Cloud sect. He had a mid-level 7 cultivation talent, and his cultivation had reached the half-step Qi transforming period. His strength had reached the first level of the Qi transforming period. He was good at using a pair of iron hammers that weighed 300 jin. The martial skill he used was called the Meteor Hammer, and it was extremely powerful. His strength was ranked 39th among the disciples of the outer sect. After reading Luo Ni's information, Chu Zhongtian paused for a moment. As a master ranked 39th, it would not be easy for Luo and I to defeat Luo and I if he didn't encounter a man with a steady attack and incredible speed like him. The fact that Su Hua was able to arrange for Luo and I to stop him in the 8th round was enough to show how much importance Su Hua attached to him. When the book turned to the 9th page, Chu Zhongtian saw his opponent in the 7th round, which was the detailed information about Chun Bin. Chun Bin, 18 years old, came from the Chun Kingdom royal family of level 7 kingdom. A year ago he joined the Floating Cloud sect. He had a low-grade 6th grade cultivation talent, and his 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period cultivation base had barely reached the first level of the Qi transforming period. He was good at using sword technique, and he was good at using different grades of sword technique. He was ranked 50th among the disciples of the outer sect. When the book flipped to the 12th page, Chu Zhongtian saw his opponent for the 10th round. It was the first time since he participated in the competition that he was caught in a crisis because of his carelessness. Lei Mu, 18 years old. He came from the Floating Cloud sect's law enforcement peak. His father was the vice hall master of the Law Enforcement Pavilion's punishment hall. He had a low-grade 6th grade cultivation talent, a half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base, and the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period. He was good at using the saber technique, and his broken water continuous blade was extremely powerful. He was ranked 28th among the disciples of the inner sect. According to the rumors, Lei Mu had mastered a secret technique that could control his opponent's mind. However, this secret technique had a very obvious flaw. He could only control opponents who were weaker than him. If he failed to control his opponent, his mind would suffer serious injuries. It was no wonder that Lei Mu, who had suffered a backlash from the mind, could not hide the look in his eyes when he complained about Su Hua. The mind he used to control the secret technique had such a serious flaw, and Lei Mu's background was not simple either. When Chu Zhongtian flipped to the 43rd page of the book, he saw Ma Qiwei from Law Enforcement Peak, who had once made him doubt himself. He had once considered whether or not he should offend him. Ma Qiwei, 19 years old, came from the 7th grade family Ma family. He joined the Floating Cloud sect 2 years ago. He had the cultivation base of an intermediate 6th grade cultivation talent and half-step Qi transforming period. His strength had reached the high level of the first level Qi transforming period. He was good at palm technique and body movement technique. His advanced movement technique had entered the small completion stage, and he had obtained the essence of the 8 trigrams palm. He was ranked 7th among the disciples of the outer sect. No wonder Shi Guangliang, who was an 8th layer peak of the body refining period, couldn't even withstand a single palm technique from Ma Qiwei. It turned out that Ma Qiwei's strength was actually so formidable. After Chu Zhongtian finished reading all the contents, he closed the book and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The book that Shi Guangliang gave him was not thick. It only had 50 pages. But these 50 pages contained the situation of the top 50 disciples of the outer sect. It had a very detailed record of the top 10 disciples. After Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, he had yet to find a suitable opponent to test his true strength. However, he compared it to his previous strength when he was at the 7th layer peak of the body refining period. He felt that his current strength should be stronger than a first-grade Qi transforming period peak, but he was still no match for a second layer of the Qi transforming period. Through the book given by Shi Guangliang, Chu Zhongtian found that there were a total of 3 opponents who posed a real threat to him. These 3 people were the top 3 disciples of the outer sect, Luizong, He Ying, and Xia Luoxing. Not only had their cultivation base reached the peak of the half-step Qi transforming period, their own strength had also reached the first-level Qi transforming period peak. Furthermore, they had mastered many exquisite martial skills. They were definitely the strongest opponents that could stop Chu Zhongtian from winning the championship. Contestant number 15 versus contestant number 35. The competition venue is number 19 arena. Just as Chu Zhongtian put away the book and was about to thank Shi Guangliang again, the host on the high platform called out his participating number. Chu Zhongtian heard that his competition venue was still number 19 arena, but he did not want to be angry anymore. He also didn't want to guess Su was real intention. He stood up and nodded to his friends. Then he casted the movement technique and flew towards the 19th arena. When he arrived at arena number 19, he found that his opponent was already standing on the arena. Chu Zhongtian glanced at his opponent's appearance on the arena. Then, he recalled the information he had just memorized. He quickly remembered the detailed information about his opponent. Li Diyuan, 19 years old, came from the level 8 Li family, and he possessed a top-rank level 8 cultivation talent. 2 years ago, he became a servant disciple of the Floating Cloud sect with his 8th layer of the Qi refining period cultivation base. Half a year later, his cultivation base broke through to the body refining stage, and he became a disciple of the outer sect. 1 year later, his cultivation base barely broke through to the body refining stage intermediate, and reached the early 4th layer of the body refining period. Later on, he went out of the sect to cultivate for a month, and after returning, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In these 5 months, his cultivation base rose from the 4th layer of the body refining period to the half-step Qi transforming period, and his strength reached the early 1st level Qi transforming period. He was good at using sword technique, and he was proficient in several intermediate sword technique martial skills. At the same time, he was also good at using hidden weapons, and he was ranked 19th among the outer sect disciples. Information about Li Diyuan quickly flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. Chu Zhongtian had a basic understanding of him, and he had a plan to deal with him. I am Li Diyuan, junior brother. Hello! Because of an opportunity, Li Diyuan's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. But he wasn't arrogant at all. He was just like an ordinary disciple, introducing himself warmly. Senior disciple Li, hello? Chu Zhongtian replied coldly. No matter how enthusiastic and modest Li Diyuan was, since he was the opponent sent by Su Hua to stop him from advancing to the next round, he would be his enemy. Of course, Chu Zhongtian wouldn't smile at his enemy. Li Diyuan didn't care about Chu Zhongtian's cold reaction at all. He still had a smile on his face as he spoke. Junior brother Chu, the first few rounds of the competition were held on the 20th arena, so I was fortunate enough to watch the few rounds of the competition. I really admire your talent and potential. Chu Zhongtian knitted his brows and looked at Li Diyuan with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what he meant by those words. He was fortunate enough to witness the few rounds of the competition. Could it be that he wanted to use this sentence to tell him that he had already grasped his true strength and wanted him to admit defeat on his own accord? Sure enough, what Li Diyuan said next confirmed his speculation. 0. Junior brother Chu, although your talent and potential are outstanding and you have the strength to surpass 3 minor stage warriors, your true cultivation base is too low. You are still no match for me. Junior brother Chu, my attack is very heavy. If I accidentally hurt you during the competition, it would be a huge crime. So, for your safety, I hope you can admit defeat. If you can admit defeat, it will prevent you from getting injured. Without delaying my future cultivation, I can also conserve my physical strength and spiritual power. It will be easier for me to deal with the next round of the competition. Li Diyuan said with a tone of consideration for Chu Zhongtian. Have you finished your nonsense? After Li Diyuan finished his long speech, Chu Zhongtian's face darkened, and he scolded him rudely. Whether it was before or after his transmigration, Chu Zhongtian had never seen such a shameless person. His words just now seemed to be for the sake of Chu Zhongtian's safety, but in fact he had malicious intentions. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian would certainly not be polite to him. Chu Zhongtian scolded him mercilessly. This made Li Diyuan, who was angry, unable to maintain his smile. He could no longer maintain the facade of being a gentleman. Li Diyuan's face was gloomy. He threatened in a sinister tone. I will give you one last chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't let you go when we fight later. Facing Li Diyuan's blatant threat, Chu Zhongtian took out his natal spirit blade and responded to his threat with his actions. The competition begins. Su Hua saw that the two of them were ready to fight, so he immediately announced the start of the competition. Sun-scorching. Although Li Diyuan was shameless and full of tricks, his strength was indeed formidable. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to hide too much of his strength. He first raised his strength to the 9th level. After that, he casted the sword method martial technique and middle rank movement technique, launching the first attack. Wind facing palm. Facing Chu Zhongtian, who had launched the first attack, Li Diyuan sneered disdainfully. He didn't take out his weapon, nor did he use any hidden weapon. He only used the palm technique, a beginner martial skill, and the middle rank movement technique to fight Chu Zhongtian's steel knife. Chu Zhongtian looked at the arrogant Li Diyuan, who was planning to deal with the spirit blade with his bare hands. He knew that Li Diyuan must have lied just now. He had never paid attention to his own competition, especially the last 2 rounds. Otherwise, Li Diyuan would never dare to deal with his weapon with his bare hands. This was because the power of his natal spiritual power had already reached the level of spirit weapon. Li Diyuan was only a half-step Qi transforming period warrior, and even a true Qi transforming period warrior wouldn't dare to fight a spirit weapon with his bare hands. Both of their attacks were combined with the intermediate movement technique, and their attacks were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the steel knife that contained the power of the element collided with the palm that contained the spiritual power. After that, the two of them brushed past each other. Li Diyuan let out a miserable cry. A deep wound was cut on Li Diyuan's left palm by the spirit blade. Blood flowed out from the wound like water. Su Hua, who had been paying attention to the competition, looked at Li Diyuan with disappointment and disgust, and even a trace of fierceness in his eyes. Although Li Diyuan was stronger than Luo and I, he was only slightly stronger. As a strength attribute martial artist, Luo Ni's own defense and spiritual power could only barely reach the spirit weapon level. Under these circumstances, he didn't dare to use his own defense to block the saber technique that contained Chu Zhongtian's attribute, and Li Diyuan dared to block the spirit blade with his bare hands. He was asking for it. Damn it! Feeling the pain coming from his palm, Li Diyuan roared with a ferocious expression. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Although the wound wasn't on his 10 fingers, his palm was connected to his 10 fingers. The pain caused by the injury wasn't any weaker than the pain caused by the injury of his 10 fingers. Li Diyuan roared angrily as he took out the healing pill medicine from the storage bag to temporarily stop the bleeding from the wound. After that, he took out his intrinsic sword and stared at Chu Zhongtian without concealing his killing intent. Bullying someone who was at a disadvantage was Chu Zhongtian's specialty and his favorite thing to do. He used Li Diyuan's underestimation of his opponent and injured him with a single strike. Initially, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and chase after Li Diyuan, hoping to get rid of him within 10 moves. However, just as he was about to launch his second attack, Su's sharp gaze made him not dare to act rashly. He had a deep understanding of the tyranny of law enforcement peak, and he had also witnessed their lawless actions. Chu Zhongtian understood in his heart that if he ignored the threat of Su Hua and insisted on launching an attack, and took advantage of the fact that Li Diyuan was injured to defeat him, he was afraid that Su Hua would personally attack him. With Su Hua's high rank of the Qi transforming period cultivation base, he was no match for Su Hua. Therefore, he could only temporarily suppress the urge to attack. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. After this round of competition ended, he would immediately arrange for Shi Guangliang to go to Hidden Dragon Peak and invite Zhao Enjuan to take the formation. Otherwise, when faced with the threat of law enforcement peak at any time, he would not be able to concentrate on the upcoming competition. Li Diyuan stop. Just as Li Diyuan was about to use the sword technique with the sword in his hand, Su suddenly asked him to stop. Hall Master Su, I can defeat him. When Li Diyuan heard Su asking him to stop, he refuted in an unconvinced manner. Li Diyuan, there is a huge gap between your and Chu Zhongtian's strength. Originally, you had the chance to win, but because of your stupidity and arrogance, your left hand, which is best at using swords, was injured. Under such circumstances, you are absolutely no match for Chu Zhongtian. So, I told you to stop because I didn't want you to continue losing face. I don't want to bring shame to the law enforcement peak. Li Diyuan's unconvinced rebuttal made Su Hua unhappy. That was why he directly refuted Li Diyuan. Hall Master Su, although you are the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Peak, I am still not a disciple of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. My matter is not up to you to decide for the time being. Facing Su was insulting rebuttal. Li Diyuan was completely enraged. He didn't care about Su Hua's identity and directly rejected him. Great! Li Diyuan's rude and unreasonable behavior made Su Hua completely furious. After that, he turned his head and said to Chu Zhongtian, Junior brother Chu, if you can cripple Li Dun, Law Enforcement Peak, and I will never interfere in the 12th round of the competition. What do you think? No problem. If a person could pass the 12th round of the competition, he could basically ensure that he could participate in the final competition. The Law Enforcement Pavilion could not interfere in the finals of the top 10. As the top 10 of the ranking competition were personally handled by the higher-ups of the sect, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head in agreement. Mountain of Swords and Sea of Flames. Chu Zhongtian unleashed the most powerful attack of the intermediate sword method martial technique. Then combined with the peak stage startling wind kick, he charged at Li Diyuan. Li Diyuan's mentality had changed drastically because of this opportunity. Lawless was the true reflection of his heart. After he scolded Su Hua, he didn't care if Su Hua agreed to his request. He immediately used the middle-rank sword technique and middle-rank movement technique to attack first. The blades and swords collided with each other, producing a series of sounds. Although Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his own strength to fight Li Diyuan, the strength of the 9th level was enough for him to unleash the combat strength of an early Qi transforming period. At this moment, his combat strength was even stronger than Li Diyuan's. Due to Li Diyuan looking down on him at the beginning, his left hand, which was good at using swords, was seriously injured. He could only use 80% of his full strength. Therefore, after exchanging more than 10 moves, Li Diyuan was obviously at a disadvantage. At the same time, as the battle continued, Chu Zhongtian's advantage became more and more obvious. Damn it! Li Diyuan felt Chu Zhongtian's attack. It was very difficult for him to make an effective counterattack. He couldn't help but curse. However, he knew very well that if the battle continued like this, he would definitely be the one to lose. Li Diyuan forced him to calm down. He tried his best to block Chu Zhongtian's attack while looking for his weakness. He planned to use his hidden technique. As the saying goes, the last defense is the attack and the best attack is still the attack. Under long-term attacks, when the opponent is busy defending, it is the easiest to reveal a flaw. Snatch millet in the fire. After dozens of fierce attacks like the heavy storm, Li Diyuan accidentally revealed a tiny flaw while he was busy defending. Chu Zhongtian, who was very sensitive to combat, did not miss this opportunity. After he mastered the essence of saber technique, he went straight to Li Diyuan's heart. Just as the tip of the blade, which contained the power of nature, was about to reach Li Diyuan's heart, Li Diyuan, who had been in a panic all this time, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. However, his shoulders moved slightly. 10 stinky hidden weapons shot towards the 10 vital points of Chu Zhongtian's body in a completely undetectable way. Facing the sudden 10 hidden weapons, Chu Zhongtian's expression was indifferent and did not show any signs of panic. Because he had been guarding against Li Diyuan's hidden weapons before they attacked, he could calmly deal with the sudden hidden weapons. Chu Zhongtian activated the spiritual power in his dantian and placed it on the natal spirit blade. He let go of his left hand that was holding the natal spirit blade and used the movement technique at the same time. He quickly retreated and maintained the same speed as the approaching hidden weapons. His consciousness connected with the storage bag, and 10 8th grade low-rank spirit stone appeared in his hand. With the spirit stones as a hidden weapon and the spiritual power as a driving force, 1 8th grade low-rank spirit stone after another easily knocked down the hidden weapons that were shooting towards him. And just as Chu Zhongtian used the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to repel the hidden weapons, The natal spirit blade that had escaped from his hand continued to maintain its attacking speed and direction under the cover of the spiritual power. Finally, it forcefully crashed into Li Diyuan's heart. The attribute energy contained on the tip of the blade directly shattered the clothes on Li Diyuan's heart, revealing the defensive spirit tool underneath his clothes. Li Diyuan was struck by the steel knife that contained the attribute energy in his heart. Even though he had the protection of a defensive spirit item, the force produced when they hit his heart still made him let out a miserable howl. Chu Zhongtian heard the scream and looked at Li Diyuan. When he saw the defensive spirit tool underneath Li Diyuan's torn clothes, a trace of pity flashed across his eyes. If Li Diyuan did not have the protection of the defensive spirit tool, that saber technique just now was enough to make him lose half of his life. Of course, although Chu Zhongtian felt that it was a pity, he was a person who had a good grasp of the battle. Although the steel knife that contained the power of the element was blocked by his defensive spirit tool, the tip of the blade was unable to pierce into his heart. However, the eruption of the power of the blade's tip had also caused some damage to his heart. When a person's heart was severely injured, it would cause them to faint for a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian took this opportunity to continue using the movement technique. He suddenly appeared next to Li Diyuan and threw a punch at him, knocking him to the ground. After that, Chu Zhongtian pressed his thumb down on his middle finger and flicked it at Li Diyuan's temple. Then Li Diyuan completely lost consciousness. Chu Zhongtian picked up the natal spirit blade that fell to the ground. He kicked Li Diyuan, who had fallen into a trance, and looked at Suwa with questioning eyes. What he meant was, how should they deal with Li Diyuan next? Suwa looked at Li Diyuan, who had been knocked out by Chu Zhongtian. He frowned slightly. Chu Zhongtian had left him a very difficult problem. Because the agreement between him and Chu Zhongtian was to make Chu Zhongtian cripple Li Diyuan. His original intention was to hope that Chu Zhongtian could cripple Li Diyuan in battle. Such an outcome was in line with the rules of the competition, allowing him to give an explanation to the disciples who were about to join the law enforcement peak. At the same time, it would also allow him to vent his anger. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't cripple Li Diyuan during the battle. Instead, he knocked him out and asked him to decide whether or not to abolish Li Diyuan. If he agreed to cripple Li Diyuan, although this would let him vent his anger, it would bring him a huge negative impact, and it might even affect his status in law enforcement peak. If Suwa refused, although he could protect his reputation, the resentment that he had accumulated in his heart had nowhere to vent, which made him very uncomfortable. Suwa had fallen into a dilemma. Junior brother Chu, what a good method, Suwa thought for a while. In the end, he decided to prioritize his own reputation and let Li Diyuan off for the time being. Suwa's face was gloomy about the difficult question that Chu Zhongtian posed to him, but his tone was not polite at all. Senior brother Su, I don't understand what you mean. Chu Zhongtian pretended to be confused and asked. Suwa could only snort at Chu Zhongtian, who pretended to be confused. He turned his head and announced loudly, Number 15 wins. Senior brother Su, don't forget the agreement between you and me. Before Chu Zhongtian put down the arena, he deliberately gave a loud warning, which made Suwa, who had accumulated a lot of depression, almost fall out with him. After Chu Zhongtian walked down the arena, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he called Shi Guangliang to his side and instructed him without hiding anything. Senior brother Shi, I need to trouble you with something next. Junior brother Chu, you don't need to be so polite with me. Just tell me if you need anything. Shi Guangliang's goal was to become Chu Zhongtian's follower. What he was looking forward to the most right now was Chu Zhongtian ordering him to do something. This was the only way to deepen his position in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Hidden Dragon Peak's Peak Courtyard and invite the intersex Deacon Elder Jiao, to the competition venue. No problem. It was just a simple task to invite people to the Hidden Dragon Peak. After Shi Guangliang responded, he turned around and left the venue. Suwa, who was standing on the arena, heard that Chu Zhongtian went to invite Jiao and Juan to take part in the competition. His gloomy face became even uglier. Although Jiao and Juan was alone now, no one dared to provoke his strength. In Floating Cloud Sect, Perhaps only sect leader's strength could subdue him. If Zhao Enjuan was here in person, Law Enforcement Peak would have to change their strategy for this competition. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Su Hua, who had an ugly expression on his face. He then left the arena happily. Su Hua looked at Chu Zhongtian's background as he left. After thinking for a while, he also left arena number 19 and flew towards the tall platform. After Chu Zhongtian returned to the gathering area of the tall platform, he reminded Dongfang Yuner and the others. Then he took out the Qi replenishing pill and 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and began to recover the consumed spiritual power. Although Li Diyuan did not pay attention to the technique at the beginning, which caused his left hand, which he used to use, to be injured, he could only unleash 80% of his strength, but 80% of his strength was equivalent to a peak half-step Qi transforming period warrior. Therefore, in the previous match, Chu Zhongtian had used up at least half of his spiritual power. And in the next round of matches, the opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Li Diyuan had to deal with every match in his best condition. Although he had made an agreement with Su Hua to stop Su Hua from interfering in the 12th round of the competition. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't understand Su Hua. He didn't know if Su Hua was a man who kept his promise. Therefore, he had to maintain his best condition to carry out the last round of the elimination round. Fortunately, Su Hua was still a person who kept his promise. Because according to the rules of the elimination round and the number of participants remaining were special. In the 12th round of the competition, there would be a contestant who would advance to the ranking competition at the end. He was very lucky to have this opportunity, which changed his view of Su Hua. Although Su Hua, who came from Law Enforcement Peak, was domineering and did things without any scruples, at least he kept his promise. He was still considered a person who abided by his bottom line. As the 12th round of the competition ended, out of the 59,786 body refining stage outer sect disciples who participated in the competition, there were only 13 of them left. The host on the high platform temporarily stopped arranging the competition between the disciples. At this moment, all the staff and judges who were in charge of the competition were gathered below the platform. Even Zhong Fakan, who disappeared after the start of the competition, appeared below the stage and gathered with the staff in charge of the competition. They were discussing something. They discussed for nearly half an hour. After Zhong Fakan gave the order, the judges and staff who had reached the Qi transforming period stage left the platform one after another. After that, they used their powerful vital spirit to move the arena around the platform. Half an hour later, Chu Zhongtian had barely restored the 9th floor of the pagoda. As the arena around the tall platform was constantly being moved away, it caused him to be unable to relax and recover his spiritual power. He could only helplessly stand up and look at the busy experts in front of him. "Mr. Chu, I just sent someone to inquire about the ranking competition. I found out that this time, the ranking competition is completely different from the past." Just as Chu Zhongtian finished his cultivation and stood up, Dongfang Yuner, who was guarding beside him, quickly walked to his side and said, "What's the difference?" Hearing Dongfang Yuner mention that the ranking competition this time was different from the past, Chu Zhongtian asked with great interest. Of course, Chu Zhongtian was deeply relieved that Dongfang Yuner took the initiative to relieve his worries. He was extremely happy. "Mr. Chu, after 12 rounds of elimination, there are only 13 disciples left." After Dongfang Yuner introduced the rules of the top 10 disciples of ranking competition in detail, Chu Zhongtian's face gradually revealed an excited expression. In the past, every time the disciples of the outer sect competed in the sect's competition, it would be carried out in the same way as the beginning and the end. Even if it was carried out to the end of the competition, the ranking competition would still use this method to carry it out. For example, after the 12 rounds of elimination, there were only 13 people left who could fight for the top 10 spots. Then, according to the method of connecting the first and the second places, the number 1 would fight the number 13, and the number 2 would fight the number 12. So on and so forth, the number 1 would fight the number 13, and the number 2 would fight the number 12. The 6 winners would fight according to their respective numbers. The winner would continue to fight for higher rankings, and the loser would fight for the remaining rankings. This time, the sex competition had completely changed the rules of the competition for the top 10 spots in the ranking competition. The ranking competition was not going to participate in the elimination round anymore. Instead, it was going to change to the point system. This meant that each of the remaining 13 contestants would have to compete with the other 12 contestants. The winner would get 1 point, and the loser would not get any points. In the end, the final ranking would be decided by the number of points each person got. After 12 rounds of competition, except for his 8th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, the remaining 12 participants were probably the strongest half-step chi transforming period warriors, and each of them was at least at the first level chi transforming period. Being able to fight with the 12 strongest disciples of the outer sect could greatly increase one's strength. This was one of the reasons why Chu Zhongtian was so excited. Another reason was that Yun had used the forces of the dynasty to obtain information. This time, the person in charge of the outer sect's ranking competition was the master of Trial Peak, Zhong Fakan. At the same time, the sect would also send some of the higher-ups to the scene of the competition. This meant that Law Enforcement Peak was no longer able to control and affect the ranking competition's results. This would be more beneficial for him to display his true strength. Furthermore, he had already sent Shi Guangliang to invite Zhao and Juan. Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could become the champion of sex competition. "Kid, I'm glad to see your confidence." Zhao Enjuan's voice suddenly came into his ears. He immediately turned around and looked around. "You don't need to look around. I was talking to you using the divine sense and sound transmission. I'm still in Hidden Dragon Peak." Chu Zhongtian's shaking of his head made Zhao Enjuan, who was standing on the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak, couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, when you break through to the essence gathering stage, you will be able to use the sound transmission." Zhao Enjuan continued. "Chu, after the ranking competition officially begins, I will personally come to the competition venue, so you can be at ease and participate in the ranking competition. You don't have to worry about the little tricks behind anyone's back." Since Zhao Enjuan wasn't present, Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to use the sound transmission. Chu Zhongtian could only nod his head in thanks to Zhao Enjuan's encouragement. The arena used for the competition at the peak of Trial Peak was refined using dozens of special materials. Could be preserved for thousands of years. Their tons were beyond the imagination of ordinary people, but under the combined efforts of over 100 master of the Qi transforming period, these arena were quickly transferred to a corner on the west side of the mountain peak. After the 100 arena were completely emptied, a group of people suddenly flew over from the distance of Trial Peak. There were about 20 people flying over. Each of them wore the uniform of a weapons craftsman, and their expressions were arrogant and arrogant. When this group of people wearing the uniform of a weapon craftsman landed in Trial Peak, no matter if it was Zhong Fakan, the peak master of Trial Peak, or Su Hua, a hall master of a certain hall in Law Enforcement Peak, they all respectfully walked forward and saluted. As for those who were wearing the uniform of a weapon craftsman, it was as if they didn't see Zhong Fakan and Su Hua at all. After taking a look at the situation at the scene, they all took out different kinds of materials from their storage bag. Under the command of a few older equipment forgers, they began refining on the spot. This was the first time Chu Zhongtian had seen a true weapons craftsman since his transmigration. He felt that it was a novelty, so he didn't continue to dwell on the changes in the ranking competition. Instead, he watched the refining process with great interest. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian was watching the crafting process. He finally realized that he could not understand it at all. Through observation, Chu Zhongtian discovered that not only could he not understand the crafting technique of the refiner, but he also could not understand it. He did not even recognize the materials they were refining. Therefore, after observing for a while, he directly turned his head and ignored those mysterious artificers. According to the current situation, there was still some time before the opening of the ranking competition. Chu Zhongtian planned to use this period of time to restore the spiritual power and adjust his condition to ensure that he could deal with the ranking competition in a perfect condition. He originally wanted to tell Dongfang Yuner that he wanted to continue cultivating, but he discovered that she was staring at those weapons craftsmen who were forging weapons. Her beautiful big eyes revealed a strong interest. Could it be that Dongfang Yuner had the potential to become an artificer? Chu Zhongtian was unable to make a decision for Dongfang Yuner. He could only comply with her wishes. Therefore, he temporarily did not plan to restore the spiritual power. Instead, he stood by her side and temporarily protected her safety. As the artificer continuously took out the refining materials from the storage bag, an arena with a diameter of 50 meters was quickly built on the old site of the removed high platform. A row of tall platforms parallel to the arena was temporarily built 100 meters away. 10 wooden chairs with dragon heads and tiger backs were placed on the tall platform. Chu Zhongtian saw the chairs that were temporarily placed on the high platform. He guessed that these 10 chairs should be for the high-ranking members of the sect who came to watch the competition. However, he did not know if there were chairs that belonged to Zhao Enjuan in these 10 chairs. Senior Brother Chu. While Chu Zhongtian was protecting Dongfang Yuner's safety and watching the venue for the competition that was set up at the last minute, a slightly worried but familiar voice came from beside him. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and saw Wang Fuqi looking at him with a troubled expression. Brother Huangfu, you should call me Junior Brother. When Chu Zhongtian heard Huangfu call him Senior Brother, he knew that Huangfu had gradually put down the pride in his heart and wanted to be equal with him. Although in the past, because of Wang Fuqi's overbearing and selfish actions, Chu Zhongtian hated him from the bottom of his heart. However, ever since Wang Fuqi rejected the law enforcement peak's request, the disgust in his heart had dissipated. Furthermore, he intended to forgive him. No, I'll just call you Senior Brother. Wang Fuqi shook his head. He rejected Chu Zhongtian's good intentions and continued. You are a peerless genius that I have never seen in my life. With your talent and potential, it is very easy for you to surpass me in terms of cultivation. So I should still call you Senior Brother. Up to you. Seeing Wang Fuqi's insistence, Chu Zhongtian stopped arguing with him. Senior Brother Chu, I was too arrogant and conceited in the past. I was too overbearing and selfish. I have offended you before, so this time, I am here to apologize to you. Wang Fuqi made a gesture of apology. There were 2 reasons why Wang Fuqi apologized so seriously. First of all, he sincerely admired Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential. Chu Zhongtian's opponent in the 11th round was Li Diyuan. In order to dampen Chu Zhongtian's confidence, Li Diyuan had once said that his competition venue was in arena number 20. In fact, he was lying, because in the first 8 rounds of arena number 20, the contestant was Wang Fuqi. Unlike Chu Zhongtian, who was unknown in the early stages, Wang Fuqi's reputation among the disciples of Outer Sect was far greater than Chu Zhongtian's. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian slaughtering the Blood Devil before the opening of Blood Demon's secret realm, Law Enforcement Peak wouldn't have set their eyes on him. As for Wang Fuqi, he had already been targeted by the Law Enforcement Peak on the first day he entered the Floating Cloud sect. Therefore, in the first round of the competition of the sect's competition, Wang Fuqi was deliberately placed in the 20th arena, so that Su Hua could observe Wang Fuqi's performance at a close distance. The distance between arena number 20 and arena number 19 wasn't too far. Every time Chu Zhongtian finished the competition, he would return to the gathering place of the tall platform. He had never paid attention to the performance of the other arena contestants. But Wang Fuqi was different. This was because he was really alone in Floating Cloud sect. He did not have a true friend by his side. Therefore, after every round of the competition ended, he would stay on the scene and observe the performance of the different participants of the arena. Because of this, he had watched all of Chu Zhongtian's matches. He was very impressed by Chu Zhongtian's performance. At the same time, he had a feeling that Chu Zhongtian had yet to fully display his true strength. Chu Zhongtian must have some hidden trump cards. Secondly, it was because he had rejected the request of Law Enforcement Peak. Although Huangfu's family was a 5th-grade family, they were a superpower in the southern domain, second only to the 9 major powers. However, Huangfu's family was a sword cultivator, and most of the disciples in his family had entered the Hua Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate. The remaining disciples would stay in the family to cultivate. He was the only one who was different. He had never liked the sword technique since he was young, and he had always been fond of the fist technique and the palm technique. If it wasn't for the fact that his father was the #1 expert in Huangfu's family, he would have been punished a long time ago. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety and future cultivation, he had joined the Floating Cloud sect, which was the most suitable for him among the 9 major powers. It was precisely because of this reason that he was absolutely alone in the Floating Cloud sect. He had refused the request of the Law Enforcement Peak, which was to offend the Law Enforcement Pavilion. He had already understood the strength of the Law Enforcement Pavilion through Renlin and Du Tao. He could clearly see the tyranny and power of the Law Enforcement Peak, as well as the suppression of the Arena No. 19 after the 10th round of the competition. If he wanted to fight against the Law Enforcement Peak, he would not be able to do it by himself. He had to have comrades who shared the same ideals as him. Chu Zhongtian was definitely the ideal opponent. It was because of these 2 reasons that Wang Fuqi, who was arrogant and unwilling to submit to others, did such a thing. Junior brother Huangfu, don't do this. Wang Fuqi's action of apologizing just now could be said to be very serious. This made Chu Zhongtian a little surprised, so he quickly took a few steps forward and reached out to support him, so that he could not bend down. When Wang Fuqi got up, Chu Zhongtian said with a sigh, Junior brother Huangfu, to be honest, when we just met, I was quite dissatisfied with your way of doing things. I am quite disgusted by your overbearing way of doing things. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian looked directly into Wang Fuqi's eyes and said sincerely, ever since you rejected the request of Law Enforcement Peak, I have admired you. Chu Zhongtian's sincere tone made Wang Fuqi's eyes light up. He said emotionally, Senior brother Chu, so you are willing to forgive me? Junior brother Huangfu, there is no hatred between us. Just because we have different ways of doing things, I will guide the hostility between you and me. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, of course we are brothers who are close to each other. Wang Fuqi, who had lowered his attitude, no longer made people hate him. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was willing to befriend a peerless genius like Wang Fuqi. After all, the population of Hidden Dragon Peak was small, and they urgently needed a genius like Wang Fuqi to expand their strength. As Dongfang Yuner had been paying attention to the process of forging weapons, Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi, who had resolved the misunderstanding, began to exchange their experiences in their cultivation, as well as the things they did not understand in their cultivation. Through the sincere communication between Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi, his understanding of the fist technique had increased by a whole new level. 3 months ago, before Chu Zhongtian participated in the recruitment test of Floating Cloud Sect, he had planned a detailed cultivation plan for himself. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation plan included the cultivation of the fist technique, because he liked to fight head-on, and the fist technique was the most suitable way to fight head-on. However, ever since Chu Zhongtian left the Chu family and entered the Floating Cloud Sect, whether it was his daily cultivation or the battles he was going through during his cultivation, he had been casting the saber technique all this time, and his practice of the fist technique had become a complete mess. As a result, his understanding of the fist technique was still stuck at the level before he left the Chu family. Through his conversation with Wang Fuqi this time, Chu Zhongtian's fist technique had improved by at least a few levels. He now had a deep understanding of the 8 trigram 6-joint fists that Chu Zhongba had given him in private. Chu Zhongtian now had a feeling that he could fully use the first skill of the 8 trigram 6-joint fists, the Qi Extermination Fist. While Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi were exchanging cultivation experiences, the competition venue had been rearranged. Those weapons craftsmen rose into the air and left Trial Peak. When all the weapons craftsmen left Trial Peak, the majority of the judges who were in charge of the arena competition also left Trial Peak along the path to the bottom of the mountain. Only Suwa stayed at the scene. It wasn't a long time, which was less than 5 minutes after the equipment forgers left Trial Peak. A person suddenly appeared in the empty sky above Trial Peak. This person slowly landed on the temporary high platform in Trial Peak and looked at the throne placed side by side. Finally, he sat on the throne at the very end of the right side. When the higher-ups of the sect landed in the void and sat behind the chairs, the staff in charge of the competition, other than Zhong Fakin and Su Hua, bowed respectfully to the rest of them. Elder Zhao, hello? Just as everyone bowed, another person appeared in the sky above Trial Peak. This person was like the first Elder Zhao to appear. He slowly landed on the tall platform. After taking a look at the throne placed on the platform, he chose the throne on the leftmost side. The staff in charge of the competition treated him the same way they treated Elder Zhao. Other than Zhong Faken and Su Hua, they also bowed respectfully. Elder Wang, hello? Elder Zhao and Elder Wang's appearance was like a signal. In the next minute, another 5 elders arrived at the temporary high platform in Trial Peak. They also chose their own seats according to their identities. When there were only 3 thrones left on the high platform, no one appeared in the sky above Trial Peak. Chu Zhongtian looked at the 3 empty thrones and secretly guessed the owners of these 3 thrones. Chu Zhongtian was paying attention to the 3 empty thrones when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Because on the right side of the center, on the originally empty throne, a 40-year-old throne suddenly appeared. He was fat and had a smile on his face. After this middle-aged man appeared on the throne, whether it was the Peak Master of Trial Peak, Zhong Faken, or Su Hua, a hall master of Law Enforcement Pavilion, they all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Chiu. You don't need to be so polite. Elder Chiu was different from the other 7 elders, who were solemn and silent. He greeted everyone kindly. Chiu, when you can change your hypocritical attitude, your cultivation base will surpass mine. After Elder Chiu greeted everyone, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the left side of the throne in the center. Along with the mocking voice, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old, wearing a light purple robe and had a dignified appearance, appeared on the chair on the left side of the center throne. Luo, when you can change the bad mouth habit, your cultivation base will surpass mine. Elder Chiu faced the sarcasm of the dignified-looking man and used the same words to mock him. We greet Elder Luo. When Elder Chiu finished mocking, all the people in charge of the competition respectfully bowed to Elder Luo. When Elder Chiu and Elder Luo stopped mocking each other and waited quietly for the last person, the scene fell into silence. They waited for nearly 5 minutes, but the throne in the center still did not have its owner. At this moment, Elder Luo, who was sitting on the left side of the throne in the center, had a gloomy expression on his face. He turned his head to look at Elder Chiu and complained in a dissatisfied tone. Sect leader and his people are too slow. They don't have the concept of time. The future of the sect is bleak in the hands of these people. Elder Chiu did not agree with Elder Luo's complaint. He just looked at Elder Luo with a complicated expression and then looked at the empty throne. Finally, he closed his eyes and closed his eyes. Elder Luo saw that Elder Chiu did not cooperate with him at all. He felt bored. He originally wanted to rest with his eyes closed like Elder Chiu, but at this moment, an apologetic voice came from the path to the peak. I'm really sorry. I was immersed in my cultivation just now, so I forgot to pay attention to the time. I almost delayed the important competition between the disciples of Outer Sect. Along with an apologetic voice, a handsome young man in his 20s walked out of the passageway and arrived at the peak of Trial Peak. The young man who appeared at the peak looked around. He first nodded at the Peak Master of Trial Peak, Zhong Faken, and then walked straight to the temporary high platform. Everyone looked at the young man who was walking straight towards the high platform. Most of them had puzzled expressions on their faces. Only a few of them had complicated and emotional expressions on their faces. Tianjun greets the elders. The young man who walked onto the platform first greeted the 9 elders who were sitting on the platform. After that, he directly walked towards the throne in the center of the platform. Chu Zhongtian saw Tianjun's rash actions and couldn't help but worry for him. Although he couldn't see through Tianjun's true cultivation base, judging from his age, he was at most at the high rank of the Qi transforming period. What about the 9 elders sitting on the platform? According to the rules of the Floating Cloud sect, regardless of whether it was the elders of the outer sect or the elder of the inner sect, only those who had broken through to the Divine Soul period stage could become the sect elders. Therefore, the 9 people who were sitting on the 9 throne on the platform were all peerless Divine Soul stage warriors. You are only a high rank of the Qi transforming period disciple. How could you sit on a throne that not even Divine Soul stage elders dare to sit on? Aren't you afraid of being slapped away by one of the fiery-tempered elders? However, what surprised Chu Zhongtian was that when Tianjun was walking towards the center of the throne, none of the 9 elders who were sitting on the high platform said anything to stop him. Even the 9 elders who were sitting behind the throne in the center did not object. It seemed like everyone had silently acknowledged his identity. Could it be that Tianjun was the son of sect leader of Floating Cloud sect? Junior brother Chu, Tianjun, senior brother Tian, who is sitting on the center throne, is not an ordinary person. Just as Chu Zhongtian was guessing Tianjun's real identity, Shi Guangliang's voice came into his ears. Senior brother Shi, you are back. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and said with a smile on his face. Junior brother Chu, I have seen Elder Jiao. He asked me to tell you everything. He is here. Shi Guangliang, who had just returned from Hidden Dragon Peak, saw Chu Zhongtian looking at him with a hint of envy. Sorry to bother you, senior brother Shi. If Chu Zhongtian had known that Zhao Enjuan had been paying attention to sex competition, he wouldn't have let Shi Guangliang come here for nothing. Therefore, he felt sorry for this. It's not a problem at all. Shi Guangliang shook his head. He quickly put away the complicated feelings in his heart after seeing Zhao Enjuan. After adjusting his state of mind, he began to introduce Tianjun's background. Junior brother Chu, the Tianjun who just climbed up the arena, is not an ordinary person. As Shi Guangliang introduced Tianjun's origin, Chu Zhongtian looked at Tianjun with admiration. Tianjun's background was similar to his. He also came from a remote kingdom and also came from a level 8 family. However, his cultivation talent was slightly stronger than Chu Zhongtian's in the early stages, and it had reached the intermediate level 7. 3 years ago, Tianjun entered the Floating Cloud sect with his 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. At the beginning, his performance wasn't outstanding. Basically, he broke through to the minor stage in 1 to 2 months' time. His talent and potential could be said to be ordinary. Later on, after the opening of the Blood Demon Secret Realm, Tianjun entered the Blood Demon Secret Realm with his 10th layer Great Perfection of the Qi Refining Period cultivation base. It was unknown whether it was because of the special environment of the Blood Demon Secret Realm that stimulated him, or because he had a fortuitous encounter in the Blood Demon Secret Realm. He had become very different. Ever since Tianjun participated in the tempering in Blood Demon Secret Realm, his cultivation base had started to advance by leaps and bounds. Ever since he broke through to the body refining stage, his cultivation base had basically maintained the speed of breaking through to the minor stage within a month. 10 months later, which was 1 year after he became a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, his cultivation base had broken through to the Qi transforming period, and he had become a disciple of the inner sect. Tianjun, who had become a disciple of the inner sect, had an even greater potential. He had been maintaining the speed of breaking through to the minor stage within a month. 10 months after he became a disciple of the inner sect, his cultivation base smoothly broke through to the essence gathering stage. He had become a core disciple of the sect. It was also because of his outstanding performance that after he became a core disciple, the eldest senior brother of Sect Lord Peak, a mighty expert whose cultivation base was higher than the Divine Soul stage, personally came out to meet Tianjun and took him in as a disciple on behalf of his master, recruiting him into the Sect Lord Peak. More than a year had passed, and only the people of Sect Lord Peak and those mighty warriors who were above the Divine Soul stage knew what kind of stage Tianjun's cultivation base had reached. The speed at which Tianjun's cultivation base broke through couldn't be compared to Chu Zhongtian's. After all, it had only been 7 months since he was able to restart his cultivation. His cultivation base had gone from the first level of the Qi refining stage to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. In between, there were more than 16 minor stage. This was more than the speed of breaking through 2 minor stage warriors in a month. However, Chu Zhongtian knew in his heart that besides a few heaven-defying opportunities, the most important thing for him to maintain such a terrifying speed was the duplicating and sticky ability he had after transmigrating. If he didn't have the duplicating and paste ability, it would be impossible for him to have so many pills to improve his cultivation base and potential, and his cultivation base wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. Moreover, the higher his cultivation base was, the slower his speed of improvement would be. Even with the help of the pills, Chu Zhongtian felt that it would take him at least 3 to 4 months to break through to the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. From this point of view, he was no match for Tianjun. Furthermore, after breaking through to the Qi transforming period, it would take him even longer to break through to the minor stage. Furthermore, he needed to absorb a greater amount of energy. He felt that it would be very difficult for him to maintain the speed of breaking through to the minor stage in a month like Tianjun. Chu Zhongtian made some calculations in his mind. With his current talent and potential, if he wanted to break through to the essence gathering stage, he would need at least 1.5 years or 2 years. That was why Tianjun was a true genius. After Tianjun sat down, Zhong Fakan, the peak master of Trial Peak, glanced at Suwa and asked for his opinion. Suwa took a few steps back and made a gesture to let Zhong Fakan make the decision. At this moment, all the experts representing the strongest sect had arrived. No matter how powerful law enforcement peak was, no matter how arrogant Suwa was, they would not dare to continue controlling the competition at this time. When Zhong Fakan saw Suwa take the initiative to take a step back, he knew that he had already given up on the idea of continuing to preside over the competition. Therefore, she took the initiative to step onto the platform to announce the rules of the competition in ranking competition as well as the various agenda of ranking competition. Just as Zhong Fakan stepped onto the platform, before she could say anything, a chair that was entirely black suddenly appeared in the sky above Trial Peak. Its shape and size were similar to the throne in the center of the platform. The black throne that was hovering above Trial Peak suddenly smashed towards the platform below. The black throne was smashing towards the direction of the 10 throne on the platform. The 9 elders sitting on the tall platform looked at the black throne that was falling down from the sky. They immediately stood up. At the same time, they activated the vital spirit, wanting to send the black throne flying. Only Tianjun remained motionless on the chair. However, Tianjun saw that the 9 elders were planning to send the black throne flying. He looked at the black throne in the sky with a complicated expression and suddenly said, "9 elders, if you are afraid of being punished, you better not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for all of you." Tianjun came from the Sect Lord Peak, and he was someone that was highly regarded by the senior brother of the Sect Lord Peak. Therefore, his words made the 8 elders of the 9 elders choose to stop. Only Elder Luo, who had a fiery temper, used the vital spirit to transform into a huge palm and forcefully grabbed at the rapidly rising black throne. At the peak of Trial Peak, Elder Luo stopped. Just as Elder Luo's gigantic palm was about to hit the black throne, Suwa, who was standing below the tall platform, seemed to have thought of something and shouted out loudly. Unfortunately, Elder Luo's speed of attack and the speed of the black throne's descent were just too fast. Just as Suwa finished speaking, the giant palm had already hit the black throne. Compared to the giant palm, the black throne was like an ant meeting an elephant. It was weak and vulnerable at the same time. However, just as the giant palm slapped the black throne suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a 100-meter-long black giant dragon that was completely formed from black energy shot out from the spot where it exploded. The black giant dragon that was formed by the black energy opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant palm. After that, the black giant dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged at Elder Luo, who dared to attack it. "Elder Luo, don't resist. Use all your strength to defend." Suwa saw that he had stopped it too late, and he immediately regretted it. However, when he saw Elder Luo take out the vital spirit tool because the giant palm was swallowed, after he decided to fight with the black giant dragon, he no longer cared about the difference in status between them. As he rushed towards the tall platform, he shouted loudly to stop him. The reason Suwa helped Elder Luo was not only because he knew the true origin of the Black Throne and the Black Giant Dragon, but also because Elder Luo came from the Law Enforcement Peak. He was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Law Enforcement Pavilion and also his superior. The Master of the Black Throne and the Black Giant Dragon was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also temperamental. He did things as he pleased, and was not restricted by the rules and regulations of the sect. The throne that attacked him just now had offended him. As long as Elder Luo accepted his attack obediently, based on that person's personality from 100 years ago, perhaps he would not pursue Elder Luo any further. However, if Elder Luo dared to resist and attacked first based on his personality, he was afraid that Elder Luo would be killed on the spot. He wouldn't care about the rules of the sect, which was why Su Hua didn't care about his identity. He rushed straight to the high platform. Tian Jun, who was sitting in the middle of the throne, saw Elder Luo from the law enforcement peak, taking the initiative to attack the black giant dragon. A strange smile appeared on his face, but when he saw Su Hua rushing towards the tall platform, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a very complicated expression. Elder Luo turned his head and looked at Su Hua, who was rushing towards him. He frowned slightly. He said in an unpleasant tone, "Hall Master Su, you can withdraw for now. Let's see how I kill it. Also, force out the master behind him and let him know that I can't afford to offend him." Given Elder Luo's fiery temper, if it wasn't Su Hua who stopped him, but another hall master, he would have slapped him, letting him know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. However, Su Hua's identity was rather special. Not only was he the only son of his superior, he was also a young genius who was highly regarded by the master of law enforcement peak. That was why he was so tolerant. Su Hua, who had already rushed up to the platform, stopped when he heard Elder Luo's words. He immediately turned around and jumped off the platform. After Su Hua retreated, Elder Luo, who had already taken out the Vital Spirit tool, activated the Vital Spirit and the power of the Divine Soul. He rose into the air and rushed towards the black giant dragon. Facing Elder Luo, who was rushing over, the black giant dragon still opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the charging Elder Luo. As a peerless Divine Soul period stage warrior, apart from possessing the Vital Spirit's power that could shake the heaven and earth, he could also use the mysterious and unfathomable power of the Divine Soul at the same time. With the combination of the Vital Spirit and the power of the Divine Soul, a single strike could definitely destroy the entire trial peak. However, in the face of the black giant dragon's bloody mouth, the power Elder Luo used just now was like a rock falling into the ocean. It didn't have any effect at all. He just used the Vital Spirit tool and the Vital Spirit. After that, he used the power of the Divine Soul to unleash a force that could tear apart the void above the trial peak. Facing the force that could tear the void apart, the black giant dragon maintained its previous action. It still opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the force that could tear the void. As if it was angered by Elder Luo's continuous attacks, the black giant dragon roared towards the sky. After that, it opened its bloody mouth and sucked at Elder Luo, who was standing in the void. Elder Luo, who was standing steadily in the void, suddenly felt a strong suction force. This strong suction force pulled him closer and closer to the black giant dragon's bloody mouth. Elder Luo recalled that his attack had been swallowed by the black giant dragon's bloody mouth. How could he let himself fall into the black giant dragon's bloody mouth? Elder Luo used all of his Vital Spirit and power of the Divine Soul, as well as the profound grade movement technique. He wanted to get rid of the suction force on his body and increase the distance between him and the black giant dragon. However, when he used all of his strength, he was horrified to find out that he was unable to get rid of the powerful suction force. At this moment, Elder Luo suddenly remembered Su Hua's advice before he attacked. Thinking of his reckless actions, he was filled with regret. Although begging for mercy on a livestock that he had once insulted was detrimental to his status as the Deputy Pavilion Master of Law Enforcement Pavilion, his face and status were no longer important compared to his life. "Senior, I am the Deputy Pavilion Master of Law Enforcement Pavilion in Law Enforcement Peak. I hope that you can spare me for the sake of Law Enforcement Peak." Below the platform, Su Hua kept shaking his head when he heard Elder Luo begging for mercy. If he told that man about Law Enforcement Peak, that man would make him die even faster. As expected, after Elder Luo revealed his identity, the black giant dragon's suction force on Elder Luo's body increased by dozens of times. Elder Luo didn't even have time to react before he was sucked into the mouth of the black giant dragon. The black giant dragon that had sucked Elder Luo into the body only stayed in the void for 3 seconds before it continued to descend towards the platform. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the divine soul stage Elder Luo, who had been sucked into the black giant dragon's body, was completely silent. This caused the 8 elders standing on the tall platform, as well as Zhong Fakin, to look at the descending black giant dragon with pale faces. At this moment, not only did they not dare to block the black giant dragon, but they also did not dare to move the vital spirit in their bodies. They were afraid that they would attract the black giant dragon's attention. When the black giant dragon was only a few centimeters away from the ground, it suddenly stopped. The 8 elders and Zhong Fakin, who were standing around, rushed to the side. The black giant dragon stopped on the high platform and looked at the 10 throne on the ground. Then it swung its dragon tail at Tianjun. Trial peak on the high platform. Tianjun's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the black dragon tail that was flying towards him. He didn't dodge or counterattack at all. This made the 8 elders and tens of thousands of disciples standing at the edge of the platform suck in a breath of cold air. Only after killing Elder Luo from Law Enforcement Peak would there be room for negotiation. If any sect killed Tianjun from the Sect Lord Peak, it would mean that they had broken off all relations with the Floating Cloud sect. No matter who it was, no one would be able to escape the wrath of the Floating Cloud sect. Just as the black dragon tail was about to hit Tianjun, the direction of the tail suddenly shifted a little, sending the throne that originally belonged to Elder Luo flying. After that, the 100-meter-long black giant dragon suddenly exploded, turning into a mass of black fog. The mass of black fog quickly gathered towards the center, and finally condensed into a black throne. The black throne steadily landed on the left side of Tianjun's throne, which was the original position of Elder Luo's throne. After the black throne landed, a person gradually appeared on the originally empty throne. "Hello, Martial Uncle." After waiting for the shadow on the black throne to completely solidify, Tianjun got up and left the chair. Facing the person who appeared on the black throne, he bowed with the respect of a disciple. After the black throne appeared in the sky above the trial peak, it caused a huge commotion. The black throne transformed into a black giant dragon and killed the divine soul stage Elder Luo, causing everyone to fall into a state of shock. As the representative of the sect, Tianjun immediately stood up and bowed. This surprised all the disciples present. They were all curious as to who was sitting on the black throne. As an elite disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak, when Wang Fuqi saw the person sitting on the black throne, he was shocked and relaxed. Although Wang Fuqi had formed an alliance with Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was too low, and the forces behind him were too weak. He couldn't really resist the threat of the law enforcement peak. Wang Fuqi had never been able to relax in the face of the threat of the law enforcement peak. Now, seeing Zhao Enjuan, who was also in charge of their daily cultivation, killing a vice pavilion master from the law enforcement peak with ease, how could Wang Fuqi not feel shocked and delighted? With Zhao Enjuan behind him, the law enforcement peak could no longer easily threaten him. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had made the choice. If he accepted the request to enforce the law in front of him, although he would not suffer the revenge of law enforcement peak, he would have to face Zhao Enjuan, a terrifying expert at all times. Wang Fuqi was very happy. Lin Dong, Ren Lin, and Du Tao, who were standing in the crowd, had pale faces. Especially Lin Dong, his face showed regret. If he had known that Zhao Enjuan, who was in charge of their daily cultivation, did not put law enforcement peak in his eyes, why would he agree to law enforcement peak's request? Of course, Lin Dong was also a man with a firm will. The regretful expression on his face only showed for a moment before it disappeared. Since he had already done what he had done, there was no use regretting it. In order to avoid the revenge of the Love Hidden Dragon Peak in the future, he had to be more loyal to the law enforcement peak. He had to exchange his loyalty for the cultivation resources of the law enforcement peak in order to quickly increase his strength. As long as he became truly strong, there would be no threat at all. Among the people present, besides Tianjun, who was able to maintain his calm, only Chu Zhongtian, who was standing among the crowd of disciples, could calm down. In fact, when the black throne appeared in the sky above Trial Peak, Chu Zhongtian could vaguely detect that the owner of the Black Throne was most likely Zhao Enjuan. When the Black Throne transformed into a huge black dragon and started to fight Elder Luo from Law Enforcement Peak, he was 100% sure that it was Zhao Enjuan. This was because in the entire Floating Cloud sect, the only person who dared to attack the Law Enforcement Peak and was the Deputy Pavilion Secretary of the Law Enforcement Pavilion was Zhao Enjuan. The final development of the matter was just as Chu Zhongtian had expected. When the shadow on the Black Throne completely appeared, he immediately recognized that the person sitting on the throne was Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian saw Zhao Enjuan, who was enjoying the greeting of the crowd. He recalled Zhao Enjuan's cool appearance just now and couldn't help but mock him with jealousy. "You really like showing off." Chu Zhongtian did not deliberately lower his sarcastic voice, which made Shi Guangliang and Dongfang Yuner, who were standing beside him, hear it clearly. Shi Guangliang and the others had different reactions. Shi Guangliang looked at Chu Zhongtian with envy, envious of the relationship between Chu Zhongtian and Zhao Enjuan. Dongfang Yuner quickly covered Chu Zhongtian's mouth with her hand, afraid that he would continue to say things that were too excessive and anger the powerful man who had just appeared. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Enjuan, who was sitting on the throne nervously, to see if he had heard Chu Zhongtian's sarcastic voice just now. As for Wang Zhongning, he subconsciously blocked in front of Chu Zhongtian, looking like he would protect Chu Zhongtian to the death. After all, the expert on the Black Throne could easily kill a Divine Soul Period stage expert. It would be very easy for him to kill Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was very touched by the reaction of the people around him. They were able to stand up and help him defend against a peerless expert who could easily kill Divine Soul Period stage experts. At this moment, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning had won Chu Zhongtian's trust. Dongfang Yuner was even more determined that Chu Zhongtian would marry her. Very good. The sect has a successor. Zhao Enjuan looked at Tianjun, who bowed respectfully and praised. "Martial uncle, thank you for your praise. I am still far from being as good as eldest senior brother." Tianjun replied humbly to Zhao Enjuan's praise. "All right, don't be as modest as your master in front of me." Zhao Enjuan waved his hand impatiently in front of the modest Tianjun. He looked like he couldn't bear to see people being modest. "Peak Master Zhong, I'm here today to watch the ranking competition of sex competition. So you guys don't have to pay attention to me. Continue the competition just now." After Zhao Enjuan and Tianjun finished talking, he ordered Zhongfakan, who was standing at the edge of the platform. "Yes, Elder Zhao," Zhongfakan said respectfully. It had only been 20 years since Zhongfakan became the Peak Master of Trial Peak. She only knew Zhao Enjuan and only knew that he was Deacon Elder who had just advanced to the next level in the sect. However, she didn't know the specific details. Otherwise, Zhao Enjuan wouldn't have never appeared during the new disciples test. After the other 8 elders returned to their seats, Zhongfakan returned to the center of the platform and spoke loudly to the tens of thousands of disciples. All disciples of the Floating Cloud sect, after 12 intense elimination rounds, the strongest of the 13 disciples of the outer sect has been decided. Those disciples who have been eliminated don't need to be discouraged, because all the experts of the sect had witnessed the competition just now. The sect expert are very satisfied with the results of your hard work for the past year. At the same time, I hope that all of you will continue to work hard and break through to the Qi transforming period as soon as possible, and become a disciple of the inner sect. Zhongfakan, who was in charge of the competition, first smiled and encouraged the over 50,000 disciples who had been eliminated. After that, he put away his smiling face and announced with a serious expression. After 12 continuous rounds of competitions, the elimination rounds are now over. The next round will be the ranking competition. According to the latest rules set by the sect, this time, the ranking competition will be different from the past. Zhongfakan, who was standing at the front of the tall platform, announced the rules loudly in high spirits. In the past, the ranking competition followed the elimination competition system. It ranked the last 10 in a continuous manner. But this time, the ranking competition is using points. In other words, the 13 participants of the ranking competition will have to fight each other once. the winner gets 1 point, and the loser doesn't get any points. This means that the 13 participants of the ranking competition will have to fight each other once. The winner gets 1 point, and the loser doesn't get any points. After the 12 rounds of competition, the final ranking will be determined by the points of each participant. After Zhong Fakan explained the rules of the competition in detail, she turned around and asked the 10 people on the tall platform, especially Zhao Enjun and Tianjun. After she got their permission, she immediately announced the start of the ranking competition. According to the rules of the competition that Zhong Fakan had just announced, the first round of the competition was due to the first contestant fighting the 13th contestant. Contestant number 2 versus contestant number 12. Contestant number 3 versus contestant number 11. And so on and so forth. Contestant number 7 of the 13 contestants would not participate in the first round of the competition. The second round of the competition was between contestant number 1 against contestant number 12, and contestant number 2 against contestant number 11, contestant number 3 against contestant number 10, and so on. Contestant number 13 of the 13 contestants would not participate in the second round of the competition. Mr. Chu, this is the name of the 13 participants of the ranking competition and their detailed information. Just as Zhong Fakan was explaining the rules of the competition in detail, Dongfang Yuner quietly handed over a piece of paper with many words written on it. Chu Zhongtian took a closer look at the content of the paper and couldn't help but look at Dongfang Yuner with appreciation. This was because the paper that Dongfang Yuner gave him had detailed information about the 12 participants of the ranking competition. This paper had their names, numbers, age, origin, and cultivation base, as well as their ranking among the disciples of the outer sect. Although the content of the paper wasn't as detailed as the book that Shi Guangliang had given him, it was still a great help to Chu Zhongtian, who was about to participate in the competition. At least he could understand his opponents in every round. Chu Zhongtian looked at the paper and printed the names and numbers of his opponents clearly in his mind. Number 1, Guo Zhaoli, ranked 10th among the disciples of outer sect. Number 2 contestant, Lui Tsong, ranked 1st among the disciples of outer sect. He was one of Chu Zhongtian's opponents who could win the championship this time. Contestant number 3, He Ying, was ranked 2nd among the disciples of the outer sect. He was also one of the opponents Chu Zhongtian would be able to win the championship in the end. Contestant number 4, Xia Luoxing, was ranked 3rd among the disciples of outer sect. Contestant number 5, Zhao Qing, was ranked 5th among the disciples of the outer sect. Contestant number 6, Zhang Renyuan, was ranked 4th among the disciples of the outer sect. Contestant number 7, Lu Jiafu, was ranked 12th among the disciples of the outer sect. Contestant number 8, Meng Fangqiang, was ranked 9th among the disciples of outer sect. Contestant number 9, Sun Jimin, was ranked 6th among the disciples of the outer sect. Contestant number 10, Wang Hanzhong, ranked 11th among the disciples of outer sect. Number 11, Ma Qiwei, ranked 7th among the disciples of the outer sect. He was the opponent Chu Zhongtian wanted to meet the most in the ranking competition. Number 12, Ma Baohua, ranked 13th among the disciples of the outer sect. As Chu Zhongtian did not participate in the elimination round, his token number automatically changed to number 13. According to the rules of the competition that Zhong Fakan had just announced, he would be the first contestant to participate in the ranking competition. As the peak master of Trial Peak, Zhong Fakan was a peerless expert who had reached the Divine Soul stage. She stood on the high platform and disappeared with a slight movement. After that, she appeared on the arena that she had just refined. Next, contestant number 1, Guo Zhaoli, will fight contestant number 13, Chu Zhongtian. Zhong Fakan looked at the statistics handed over by the staff in charge of the competition and shouted loudly. Chu Zhongtian nodded to the people around him, and then he used the movement technique. He lightly jumped up and steadily landed on the arena that was a few meters tall. Disciple Chu Zhongtian greets the peak master. Chu Zhongtian, who had climbed onto the arena, first saluted Zhong Fakan. Not everyone hated the formalities like Zhao Enjuan, at least as the peak master of Trial Peak. Zhong Fakan still valued ethics, so he treated Chu Zhongtian respectfully. She gave him a smile as an encouragement. 0. Jiawenjuan, who was sitting on the black throne, looked at Chu Zhongtian's serious face and curled the corner of his mouth. He looked very dissatisfied. This was because ever since the two of them got familiar with each other, Chu Zhongtian had always been very casual in front of him. He had never formally bowed to him. After Chu Zhongtian climbed onto the arena, his opponent, Guo Zhaoli, also used the movement technique to jump onto the arena. Compared to Chu Zhongtian's politeness, Guo Zhaoli seemed a lot more rude. When he climbed onto the arena, he only nodded at Zhong Fakan, then looked directly at Chu Zhongtian. When Guo Zhaoli realized that Chu Zhongtian was only at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Chu Zhongtian greets senior brother Guo. When Zhong Fakan announced the contestants, Chu Zhongtian had already begun searching for information about Guo Zhaoli. Guo Zhaoli, 19 years old, from the Guo family, a 7th-grade family warrior of the Great Song Dynasty, lower level 7 cultivation talent. 2 years ago, he entered the Floating Cloud sect as a first layer of the body refining period peak warrior, and now he was a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. He had the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period mid-stage, and was good at using Spring and Autumn Brush. The Spring Dream Great Method skill was very good, and he was ranked 10th among the disciples of the outer sect. Are you from the law enforcement peak? Guo Zhaoli ignored Chu Zhongtian's greeting. His tone was not polite at all. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and said firmly, "No. Guo Zhaoli greets you, junior brother Chu." After Guo Zhaoli received Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, he showed a cautious expression. His attitude towards Chu Zhongtian also became much more polite. As one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, Guo Zhaoli had come into contact with the higher-ups of the law enforcement peak a long time ago. He also had a good understanding of the means of the law enforcement peak. He knew about the elimination matches of the sect's competition this time. Basically, it was controlled by the law enforcement peak. The way the law enforcement peak handled things was that those who followed them would prosper, and those who went against them would perish. Xiao Yufeng, who was ranked 8th among the disciples of the outer sect, refused to join the law enforcement peak. In the 11th round of the competition, he was defeated by Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd among the disciples of outer sect arranged by law enforcement peak. This caused him to have no chance to join the ranking competition. Of course, the reason why he, who was ranked 10th among the disciples of the outer sect, was able to enter the ranking competition smoothly was because of the law enforcement peak. Because a year ago he was already a reserve disciple of the law enforcement peak. It was because of the secret help of the law enforcement peak that he finally became the 10th ranked disciple of the outer sect. The first reaction of Guo Zhaoli when Chu Zhongtian broke into the ranking competition with his 8th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base was that Chu Zhongtian was also a disciple of the law enforcement peak, and he was also the son of a major figure in the law enforcement peak. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, he would have been eliminated in the first few rounds of the competition. If Chu Zhongtian was really a prep disciple of the law enforcement peak or a child of some important figure, Guo Zhaoli would be very dissatisfied with what the law enforcement peak had done. This was because the reward for the top 10 disciples of the sect's competition was the most generous reward in the past few hundred years. Every disciple who participated in the sect's competition was eager to enter the top 10 and obtain the reward for the top 10. If Chu Zhongtian purposely lost a half-step Qi transforming period peak disciple in order to make it into the top 10, this would make him feel a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the truth of the matter wasn't what he had imagined. Chu Zhongtian was able to advance to the ranking competition after rejecting the request of the law enforcement peak. This meant that he had at least the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the blockade of the law enforcement peak with his 8th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. The competition begins. After the two of them finished introducing each other, Zhong Fakan announced the start of the competition. Guo Zhaoli was ranked 10th among the disciples of the outer sect. His strength had reached the Qi transforming period first grade mid-stage, which was why Chu Zhongtian had used almost all of his strength. Snatch millet in the fire. Combined with the peak stage startling wind kick, Chu Zhongtian could use the most powerful beginner saber technique, which was also the most suitable for fighting alone. Although Chu Zhongtian had never fought an opponent who used a spring and autumn brush before. However, he had some understanding about the spring and autumn brush. This was because in the Chu family, there was a seventh layer of the body refining period outer clan elder that used a spring and autumn brush. There were special records about the spring and autumn brush in the Chu family's library. The shape of the spring and autumn brush was the brush that he had practiced before he transmigrated. It specialized in attacking the vital points of the opponent. It was a weapon that was difficult to defend against. One could only choose to attack when fighting against an opponent who used the spring and autumn brush. He definitely could not choose to defend and counterattack. Otherwise, under the mysterious and unpredictable attack of the spring and autumn brush, even the most perfect defense would have flaws. Spring returns to the earth. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was the first to attack, Guozhaoli unleashed the movement technique to meet Chu Zhongtian's attack. The spring and autumn brush that contained the spiritual power spun in a circle in his hand. The tip of the brush was pointed at the tip of Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade. The tip of the brush and the tip of the blade collided. The tip of the blade that contained the power of the attribute directly broke through the tip of the brush that was wrapped around the spiritual power and slashed onto the shaft. Basically, anyone who was not familiar with Chu Zhongtian's opponent and fought him for the first time would be at a disadvantage in terms of the power of the element. Guozhaoli was no exception. Initially, he planned to use the spring returns to the earth's endless power to repel Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade. Then, he would use the remaining spiritual power in the spring and autumn brush to attack the vital point of Chu Zhongtian's left shoulder, causing his left arm, which was good at using the spirit blade, to temporarily lose its strength. At that time, he would be able to use the strangeness of the spring and autumn brush to attack all the vital points on Chu Zhongtian's body to his heart's content. Unfortunately, under the enhancement of the attribute energy, the spring and autumn brush that contained the endless spiritual power not only did not repel the spirit blade, but it also suffered a considerable amount of damage. Chu Zhongtian was good at grasping the outcome of the battle. He had already roughly guessed Guozhaoli's intention, so he used the chance of him temporarily losing focus and his weapon being damaged to stab the back of his left hand, which was holding the spring and autumn brush. Being stabbed by the natal spirit blade on the back of his left hand, Guozhaoli, who was temporarily lost in thought, instantly came back to his senses. He felt a great pain on the back of his left hand, and he could not help but cry out in pain. However, no matter how intense the pain on the back of Guozhaoli's hand was, he did not throw away the spring and autumn brush that he was holding tightly. Just this point alone showed that he was a person with a strong will. Seeing Guozhaoli still holding the spring and autumn brush tightly, Chu Zhongtian thought it was a pity. The advantage of using the basic saber technique was its speed. It didn't need to store too much energy. The disadvantage was that it couldn't be supplemented with the power of the attribute, and the instantaneous burst of energy wasn't strong enough. If his basic saber technique just now contained the power of the attribute, no matter how strong Guozhaoli's endurance was, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold the spring and autumn brush. Of course, this didn't matter. Taking advantage of the fact that Guozhaoli was unable to continue attacking because of the severe pain caused by his injury, Chu Zhongtian didn't stop at all. He used the sun scorching that contained the power of the element to attack Guozhaoli's head. Damn it! Guozhaoli held back the pain coming from the back of his hand. When he saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't stop his attack, he cursed gloomily. However, his left hand, which was good at using weapons, was injured, causing him to be unable to continue using weapons to fight enemies. His strength had decreased by at least 30%. The attributes of Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power made it impossible for him to defend himself with his own defense, so he could only use the movement technique to dodge. 0. Originally, he wanted to use the middle-rank movement technique that had broken through to the peak stage to temporarily increase the distance between him and Chu Zhongtian. Then he would take out the intermediate level 8 healing pill and consume it. With the effect of the intermediate level 8 healing pill, it would only take 1 to 2 minutes at most to completely heal the wound on the back of his hand. At that time, he had already understood Chu Zhongtian's attack method, and he was confident that he could defeat him. However, whenever he increased his speed by 1 point, the speed of Chu Zhongtian's attack would automatically increase by 1 point. When he pushed the movement technique that had broken through to the peak stage to its limit, Chu Zhongtian's speed still didn't slow down by even half a point. As Chu Zhongtian's attack speed became faster and faster, and the momentum of his attack became stronger and stronger, Guozhaoli realized that there was a special change in Chu Zhongtian's attack. As for what kind of change it was, he wasn't sure. However, he had a feeling that this was going to continue. He'll definitely suffer a heavy blow. Therefore, he gritted his teeth in the end and endured the pain on the back of his left hand. He used the spring and autumn brush in his hand to forcefully use a martial skill. He temporarily blocked Chu Zhongtian's saber technique and took a few steps back. After that, he shouted, "I admit defeat." After changing the rules of ranking competition, the 13 contestants would have to fight each other once, and the final ranking would be determined by the number of points they had accumulated. Under the current condition of being injured, it was impossible for him to defeat Chu Zhongtian. Since that was the case, he might as well admit defeat and use the medicinal pills to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Then prepare for the next match with all his might. Facing Guozhaoli, who was in a disadvantageous position, Chu Zhongtian felt that his attacks were getting smoother and smoother. His understanding of the saber technique was getting deeper and deeper. Right now, he really wanted to keep attacking like this. Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised to find out that as long as he continued to maintain such a fierce attack, in another 10 minutes at most, his first beginner saber technique would be able to break through to the peak stage. The power of a peak stage beginner saber technique was no weaker than the advanced saber technique that he had mastered. In fact, to a certain extent, it had already surpassed the advanced sword method martial technique. Unfortunately, Guozhaoli's surrender had caused him to lose the opportunity to break through to the next realm. This made Chu Zhongtian, who had won, look at Guozhaoli with eyes filled with grief. Number 13. Chu Zhongtian wins. After Zhong Fakin used the power of the divine soul to announce Chu Zhongtian's victory loudly, the tens of thousands of disciples under the arena who had been suppressed for a long time immediately cheered. Chu Zhongtian! Chu Zhongtian! Chu Zhongtian! Originally, after Chu Zhongtian climbed onto the arena, many disciples suspected that Chu Zhongtian, who was only at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, had many shady secrets. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 8 divine soul period stage elders, Tianjun, and Zhao Enjun sitting on the high platform, some of the disciples would have protested loudly. However, with Chu Zhongtian's 8th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, he was able to easily defeat Guozhaoli, who was at the half-step qi transforming period. The doubts in the hearts of the tens of thousands of disciples instantly dissipated. At the same time, they couldn't suppress the excitement and worship in their hearts. They began to shout and discuss. "Senior brother! Why have I never seen this senior brother called Chu Zhongtian before?" Not far from the arena, a delicate and handsome young man with a thin body asked a 9th-level body refinement disciple beside him. "Not to mention you, even I don't know about Chu Zhongtian's background." The disciple who was asked shook his head and said with a puzzled expression. 50 meters away from the arena, there was a group of people wearing green clothes with a brush embroidered on their sleeves. One of the half-step qi transforming period disciples ordered, "Listen carefully. Chu Zhongtian's true strength will definitely rank in the top 10 disciples of the outer sect." The Wind Pavilion didn't have any records about this. This was an unforgivable mistake. That's why you should quickly investigate Chu Zhongtian's background and rewrite the ranking of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect based on his strength. Yes. Under the arena, Suwa from the law enforcement peak looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was walking down the arena with an ugly expression on his face. Because the Guozhaoli who was defeated just now was one of the top 10 in the law enforcement peak. However, after he was defeated and injured by Chu Zhongtian, it was very likely that he would not be able to enter the top 10. This made Suwa extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Suwa felt even more guilty in his heart. He blamed himself for lacking foresight and not being broad-minded enough. Chu Zhongtian's true strength would definitely rank in the top 10 disciples of Outer Sect. His talent and potential wouldn't be any weaker than Tianjun's. No matter what kind of excessive conditions Chu Zhongtian proposed, he had to agree to them and pull him into his camp. Otherwise, he would definitely become one of the most powerful enemies of law enforcement peak in the future. On the high platform, besides Jiao Anjuan, who was as steady as Mount Tai, the remaining 8 elders and Tianjun looked at Chu Zhongtian with admiration and desire in their eyes. Chu Zhongtian had the strength of at least 4 to 5 minor stage warriors. Geniuses like him were something every major power yearned to obtain. Jiao Anjuan, who was sitting on the black throne, nodded his head in satisfaction, as if Chu Zhongtian's performance was within his expectation. Chu Zhongtian didn't know how much shock he had brought to the crowd after defeating Guizhao Li. He walked down the arena with an unhappy expression and walked to Dongfang Yuner and the other side. Mr. Chu, do you know who you just defeated? He is the disciple ranked 10th in the Outer Sect. As if she didn't see Chu Zhongtian's unhappy expression, Dongfang Yuner tightly grabbed Chu Zhongtian's arm. She said with an unusually excited expression. Just now, she found out about Guo Ziyali's true identity and strength from the disciples beside her, and she was pleasantly surprised in her heart. Although she knew that Chu Zhongtian was an outstanding genius, he had always been a genius who could jump realms. However, she had never thought that Chu Zhongtian, who came from the remote and weak Chu family in the Qi country, in just 3 months' time, he had successfully entered the top 10 disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect's Outer Sect. This made her happy, but also made the pressure on her feel heavier. Yun, this is only the beginning. Dongfang Yuner's unusually excited expression made Chu Zhongtian's originally unhappy mood a lot better. To be able to make Dongfang Yuner happy, Chu Zhongtian felt that everything he did just now was worth it. Facing the chaotic situation below, Zhong Fakin used the power of the divine soul to cough lightly. After waiting for the audience to quiet down, he continued to announce. Number 2 contestant Luizong versus number 12 contestant Ma Baohua. When he heard that the contestant for the second match was Luizong, Chu Zhongtian quickly ended his chat with Dongfang Yuner. He paid full attention to Luizong, who was walking step by step onto the arena. On the last page of the book Shi Guangliang gave him, the number 1 expert among the disciples of Outer Sect was Luizong, who was climbing up the arena step by step. Luizong came from the Lui family in a remote kingdom. He was 18 years old this year, and a year ago, he had entered the Floating Cloud Sect with a 9th level of Qi refining stage perfection cultivation base. He had a mid-level 7 cultivation talent, a half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base, and a first-grade Qi transforming period peak cultivation base. He was good at using sword technique, and he was good at using different levels of sword technique martial skills. He was ranked first among the disciples of the Inner Sect. The last page of the book Shi Guangliang gifted to him, besides the above records, it also specifically recorded some of Luizong's living conditions after he entered the Floating Cloud Sect. Ever since Luizong entered the Floating Cloud Sect, he had either gone out to cultivate or entered the secret realm to cultivate. He rarely interacted with other people's disciples. In just a year, not only had his cultivation base advanced to the half-step Qi transforming period peak, he had also become the number 1 disciple of the Outer Sect. He was definitely one of the most talented geniuses in the past 100 years of the Floating Cloud Sect. As Luizong stepped onto the arena step by step, not only did the disciples who knew his true identity stare at him with their eyes wide open, even Tianjun, who was standing on the tall platform, had an excited look in his eyes. Luizong was a genius disciple that sect leader had long regarded as. He was one of the disciples that the law enforcement peak didn't dare to control or block. He was also one of Tianjun's objectives for watching the battle this time. If Luizong's performance this time could satisfy sect leader, he would represent the sect and invite Luizong to join the sect Lord Peak as a disciple of sect leader. Hello, senior brother Louis. Ma Baohua was Luizong's opponent. Although he got on the arena a little later than Luizong, he took the initiative to greet him. Hello, junior brother Ma. Luizong didn't have the pride of a genius disciple when facing Ma Baohua, who was weaker than him. He also didn't have the humility of an Outer Sect disciple. He just maintained a calm expression. His tone didn't contain any response. Under the arena, Chu Zhongtian looked at the nervous Ma Baohua and couldn't help but shake his head. Those who could pass the 12 elimination rounds were all at the first level of the Qi transforming period. The only difference was the different stages of the first level of the Qi transforming period, which meant the gap between their strength wasn't too obvious. Although Ma Baohua hadn't entered the top 10 of the outer sect, he was still ranked 13th. His own strength wasn't too far away from the top 10, so as long as he could perform normally, it wouldn't be easy for Luizong to defeat him. However, it was very difficult for Ma Baohua to exert his full strength in his nervous state. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long in the face of the number 1 expert of the outer sect. As expected, the process of the competition was exactly as Chu Zhongtian had expected. Luizong faced the nervous Ma Baohua. With just a single beginner sword technique, he had easily defeated Ma Baohua, displaying the demeanor of the number 1 expert. However, after Luizong won, although there were cheers and cheers below the stage, compared to the commotion caused by Chu Zhongtian, it was obviously much less. This made Luizong, who had walked down from the arena, couldn't help but glance at Chu Zhongtian. Facing Luizong's gaze, Chu Zhongtian looked at him without fear. Chu Zhongtian and Luizong only stared at each other for 3 seconds before looking away from each other. Luizong returned to his friend's side with a solemn expression. Chu Zhongtian also lowered his head with a solemn expression. Although Chu Zhongtian and Luizong just looked at each other, Chu Zhongtian's sensitive sixth sense made him feel that his initial judgment of Luizong's strength was wrong. Luizong's strength was definitely not as simple as a first-grade Qi transforming period peak. Luizong's strength was very likely to surpass a first-grade Qi transforming period peak, or even an early second layer of the Qi transforming period. It seemed like if Chu Zhongtian were to fight Luizong in the future, he would have to use all of his trump cards. Number 3. He Ying versus number 11. Ma Qiwei. As Zhong Fakin announced the name of the third contestant in the first round, Chu Zhongtian, who was feeling pressured because of Luizong's strength, suddenly raised his head. He looked at the 2 contestants who were about to fight with great interest. Because the 2 contestants who were about to fight were not simple to Chu Zhongtian. He Ying, if you only looked at his name, you might mistake him for a girl. In fact, he was a real boy, and he was even very strong. He Ying, 17 years old, came from the Floating Cloud sect. His father was the deputy pavilion master of the Law Pavilion of Merit Palace. He was a low-grade 6th-grade cultivation talent, a half-step Qi transforming period. His strength had reached the first-level Qi transforming period peak. He was good at sword technique, and he was good at different levels of sword technique. He was the second strongest disciple of the outer sect. According to the records in the book Shi Guangliang had given him a month ago, He Ying had challenged Luizong in private, and the final result was a draw. In other words, He Ying was also one of the opponents that would decide whether Chu Zhongtian would be able to reach the top in the end. As for Ma Qiwei, he was the opponent that Chu Zhongtian had always been looking forward to. Because of Ma Qiwei's narrow bearing, Shi Guangliang was seriously injured. At this time, Shi Guangliang was still carrying out tasks for Chu Zhongtian with his seriously injured body. Because of Ma Qiwei, Chu Zhongtian was stuck in a dilemma whether he should offend the law enforcement peak or not. He almost made a decision that went against his original intention. Therefore, in the ranking competition, the opponent Chu Zhongtian looked forward to the most was Ma Qiwei. It just so happened that he could observe ___ strength and means through the competition between him and He Ying. With this, it would decide how he would deal with Ma Qiwei when he faced him. As the 7th-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Ma Qiwei wasn't like Ma Baohua, who was ranked 2nd in the previous match. Not only was Ma Qiwei not nervous at all, there was even a trace of excitement on his face. Senior brother He, out of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, only you and senior brother Louis gave me a headache. The rest of them are nothing in my eyes. After introducing himself, Ma Qiwei suddenly said. His words sounded humble, but in fact, it was arrogant. It immediately aroused the strong dissatisfaction of the few people under the arena, especially Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd. His face revealed a mocking expression. Should I feel lucky? Ma Qiwei seemed to be arrogant and modest, but this made He Ying, who was calm and indifferent, frown. Even his calm tone contained a trace of sarcasm. Maybe senior brother, he thinks I am too arrogant and conceited, but after the real fight, I will let you and the people below witness my true strength. He Ying's tone was filled with sarcasm, but it didn't make Ma Qiwei angry. He said confidently. After Zhong Fakan announced the start of the competition, Ma Qiwei put on a pair of gloves and attacked first. The book recorded that Ma Qiwei was good at movement technique and palm technique, and after he fought with He Ying, it confirmed the records in the book. The wind-facing palm, soul-breaking palm, thunder-break palm, and extinguishing hand were like deadly weapons in Ma Qiwei's hands. The position of each of his first palm attacks was the most fatal and difficult to defend vital points of his opponent. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay much attention to Ma Qiwei's palm technique. With the saber technique, he could easily break the palm technique that Ma Qiwei had just used. The only thing that troubled Chu Zhongtian was that the movement technique used by Ma Qiwei was the advanced movement technique, which had broken through to the small completion stage. Ever since Chu Zhongtian unleashed his powerful energy in the peerless weapon, his advanced movement technique had barely reached the entry level, but his movement technique hadn't improved. The movement technique was different from other martial skills. Other martial skills could reduce the gap between the stage through strength, technique, and proficiency. However, the movement technique was different. The difference in the movement technique would lead to a very obvious difference in speed. In the face of Ma Qiwei, who had broken through to the small completion stage with the advanced movement technique, unless Chu Zhongtian severely injured him from the very beginning or directly injured his legs, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength. Otherwise, with Ma Qiwei's movement technique, which was one stage higher than Chu Zhongtian, and his peak half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base, he would be able to defeat Ma Qiwei. It was hard to say who would win or lose in the end, unless he could use the force that could affect the surrounding environment to suppress his speed. The final trump card was used by Chu Zhongtian to deal with Luizong and He Ying. He didn't want Ma Qiwei to reveal his final trump card in advance. Ma Qiwei was number 11. He still had a few more rounds before he would fight Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian temporarily gave up on thinking of a way to deal with him. He focused on watching the battle between the two of them. At the same time, he also wanted to see how He Ying would deal with Ma Qiwei. The powerful palm technique, combined with the advanced movement technique that had broken through to the small completion stage, had made the battle between Ma Qiwei and He Ying very exciting. After dozens of attacks, Ma Qiwei, who was ranked at the bottom of the ranking, had the upper hand due to the advantage of the movement technique. This caused He Ying, who had been maintaining his calm expression, to have a serious expression on his face. If it was only in terms of speed and strength, He Ying believed that Ma Qiwei wouldn't be able to last long under his sword technique. However, Ma Qiwei relied on his superhuman speed to make each of his attacks miss. This made He Ying unable to do anything to Ma Qiwei for the time being. As the second strongest disciple of the outer sect, not only was He Ying powerful, his mental strength was also outstanding. His originally anxious heart gradually calmed down as Ma Qiwei gradually gained the upper hand. Since he couldn't beat Ma Qiwei in terms of speed, He Ying chose the dumbest and safest way. He relied on his powerful attacks and perfect defense to fight steadily and calmly. He used this method to stimulate Ma Qiwei and make him reveal his weakness. The final situation of the battle was just as He Ying had expected. Ma Qiwei gradually became anxious as he was unable to defeat his opponent after attacking for a long time. After all, using the advanced movement technique required a large amount of spiritual power. Especially since he had been maintaining a high speed, the consumption of the spiritual power was even faster. Therefore, after attacking for a long time without any effect, he gradually became anxious. An anxious state of mind could easily make people reveal flaws. His opponent, He Ying, was also the second strongest disciple of the outer sect. Whether it was his combat experience or eyesight, He Ying was outstanding. Using a small opening that Ma Qiwei accidentally revealed because of his anxiety, He Ying seized the opportunity and easily broke through Ma Qiwei's defense. He Ying's sharp sword directly landed on his heart. After Ma Qiwei's heart was pressed against by his opponent's sword, he knew that he had lost. He had lost because his attack was not strong enough, and his defense was not perfect enough. Therefore, he willingly admitted defeat. Looking at Ma Qiwei, who walked down from the arena with a dejected expression, Chu Zhongtian secretly shook his head. Although He Ying had defeated Ma Qiwei, the way he defeated Ma Qiwei just now was not suitable for himself. Although he had the same powerful attack as He Ying, and a near-perfect defense, he also had the ability to see through the flaws of his opponent. However, compared to He Ying, he had a fatal flaw. That was his own cultivation base. He Ying could rely on his half-step qi transforming period cultivation base to fight Ma Qiwei while searching for his weakness. He didn't need to worry about consuming too many spiritual power, but as an 8th layer peak of the body refining period, Chu Zhongtian couldn't do it. The amount of spiritual power in his dantian was definitely lower than Ma Qiwei's. Fighting Ma Qiwei was equivalent to comparing his weakness to his opponent's strengths. The result would definitely be asking for trouble. Therefore, when facing Ma Qiwei, he had to think of a way to prevent Ma Qiwei from using his speed advantage. Only in this way could he defeat Ma Qiwei without using his final trump card. The 4th match of the first round was between the 3rd-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Xia Luoxing, and Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 11th among the disciples of the outer sect. Perhaps it was because of Ma Qiwei's arrogance and contempt, or perhaps it was because of Luizong and He Ying's provocation. After getting onto the arena, Xia Luoxing unleashed his powerful strength and suppressed Wang Hanzhong. In just 100 or so moves, Xia Luoxing had easily defeated Wang Hanzhong. When Xia Luoxing walked down from the arena, he stared straight at Ma Qiwei, not hiding the provocative look in his eyes at all. Facing Xia Luoxing's provocative look, Ma Qiwei also accepted the challenge without any fear. The two of them were filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The 5th match of the first round was between Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th among the disciples of outer sect, and Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th. The difference in strength between the two of them was not huge. After exchanging hundreds of blows, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Later on, Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, used her special weapon to defeat Sun Jimin with a very strange sword technique, and won. The 6th match of the first round was between Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th in the outer sect, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked 9th. Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 6th, had the strength of an early qi transforming period, while Meng Fangqiang's strength was only at the early stage of the first level of the qi transforming period. Zhang Renyuan easily defeated Meng Fangqiang and won the first round. After Zhang Renyuan defeated Meng Fangqiang, the first round of the competition officially ended. Chu Zhongtian, Luizong, Xia Luoxing, Zhao Qing and Zhang Renyuan defeated their opponents, and each of them gained 1 point each. After the first round of the competition ended, Zhong Fakan did not rest in the middle. He directly announced the start of the second round of the first competition. As Chu Zhongtian was number 13, according to the rules of the ranking competition, he could take a break for the second round of the competition. Taking this opportunity, he used the power of the pills to recover the spiritual power that he had just consumed, and watched the competition between Luizong, He Ying, and Ma Qiwei. He hoped to find out their weaknesses and perfect his attack strategy. The first match of the second round was between the 10th-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Guo Zhaoli, and Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th. Although Chu Zhongtian defeated Guo Zhaoli with ease, it seemed like Guo Zhaoli was just an ordinary man. However, as a disciple of the outer sect who was ranked 10th, his strength was not to be underestimated. After using the power of the pill to fully heal his injuries, the spring and autumn brush in Guo Zhaoli's hand was like a life-seizing brush, making it hard for Ma Baohua to defend himself. After dozens of strikes, Guo Zhaoli struck Ma Baohua's weak point, forcing him to admit defeat. Seeing Guo Zhaoli fully display his strength, Chu Zhongtian secretly rejoiced that he had used his attribute power from the beginning to injure his left hand, which was good at using the spring and autumn brush. If not, Chu Zhongtian might have to expose more of his trump cards in order to defeat the strange and ever-changing spring and autumn brush. The second match of the second round was the highlight of the second match. The two contestants were Luizong, who was ranked 2nd, and Ma Qiwei, who had the advantage in speed. Chu Zhongtian wanted to find a flaw in Ma Qiwei and defeat him. When the battle began, the excited Chu Zhongtian gradually lost interest. This was because Lui Tsong had chosen the same path as He Ying when he faced Ma Qiwei, who was moving at an incredible speed. He was also constantly looking for flaws in Ma Qiwei. However, the difference from He Ying's match was, when Ma Qiwei used the movement technique, he paid special attention to the consumption of his spiritual power. He was also constantly adjusting his state of mind. He wanted to prevent himself from revealing any flaws because of his mental state. This had put Lui Tsong in a difficult situation for the time being. If it wasn't for Lui Tsong's powerful strength and mind-state cultivation base, he might not have been able to defeat Ma Qiwei. This caused Xia Luoxing, who was standing under the arena, to have a serious expression on his face. Fortunately, because Ma Qiwei had used up too much of his spiritual power in the end, he was unable to use the advanced movement technique, which allowed him to break through to the small completion stage. Therefore, he admitted defeat. Since Ma Qiwei had admitted defeat on his own accord, the battle between the two of them had taken more than half an hour. As the victor, Lui Tsong had also used up a lot of his spiritual power. Therefore, he didn't talk to the people around him as he walked down the arena. Instead, he sat down on the original spot. He began to recover the spiritual power he had consumed. The second and third round of the competition was between He Ying, who was ranked second, and Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 11th. He Ying easily won against Wang Hanzhong, who was far weaker than him, with just a single beginner sword technique. The fourth match of the second round was between Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third, and Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th. Chu Zhongtian thought that Xia Luoxing would easily defeat Sun Jimin in this match, and win the second round since the start of the competition. However, when he fought Sun Jimin, he found out that Sun Jimin's strength was not much weaker than Xia Luoxing's. In terms of defense, Sun Jimin was slightly better than him. This caused the fight between the two of them to become a tug of war. In the end, Xia Luoxing relied on the spiritual power in his dantian to slightly defeat Sun Jimin and barely obtained victory. This made many of the disciples present doubt Xia Luoxing's ranking, thinking that his ranking did not live up to his name. This caused Xia Luoxing, who had just walked down from the arena, to have a gloomy expression on his face. The fifth match of the second round was between Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked 9th. Facing Zhao Qing's strange and varied attacks, it was obvious that Meng Fangqiang did not have a good way to deal with her. After a few dozen moves, he was forced to use the sword technique by Zhao Qing. Because Zhao Qing was a beauty, her strength was very strong, which caused her popularity to not be weaker than Lui Tsong and He Ying. Seeing Zhao Qing easily attacking Meng Fangqiang, many male disciples started to loudly suggest that Zhao Qing replace Xia Luoxing and become the third strongest disciple of the outer sect. This caused Xia Luoxing, who had just calmed down, to almost enter a state of fury. The sixth match of the second round was between Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. The result of the match was just as everyone had expected. Zhang Renyuan easily struck Lu Jiafu. After Zhang Renyuan defeated Lu Jiafu, the second round of the match would come to an end. Zhong Fakan announced the start of the third round. The first match of the third round would be between the 10th-ranked Guo Zhaoli and the 7th-ranked Ma Qiwei. To everyone's surprise, Guo Zhaoli, who had just ascended the arena, admitted defeat. This made everyone present puzzled and dissatisfied. Even Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th, dared to take the initiative to fight Louis Kong. Why would Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th, be afraid of Ma Qiwei, who was ranked 7th? Chu Zhongtian understood why Guo Zhaoli admitted defeat. First of all, the spring and autumn brush he was good at was useless against Ma Qiwei, who was faster than everyone else. If that was the case, he might as well conserve his strength so that he could better deal with the next opponent. Secondly, he and Ma Qiwei belonged to the law enforcement peak, and could be considered as fellow disciples. If he took the initiative to admit defeat, Ma Qiwei could conserve his strength and gain Su was favorable impression. Guo Zhaoli completely ignored the crowd and walked down from the arena, then closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The second match of the third round was between Lui Tsong, who was ranked 1st, and Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 11th. Perhaps because of Guo Zhaoli's influence, Wang Hanzhong, who had ascended the arena, also chose to admit defeat. However, the audience understood that Wang Hanzhong had chosen to admit defeat, and they gave him a warm round of applause. This made Guo Zhaoli, who had his eyes closed and was deep in thought, quite dissatisfied. The third round of the third match was between He Ying, who was ranked second, and Sun Jimin, who was ranked sixth. Facing Sun Jimin, who was good at defense, He Ying chose a very simple way to fight. In one breath, he used the 72 sword techniques of the intermediate sword technique, breaking through Sun Jimin's defense and obtaining victory. He Ying's simple and easy victory was even more outstanding than the incompetence of Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third. This made Xia Luoxing, who had finally suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty, almost angry. The fourth match of the third and third rounds was between Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked ninth. Xia Luoxing, who had a belly full of anger, launched an attack like the heavy storm when facing Meng Fangqiang, who was weaker than him. It gave Meng Fangqiang the strength to resist a single attack. In the end, Meng Fangqiang was stabbed in the right shoulder above his heart by his sword, and he became the first person in ranking competition to suffer a serious injury. Xia Luoxing's actions had caused a strong dissatisfaction among the audience, because with Xia Luoxing's strength, he could easily defeat Meng Fangqiang and ensure that he wouldn't suffer any serious injuries. It was precisely because of his excessive actions that his popularity had dropped by more than half. The fifth match of the third round was between Zhao Qing, who was ranked fifth, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. Facing such a delicate beauty like Zhao Qing, Lu Jiafu was unable to exert all of his strength. He was easily knocked down by Zhao Qing. In the sixth match of the third round, Chu Zhongtian finished adjusting his condition. He gestured to the people around him, then walked up to the arena step by step. This was because his opponent this time was Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked fourth among the disciples of the outer sect. Zhang Renyuan was 19 years old this year, and he came from the Zhang family of a remote kingdom. He was a lower level 7 cultivation talent, and he was skilled in sword technique. He had already stepped into the small completion stage, and was ranked fourth among the outer sect disciples. As he stepped onto the arena, he recalled Zhang Renyuan's information in his mind. "Hello, senior brother Zhang." When Zhang Renyuan stepped onto the arena, Chu Zhongtian was the first to greet him. "Junior brother Chu, hello?" Perhaps it was because he came from a remote kingdom, but Zhang Renyuan's tone revealed a sense of inferiority from time to time. The competition begins. After Chu Zhongtian and Zhang Renyuan finished greeting each other, Zhong Fakan announced the start of the competition. As one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked fourth, had the water attribute physique, one of the 5 basic physiques. Not only was he good at attacking, but he also had an outstanding defense. In order to defeat such an opponent, besides maintaining sufficient attack power, he also had to be vigilant of the opponent's attack, so as to avoid missing the chance of winning the championship. Sun Scorching. In the battle with Guo Zhaoli, although the yellow-level primary rank blade method hadn't broken through to the peak stage, it had already broken through to the great completion stage peak, and its power wasn't any weaker than a mid-grade combat skill. In the face of the powerful Zhang Renyuan, Chu Zhongtian didn't use the intermediate saber technique, but still used the primary rank blade method that he was best at. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's primary rank blade method, Zhang Renyuan didn't look down on it at all. After experiencing Guo Zhaoli's failure, he knew that Chu Zhongtian had mastered the attribute of the Qi transforming period stage. Therefore, when faced with the sun-scorching skill of the primary rank blade method, Zhang Renyuan immediately used the intermediate sword technique that he was most proficient in. Then, he combined it with the peak stage middle rank movement technique, and used his speed advantage to try his best to avoid the natal spirit sword from colliding with the attribute power. He wanted to prevent the vital spirit tool from being damaged. It had to be said that Zhang Renyuan's idea wasn't wrong. It was also the perfect way to deal with Chu Zhongtian with his body refining stage cultivation base. However, he had neglected one of the most realistic problems. Chu Zhongtian, who had the enhancement of his attributes, was not slower than him in terms of speed. In fact, he was even a little stronger than him. Therefore, After exchanging dozens of blows and familiarizing himself with Zhang Renyuan's attack pattern, Chu Zhongtian began to consciously increase his speed. When Chu Zhongtian raised his speed to the same as Zhang Renyuan's, the situation instantly changed. At the same time, after getting familiar with Zhang Renyuan's attack pattern, he gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's speed increase to the same as his, Zhang Renyuan suddenly felt that the Chu Zhongtian in front of him was very similar to Lui Tsong. Since he could no longer gain the upper hand in terms of speed, he was in a dilemma of attacking and defending. When faced with the saber technique that contained the power of attributes, it was not possible to just rely on defense. Therefore, in the end, he decided to take the risk and try out the power of the attributes contained within Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power. He wanted to see whether the natal spirit blade contained the power of the element, or whether the natal spirit sword that covered his entire cultivation base was stronger. As the natal spirit sword and the natal spirit blade violently collided, the explosive attribute energy and the spiritual power produced a deafening roar. Along with the roar, Chu Zhongtian was forced 3 steps back by the rebounding force of the 2 weapons. As for Zhang Renyuan, he took 5 steps back, and his face instantly turned pale. Feeling the continuously trembling natal spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhang Renyuan with a surprised expression. Ever since he had unexpectedly grasped the enhancement of his attributes, he had experienced dozens of battles of various sizes. There were strong and weak opponents, and the weakest opponent was only at the first layer of the body refining period. The strongest opponent was at the first level of the Qi transforming period. Even a first-level Qi transforming period wouldn't be able to use his own strength to force him to retreat. However, Zhang Renyuan, who was only a half-step Qi transforming period warrior, was able to do it. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian had truly attached great importance to Zhang Renyuan, and regarded him as an equal opponent. Looking at the tiny gap on the natal spirit sword, Zhang Renyuan felt his heart ache. At the same time, if Zhang Renyuan knew that he had only gotten Chu Zhongtian's attention after unleashing all his strength, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Looking at the damaged natal spirit sword in his hand, Zhang Renyuan was filled with regret. He shouldn't have taken the risk to test the depth of his attribute power. Otherwise, his natal spirit sword wouldn't have been damaged. He himself wouldn't have been injured because of the natal spirit sword either. Snatch millet in the fire. After facing his opponent head-on, Chu Zhongtian suspected that Zhang Renyuan's strength might have reached the first-level Qi transforming period peak. Therefore, he didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately used all of his strength, and combined it with the advanced movement technique Thunderwind Legs, which had broken through to the beginner realm. He attacked Zhang Renyuan. Zhang Renyuan was startled when he saw Chu Zhongtian's sudden increase in speed. Only now did he know that Chu Zhongtian, who was fighting with him just now, didn't even use all of his strength. In order to prevent the natal spirit sword from being damaged again, Zhang Renyuan took the initiative to shout out loudly in order to better deal with the next round of the competition. I admit defeat. When Chu Zhongtian's attack was only 1 meter away from Zhang Renyuan suddenly shouted and admitted defeat. Chu Zhongtian, who had unleashed all of his strength, felt as if his strength had suddenly hit empty air, and the power in his body was unable to be released. It almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Zhang, you are the 4th-ranked disciple of the outer sect. How can you admit defeat on your own accord? Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the boiling spiritual power in his body and questioned in an extremely dissatisfied manner. Chu Zhongtian's question not only shocked Zhang Renyuan, but also the 8 elders, Tianjun, and the tens of thousands of disciples who were sitting on the tall platform. Such a good thing was worth celebrating for the contestants. However, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be very dissatisfied with his opponent's attitude of admitting defeat. Junior brother Chu, your strength makes me admire you very much. I am not your opponent, so I choose to admit defeat. Zhang Renyuan hurriedly escaped from the arena. He was afraid that Chu Zhongtian would encourage him to continue the competition. Chu Zhongtian wins. Seeing Zhang Renyuan running away from the arena as if he was running for his life, Zhong Fakan looked at Chu Zhongtian with a special look in his eyes, besides admiration. Zhong Fakin had already announced the result of the competition. Chu Zhongtian could only accept this reality and helplessly walk down from the arena. At this moment, Dongfang Yuner and the others looked at Chu Zhongtian with eyes that could no longer be described as shock. Because the opponent he just defeated was the 4th-ranked Zhang Renyuan. Even the 4th-ranked expert was forced to admit defeat by him. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's strength was on par with Luizong and He Ying in their eyes. His popularity had already far exceeded theirs. On the high platform of Trial Peak. Nephew Tian, I want to discuss something with you. Just as Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena, Elder Chiu, who was sitting on the throne on Tian Jun's right, said with a smile, Elder Chiu, besides junior brother Chu, we can discuss anything else. Tian Jun also refused with a smile. Although Tian Jun was young, he was not stupid. Chu Zhongtian had just finished the competition, and Elder Chiu had already discussed with him. His intention was too obvious. Chu Zhongtian's talent was very high. His talent and potential even surpassed his. A genius like him could only belong to sect leader's faction. How could Tian Jun possibly give him to Merit Palace? At this moment, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Zhao Enjuan, who was sitting on his left. After all, Zhao Enjuan's appearance was too shocking. This was enough to attract Chu Zhongtian. Thinking of this, Tian Jun knew that he alone could not influence Chu Zhongtian's decision. Therefore, he quietly took out a fingernail-sized purple jade pendant from his storage bag and crushed it when no one was looking. After that, he completely relaxed and sat straight on the back of the chair. As a mighty elder whose cultivation base was higher than the divine soul stage, Tian Jun's every move didn't escape Zhao Enjuan's eyes. However, he didn't stop Tian Jun from doing anything. He even hoped that Tian Jun would do so from the bottom of his heart. This was because he needed to test Chu Zhongtian through sect leader's department to see if Chu Zhongtian was worthy of his full attention. The first match of the 4th round of the ranking competition, contestant number 1, Guozhaoli versus contestant number 10, Wang Hanzhong. As Zhong Fakin announced the start of the 4th round, the commotion caused by Chu Zhongtian's victory temporarily subsided. The attention of everyone in the scene began to shift to the match. This made Chu Zhongtian, who was standing under the arena, secretly heave a sigh of relief. Although he knew that any contestant he defeated in the ranking competition would cause a huge stir, he didn't think that it would be so sensational. Especially when tens of thousands of people looked at him with admiration, it made him feel a heavy pressure. If he knew that his performance just now had caused the competition between the Merit Palace and sect leader, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. This was because he had participated in the sect's competition for the final championship. Besides the huge reward, he had also participated in the competition. He also hoped to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the sect by participating in the competition. This would be beneficial to his future cultivation, and it would also provide him with a layer of protection for his safety. As Guozhaoli and Wang Hanzhong ascended the arena, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He used the medicinal pills to recover his consumed spiritual power while paying attention to the ongoing competition. Guozhaoli had taken the initiative to admit defeat when he faced Ma Qiwei in the last match. Although he had been criticized by many of the disciples present, this gave him an extra round of rest and time to adjust his condition. At this moment, facing an opponent who was weaker than him, Guozhaoli had vented all the depression he had suppressed in his heart in the previous round. Wang Hanzhong kept retreating, and in the end he almost withdrew from the arena. Fortunately, he noticed that something was wrong in time. After using the movement technique to dodge Guozhaoli's attack, he began to use his anxious mind to fight Guozhaoli. Unfortunately, his idea was not bad. However, as the 10th-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Guozhaoli wasn't easy to deal with. After launching over 100 fierce attacks, he quickly discovered the problem. After that, he began to adjust his state of mind. Finally, he struck Wang Hanzhong out of the arena and won this round. The second match of the 4th round was between Luizong, who was ranked 1st, and Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th. Sun Jimin, who specialized in defense, chose to defend and counterattack when facing Luizong, who was ranked 1st. Sun Jimin's strategy wasn't wrong. It was also the only strategy he could choose, but his opponent was too powerful. As the number one expert amongst the disciples of Outer Sect, Luizong's strength had already surpassed the Qi transforming period first grade peak and reached the terrifying second layer of the Qi transforming period. His attack power was extremely powerful. Therefore, Sun Jimin chose to defend and counterattack. Under Luizong's continuous attacks, his defense was broken after less than 100 strikes. Fortunately, Luizong wasn't an enraged man. After breaking Sun Jimin's defense, he withdrew his weapon in time and didn't let Sun Jimin get hurt. Compared to the violent Xia Luoxing, Luizong had won the favor of most of the disciples. It made his popularity rise again. The third match of the fourth round was between He Ying, who was ranked third, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked ninth. Meng Fangqiang, who had ascended the arena, looked at his opponent in this round, feeling that his fate was really bad. Ever since Meng Fangqiang joined the ranking competition, he felt that he had been abandoned by the heavens. Because the opponent Meng Fangqiang faced in the first round was the sixth-ranked Zhang Renyuan, and he had lost. The opponent Meng Fangqiang faced in the second round was Zhao Qing, who was ranked fifth. He had lost for no apparent reason. The opponent Meng Fangqiang faced in the third round was the third-ranked Xia Luoxing. He had suffered a serious injury and had lost miserably. It was now the fourth round of the competition. Not only had Meng Fangqiang not fully recovered from his injuries, but his opponent was also He Ying, who was ranked second. There was no doubt that he would lose. Meng Fangqiang felt that he had participated in the ranking competition to give his opponent points. He had come here to suffer humiliation. Therefore, before He Ying could say anything, Meng Fangqiang admitted defeat on his own accord. The fourth round of the competition was between Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. Xia Luoxing, who was already in a bad mood, was inexplicably compared to Louis Kong. This Xia Luoxing was extremely furious, and the accumulated anger in his heart was on the verge of exploding. When it was Xia Luoxing's turn, he used the body movement technique to jump onto the arena. He didn't care if Zhong Faken had already announced the start of the match. He held the natal spirit sword in his hand and rushed towards his opponent, Lu Jiafu. Fortunately, Lu Jiafu knew that Xia Luoxing wasn't an easy opponent to get along with. When he climbed onto the arena, he stood directly at the edge of the arena. Therefore, after Xia Luoxing attacked, he loudly admitted defeat. He jumped off the arena on his own accord. Xia Luoxing, who originally wanted to vent his anger through battle, suddenly felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. It made him feel like he was about to go crazy. Fortunately, Zhong Faken quickly discovered Xia Luoxing's strange behavior. He also used the power of the divine soul to temporarily suppress his impulse to explode, temporarily calming him down. Zhong Faken looked at Xia Luoxing, who was walking down the arena. He knew that Xia Luoxing was still in danger. If Xia Luoxing did not follow his wishes in the next few rounds of the competition, he would completely explode, and might even cause his qi deviation. Trial peak, above the arena. In the fourth round and fifth match, the participant was Zhao Qing, who was ranked fifth, fighting Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked fourth. This was also a match that everyone was looking forward to. After all, Zhao Qing and Zhang Renyuan's ranking were very close. There was no difference in strength between them. The battle process should be very exciting. Zhang Renyuan, who had ascended the arena, smiled bitterly and said to Zhao Qing, "Junior sister, I hope you can show mercy." The attributes of Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power had caused Zhang Renyuan's natal spirit sword to be damaged, and it had also affected his mind. At this time, Zhang Renyuan could only use 80% of his strength. His opponent, Zhao Qing, was not much weaker than him, so Zhang Renyuan knew that he was most likely in trouble this time. "Senior brother Zhang, you must be joking. I still want to ask you to show mercy," Zhao Qing said modestly and politely. However, when Zhong Faken gave the order, Zhao Qing, who was originally polite, instantly turned into a poisonous snake that hunted its prey. She stabbed at Zhang Renyuan's heart at an unbelievable angle. As the fourth and fifth ranked experts, Although Zhang Renyuan had never fought Zhao Qing before, however, he had understood her fighting style and knew how cunning and insidious she was in battle. Therefore, when faced with the flexible sword that was like a poisonous snake, he waved the damaged natal spirit sword in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a sword rain that filled the sky, directly surrounding Zhao Qing's body. Break! Zhao Qing, who was surrounded by the rain of swords, took back her flexible sword and stabbed the spiritual power into the flexible sword. Then, she waved the soft sword and continuously scattered the falling rain of swords. Zhao Qing felt the sword rain falling from the sky and realized that the sword rain was not as powerful as she had imagined. The soft sword in her hand danced in a circle and suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, she lightly shouted. The sword rain that filled the sky, under the impact of the circle formed by the flexible sword, turned into spiritual power and dissipated in midair. Zhao Qing, who was very good at finding flaws in her opponent, saw that the sword rain was being scattered at the same time. Zhang Renyuan could not help but take a small step back. Zhao Qing immediately discovered his weakness. The soft sword turned into a poisonous snake and lunged at Zhang Renyuan's heart. I admit defeat. Just when Zhao Qing's soft sword was about 1 meter away from his heart, Zhang Renyuan took the initiative to admit defeat. Senior brother, I feel that you did not use your full strength at all. Could it be that you are deliberately letting me win? Zhang Renyuan understood Zhao Qing's fighting style, and Zhao Qing also understood and observed Zhang Renyuan's fighting process. According to her understanding, Zhang Renyuan couldn't have used the most powerful sword rain in the intermediate sword technique from the very beginning. At the same time, the sword rain that Zhang Renyuan used did not have the suffocating power that was rumored to be. This made Zhao Qing mistakenly think that Zhang Renyuan was deliberately letting her win. Junior sister, I can only say that I have done my best. Zhang Renyuan's natal spirit sword was damaged and the mind was injured, causing him to be unable to use the strongest sword rain. This made him very unwilling to lose to Zhao Qing, so he was not willing to explain too much to Zhao Qing. However, when Zhang Renyuan thought that his natal spirit sword was damaged because of Chu Zhongtian, he consciously looked at Chu Zhongtian. Zhang Renyuan's conscious look also made Zhao Qing focus on Chu Zhongtian. Zhao Qing knew that Zhang Renyuan could not possibly pay attention to Chu Zhongtian for no reason. There must be some special reason. Could it be that Zhang Renyuan was injured by Chu Zhongtian in the last round, causing him to be unable to exert his true strength, which was why he lost to Zhao Qing in the end? Zhao Qing thought of this and took a look at Chu Zhongtian. It was precisely because of her attention that made Chu Zhongtian, who was standing under the arena, very puzzled. However, Chu Zhongtian could only suppress his doubt in his heart for the time being, because it was Chu Zhongtian's turn to enter the 6th match of the 4th round, and his opponent this time was Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th. Chu Zhongtian faced the weakest of the contestants, Ma Baohua. He didn't feel any pressure as he ascended the arena and waited for his opponent, Ma Baohua. I admit defeat. After getting onto the arena, Ma Baohua did not wait for Zhong Fakan to announce the start of the competition. He directly admitted defeat, which was out of Chu Zhongtian's expectation. However, after thinking about it, it was normal for Ma Baohua to admit defeat. After all, he had defeated Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th in a row. The 4th-ranked Zhang Renyuan's true strength was comparable to the top 3 experts. It was a wise choice for Ma Baohua to admit defeat. After walking down the arena, Shi Guangliang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said something that made Chu Zhongtian sigh in admiration at the influence of fame and strength. Junior brother Chu, there will definitely be someone who will admit defeat in the next few rounds of the competition. After Chu Zhongtian and Ma Baohua walked down the arena, Zhong Fakan once again walked to the front of the arena and announced loudly. In the 5th round of the ranking competition's first match, contestant number 1, Guo Zhaoli, will fight contestant number 9, Sun Jimin. Although the spring and autumn brush used by Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th, was strange and unpredictable, it was completely useless against Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th and was good at defense. No matter how accurately the spring and autumn brush attacked Sun Jimin's vital points, its attack could not break his vital points defense. This was equivalent to wasting time. Furthermore, Sun Jimin was good at defending and counterattacking. After he attacked dozens of times, he took advantage of the fact that Guo Zhaoli did not launch a new attack to knock him to the ground. The second match of the 5th round was between Luizong, who was ranked 1st, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked 9th. The result of the match was expected. Facing Luizong, who was ranked 1st, Meng Fangqiang chose to admit defeat after he ascended the arena. The result of the 3rd match of the 5th round was the same as the 2nd round. Facing He Ying, who was ranked 2nd in terms of strength, Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th, also chose to admit defeat. As there were many contestants who chose to admit defeat, the progress of the competition sped up. The 4th match of the 5th round was the highlight of this round. Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd, would fight Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th. In fact, Xia Luoxing and Zhang Renyuan had a pretty good relationship. The two of them often competed in private. Both of them had won or lost before. Xia Luoxing had won many times. However, he could not guarantee that he would win every match. Therefore, after stepping onto the arena, Xia Luoxing was on full alert, as if he was facing a great enemy. However, to Xia Luoxing and the others' surprise, Zhang Renyuan, who had stepped onto the arena, had no intention of fighting Xia Luoxing. Instead, he chose to admit defeat. Junior Zhang, why? It was worth it for Xia Luoxing to be happy that his opponent had taken the initiative to admit defeat. However, he had a good relationship with Zhang Renyuan. Out of the concern of his friends, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Xia, after you have fought Chu Zhongtian, you will know why I gave up the competition." Although he didn't explain the reason why he gave up the competition, Zhang Renyuan also didn't forget to set up an opponent for Chu Zhongtian in advance to take revenge for the loss of the natal spirit sword. Zhang Renyuan's vague explanation made Xia Luoxing look at Chu Zhongtian. This was the first time he had paid attention to him. After a careful look, Xia Luoxing found that the good-looking Chu Zhongtian didn't seem to be a threat at all. He didn't look like an expert who could hurt Zhang Renyuan at all. However, the fact that he could defeat Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th, was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Chu Zhongtian had left a deep impression on Xia Luoxing. Having been noticed by Xia Luoxing for some reason, the doubt in Chu Zhongtian's heart became even stronger. However, it was his turn to participate in the next match. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on pursuing the reason of Xia Luoxing paying attention to him. Instead, he focused on preparing for the match. After using the movement technique to jump onto the arena, Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhao Qing, who was also casting the movement technique, but her posture was much more beautiful than his. She slowly landed on the arena. Zhao Qing, 18 years old, came from the Great Ming Royal Dynasty's 7th-grade family Zhao family. She was the only female disciple amongst the outer sect's top 10 disciples, and she had a low-grade 6th-grade cultivation talent and a half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base. Her strength had reached the high level of the Qi transforming period, and she was good at using soft swords and using sinister and cunning means of attack. She was ranked 5th among the disciples of the outer sect. After the information of Zhao Qing flashed in his mind, Chu Zhongtian raised his vigilance and greeted, "Senior sister Zhao, hello? Junior brother Chu, since you were able to break into the ranking competition with the strength of an 8th layer peak of the body refining period, your talent and potential are excellent. You are able to defeat Guo Zhaoli and Zhang Renyuan with the strength of an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Your strength makes me afraid. So, in the following matches you have to let me win. Don't let me lose too badly. After all, I am the only girl." Reaching out her hand to pick up the hair in front of her forehead, Zhao Qing mischievously said, "Senior sister Zhao, stop joking." Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian also said jokingly, "As a girl, you are ranked 5th among the top 10 disciples of outer sect. Your strength must not be underestimated. So, I would like to ask you to show mercy in the following matches so that I won't lose too badly." Chu Zhongtian, who had experienced the baptism of the internet before his transmigration, was better at talking than the people present. Even the strongest Zhao Enjuan was not as good as him. "Junior brother, you are really eloquent." Chu Zhongtian's teasing made Zhao Qing raise her vigilance, But at the same time, she became abnormally excited. She could not help but want to exchange words with Chu Zhongtian. Zhao Qing was happy, but Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian, who were standing under the arena, were unhappy. Dongfang Yuner looked at the two people who were enthusiastically talking, and her face revealed an unhappy expression. Zhang Qian even could not help but want to remind Chu Zhongtian that Dongfang Yuner and him were still standing under the arena, and that he should not show too much intimacy with other women. Actually, not only Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian could not tolerate their words, Zhong Fakan, who was in charge of the competition, also had the same attitude. Looking at Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongtian, who were in heated discussion, he could not help but frown and cough lightly before announcing the start of the competition. Draw a snake out of its hole. Snatch millet in the fire. Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongtian, who were in the middle of a heated discussion, had just announced the start of the match when they simultaneously used their martial skills and movement technique to attack each other. Zhao Qing and Chu Zhongtian's actions stunned everyone on the scene, because they did not expect that the two people who seemed to have gotten along with each other and were in the middle of a heated discussion would suddenly change their faces, as if they had a tacit understanding. The originally flexible sword in Zhao Qing's hand was like a poisonous snake, flexible and hard, soft and sharp. The tip of the soft sword suddenly wrapped around the steel knife when it was about to collide with the natal spirit blade. After that, the tip of the soft sword was like a poisonous snake that had its prey wrapped around it. It bit towards Chu Zhongtian's left hand that was holding the sword. Chu Zhongtian had not only read about flexible swords in movies and books before he transmigrated, but he had also played with them before, so he understood their characteristics very well. Therefore, after the flexible sword wrapped around the natal spirit blade, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly activated the spiritual power in his natal spiritual power, and then used his left hand, which was holding the sword hilt, to lift it up with all his strength. The tip of the sword, which was originally like a poisonous snake, seemed to have lost its power. The tip of the sword that was biting towards Chu Zhongtian's left hand was violently stopped. At the same time, the attribute energy contained in the natal spirit blade completely erupted and shook away the soft sword that was wrapped around the blade. Although the exchange between them just now was very short, the two of them had already exchanged several moves. The process was quite dangerous. Junior brother Chu, you are too cunning. You actually dared to sneak attack me. If it wasn't for the fact that I have some strength, I'm afraid I would have been injured by your steel knife. The soft sword was blasted away by the explosive force of the attribute, causing it to suffer some damage. In order to prevent the soft sword from being destroyed, Zhao Qing quickly used the movement technique to retreat. At this moment, she deeply experienced what Zhang Renyuan had said. Only when you fought with Chu Zhongtian would you know how terrifying he is. She did not expect that Chu Zhongtian, who had mastered the attribute power beforehand, would have such a powerful attack. Zhao Qing was not Zhang Renyuan. The soft sword in her hand was not a natal spirit sword, so the damage to the soft sword did not affect her strength. When she was retreating, she began to use words to exchange blows, hoping that this could make Chu Zhongtian stop temporarily. Unfortunately, she underestimated Chu Zhongtian's composure. Perhaps she underestimated the viciousness in his heart. Because in his eyes, as long as they fought, there was only the distinction between enemies and friends. Seizing the opportunity to use his attribute power to force Zhao Qing to retreat, Chu Zhongtian was not affected by Zhao Qing's words at all. He held the natal spirit blade in his hand and continued to chase after her. Junior brother Chu, do you really have the heart to be ruthless to a girl? Zhao Qing, who was angry from embarrassment, saw that not only was Chu Zhongtian not affected by her words, but he also increased his strength when he attacked. She used the movement technique to dodge as she cursed. You really are a heartless bastard. I curse you that no woman in your generation will like you. Senior sister, you are not qualified to judge me whether I am heartless or not. The sun-scorching slash forced Zhao Qing to retreat in the path she was dodging. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian continued to provoke her with a teasing tone. Do you want me to have this qualification? After using the special attack of the soft sword to neutralize Chu Zhongtian's sun-scorching, Zhao Qing seemed to have forgotten the angry matter of the soft sword being damaged. Her tone was shy as she confessed.